Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 701 Mount Q. Everyone seems to know what happened at this time. Even Ganzyuan was somewhat overwhelmed by the actions of the Crown Prince. Is this what Crown Prince did? But at this time, he also knew the seriousness of the matter, and hurriedly urged the craftsman to exercise his rights. First he made a simple fence with stakes and wood outside the khol, and then shut all the pigs in. Inside, under the command of Jiang Feng, he hastily built large sheds of the kind he had never seen before. An area of 10 acres along a small stream, all the trees along the banks of the stream from halfway up the mountain have been felled clean, leaving only Toshang tree on the ground pile. Every 3 feet away, one will be inserted again, extending all the way to the street market entrance at the foot of Mount Q. And then a building is built in front of these wooden stakes with more than a dozen pieces of wood. A triangular gate, then made of bamboo, was built on these woods, and then a large number of carpenters and strippers were allowed to go into battle. The birch leaves felled from the mountain, together with the branches and pine branches, were fixed layer by layer on the wood. Until it was dark, thousands of people joined the battle, and this simple weird thing was finally built. Sun Simiao also kept his promise, sitting on the side of the creek with the old Gao Lao, watching quietly, until Jiang Feng waved his hand and said that after the completion of the work, he asked, little friend Jiang Feng, what are you doing here to get this stuff? Jiang Feng sighed, elder son, do you remember the pork stewed by the youngster? Hearing this, Sun Simiao astonished. You mean, you are going to be here? Yes. Youngster wants to slaughter all these hundreds of thousands of pigs before this happens, and manufacture into the braised pork and smoked bacon that you normally eat. Hundreds of thousands of pigs. Do you want to kill them all? Leave Sun Simiao. No matter how you think about it, you can't think of the visual impact that hundreds of thousands of pigs would have if they were all slaughtered. At that time, the entire Mount Q would basically be shrouded in a bloody smell, right? Is this really good for a solemn academy? But Sun Simiao did not ask. After all, since Jiang Feng dares to take over this mess, he must have a solution. Otherwise he would not be Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng knows that this seems a bit unimaginable, and he knows that it is inevitable, but this damn Li Qian got all these things up. What can he do? He can't just watch it, right? You have to find a way to clean up the matter before it becomes serious in nature. Otherwise, it will really cause big trouble. Jiang Feng wiped the stain on his forehead and said, you have seen this thing all the time. Although it is a bad thing, what if youngster can turn this thing into a good thing? Sun Simiao froze for a moment, but still shook his head. Even if you have thousands of people on this mountain now, even if you slaughter continuously without eating or drinking, this is hundreds of thousands of pigs. This can be killed for several days, and these pigs, even if you have that kind of magical cooking method, how can you change something rotten into something magical before it goes bad? It's no different from ... Oh. Forget it, old man. No, the question is, don't let the old man down. If you have something, you can find me. If you're tired, let's go. Sun Simiao while speaking, and left. He doesn't believe that Jiang Feng can kill these hundreds of thousands of pigs in such a short period of time, and then can change something rotten into something magical, which is tantamount to a fantasy story. But intuition told him that Jiang Feng didn't seem to be joking. This is where he struggles most. Simply, Sun Simiao didn't watch it anymore. The more I watched it, the more upset it became. As soon as Sun Simiao left, the people on Tongyue Street gathered around, looked at the huge unknown building, and asked, Feng Tsai, what do we need to do? Jiang Feng was moved to cry when he saw that he was an old neighborhood on Tongyue Street. If something happened, you still have to rely on the neighborhood. Everyone, the fault of this matter today lies with me. I didn't explain it. That's why it caused such a thing. But you should not worry about it. It might be the case. Tongyue Street and White Deer Academy of Classical Learning are the best moments to gain fame. The people on Tongyue Street are not fools either. Seeing what Jiang Feng said, I thought Jiang Feng was relieved, and everyone's eyes were red. Jiang Feng is also speechless. What I said is true. When did you see me? Jiang Feng said a lot. You are believing or not, the braised pork I tinkered with will definitely be in Chainan City in 3 days. An uproar in China. No one responded to him. Jiang Feng also had to take back the pretending words. They had to sullenly command them. This shed is mainly used for bacon and cooking. Now, where do you go to do dabbing to find him? Ask him to send someone down the mountain to buy pot stoves. The more the better. The more the better. You will go home separately and bring up all the pots and stoves in your house. And, old he, is there a potter here? Old he, hearing this, wiping his red eyes, he said, I used to be a potter. That line, you bring some students from the mountain, and you are looking for Li Qian, the bastard, for some of his servants, and get me a few hundred pigs. Stop all the brick kilns. I will tell you how to make roast pigs later. The rest of you forget it. All go up the mountain. After all, it's not that many now. People, it's okay here. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 702. After arranging some things, although the sky is already dark at this time, this simple shed is still only built a little bit, and it will take at least 1 day to build it all. Jiang Feng looked at the shed and couldn't help but sit by the waterside in a daze. At this time, the gimmick of Imperial Edict and the gimmick of 20,000 she grains have already lost their popularity, and I want to continue to let White Deer Academy of Classical Learning become the focus and attract those great Confucian to automatically send it to the door. As lecturer, Jiang Feng originally planned to rely on this new paper, but he absolutely didn't expect this idiot Li Qian to misinterpret his meaning. Originally, if this incident were placed outside Chainan City, it would be carried out at the same time as the new paper, and the visual impact would be much better than it is now. But now, there is no time to think about it. At this time, he can only think about what it takes to spread the stewed meat shops all over Chainan City before this incident completely breaks out. Only in this way can the matter of driving the pig to Mount Qiu be dead. Otherwise, he would never want to find a student, and those students who are embarrassed to recruit will lose most of them because of this. What is this? This is hitting him Jiang Feng in the face. Plus if there are Guanlong and aristocratic families of Shandong, or people from the Imperial College of Supreme Learning, making a rumor from it. If so, then Jiang Feng is in great trouble. However, Jiang Feng is not afraid to be a person of this age. He only believes what the eyes see and what the ear hears. As for things that have never been heard before, he always keeps with a hostile attitude. After all, pork, who doesn't know? Jiang Feng has been in a daze, until Cheng Chumo looked for Gaoken Mazu with his lantern for a long time before he found Jiang Feng. At this time, when they saw Jiang Feng was already in deep contemplation. No matter what Chen Chumo and Gaokan called, they couldn't agree. The last few people were terrified and hurried up the mountain to find Sun Simiao. After seeing Jiang Feng's situation, Sun Simiao could only sigh helplessly. It's no problem. It's just lost in thought. Wait for him to wake up. After speaking, Sun Simiao sighed and left. The people on Tongyue Street slowly gathered around and wanted to lift Jiang Feng up the mountain, but they were afraid of disturbing him, so they had to set up a shed for him in a hurry, and then spot Jiang Feng's invention around the shed. The insect-controlling wormwood powder bag. Everyone just sat beside Jiang Feng and waited quietly. Gaokan is impatient. After following Jiang Feng, it was the first time that someone looked straight up, and I was full. But today he saw that it was the damn white horse rider who spoiled him, which made Jiang Feng like this. Gaokan held the torch with red eyes, looking for Li Chengqian madly in the crowd, and finally he found Li Chengqian at the gate of the mountain pass in Guanzhugang. At this time, Li Chengqian seemed to be with Dugu. What are they talking about? Jinwu guards make up guards stand quietly around them. When I saw Gaokan, no one cared about this stupid big guy, but when everyone saw the stick he held high, they were instantly terrified. All Jinwu guards shot one after another. Gaokan presses on the ground. However, Jinwu guards also paid the price of at least 3 serious injuries and a dozen minor injuries. Miscellaneous. What did you do to honored teacher? Gao Kan was hoarse and shouted in anger until he was pressed on the ground and tied up with 5 flowers. Li Chengqian's face is not good, but when he sees Gao Kan's appearance, he is also exploded. Someone dragged me down and chopped it down. Duga hearing this hurriedly blocked Li Chengqian. Are you crazy? This is because you did not do it right. Now that Feng Tsai has something wrong, none of us can escape. And you don't. I thought about it. How do you explain this to your father? With this, the reputation of the entire White Deer Academy of Classical Learning is completely wiped out. If you are killing someone, it wasn't intentional. Besides, Feng Tsai said, I asked me to drive the pig up the mountain. Li Chengqian was also very irritable. If he hadn't heard Zhang Feng's words, how could he dare to send all the pigs to Mount Q so grandly? Now it's messed up, all of them are to blame, and he is wronged too. Then why don't you avoid time? Even if you get all the pigs up at night, don't you worry about the reputation of Academy? And your reputation? Zhang Sanchong was also a little annoyed. He waved his hand to let the crowd let go. Gao Kan asked, where is Feng Tsai? Go and call him. Let him come over and discuss how to deal with this matter. It's okay if Zhang Sanchong doesn't say anything. With that said, Gao Kan instantly exploded. Sir, already. Already. Divine Doctor Sun just came here, can't be saved, go away. Mister's neighborhood covered him with branches, and then there was a fire around him. What? When everyone heard it, they were almost scared to death. Quickly asked Gao Kan, and everyone looked in the direction of Gao Kan's fingers, and instantly the eyelids twitched. When I saw the eyes, there was a fire. Is Feng Tsai? Something happened? Li Chengqian was also dumbfounded. Cheng Chumo and the other's complexion sank. He grabbed Li Chengqian's collar and shouted, Li Qian, your uncle. I see who else can save you this time. Go and see. Feng Zi don't even want to run away if something happens. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 703. How many people can take care of that many? Hurriedly moved towards the direction of the fire, and at this time Li Chengqian was also shocked. No, I drove the pig to the mountain. This is not the case. Is this youngster really wrong? Li Chengqian couldn't care too much, and was shocked by this situation at this time. I want to ask Gao Kan. But when he thought of the strength of the youngster and the big man, he couldn't help but hesitate to ask. I'm asking you. What happened to Feng Tsai? What happened to him? Gao Kan did not answer him. On the contrary, he glared at her even more, as if he was about to pounce on him in the next second. Scared Li Chengqian hurriedly shut up, and he didn't care about a lot of rushing to the fire-filled place. The col is not far from the place where Zhang Feng is, but there is a ridge between them. A few people can't care about the tree branches on the ground along the way, holding the torch and staggering down the mountain. The closer you get, the more everyone finds something wrong. We saw faintly, they actually saw a lot of partners. Against the background of the fire, many people were sitting on the ground quietly looking at the middle one in the middle by countless bonfires, something like a haystack in a daze. Everyone was shocked. Is this youngster really so unintimidated? Nothing? When a few people thought about it this way, the feathers exploded in an instant, hurriedly, and ran down the mountain again. When a few people hurried down the mountain, they discovered that basically everything on the mountain people are all down. All of them have cold light on their faces, the color of sorrow, not exhaustive. Several people also turned pale with fright and hurriedly squeezed forward. At this time, the old village chief, Mazu, Oldie and the others who were walking in the front were sad, but no one was crying. On the contrary, it was the women and children who were crying. Rustling sound. What happened to Feng Tsai? The old village chief, Li Chengqian, would like to ask, what happened to Zhang Feng? But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted coldly by the old village chief. Get off. There was only one word for him, but in this word, Li Chengqian didn't even hear a trace of anger, meaninglessness, and other feelings. It was very cold, and the cold made Li Chenqian suddenly feel that he was really doing something wrong, and it also made Li Chenqian, Duga Chengchumo Zhang San Chong and the others suddenly feel that this thing seems to be true. It's a big one. No, old village head, you are talking about Feng Tsai, even if we are wrong, but you have to talk about her first. Then Divine Doctor Sun, what did you say? Looking at the situation of Feng Tsai normally, it is impossible to be so weak. I saw that Dugu was asking. The old village chief seemed to be guilty of beating him last time because of his unfathomable mystery, or what was going on, so he sighed and said, Feng Tsai's situation is unknown to the old man. What should I say? He was like a sudden idiot, sitting there quietly without blinking his eyes. Even after Divine Doctor Sun saw it, he just shook his head and sighed and asked him to sit still. Let us never excuse me, we are worried that Feng Tsai has a problem, so we got him such a thing. Hearing this, Li Chenqian and the others are deeply sighed in relief. But I am also curious, this youngster, you are okay? What you do here? This is not a temple, you are really like this? You are very awesome. But this person doesn't know that Zhang Feng is worrying about this matter. After all, this matter is too big. It might not be possible. It is estimated that not only White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, everything will be destroyed. Even Zhang Feng will face the verbal criticism from the Shandong Province family and the Imperial College of Supreme Learning and the others. Although all the pigs have been brought up, this undoubtedly makes White Deer Academy of Classical Learning even worse. Hey, you really did a mess this time. Several people patted Li Chenqian on the shoulder, sighed, and then sat silently on the side. I waited. None of them knows what happened to Zhang Feng, but the best way to do this is to wait. Zhang Feng's situation is very similar to hysteria, but Divine Doctor Sun did not say that Zhang Feng's situation at this time, that is to say, at this time Feng Tsai, this may not be the case. But it is precisely because of this that everyone is more worried, but worry is worried. Everyone can only pray silently. Zhang Feng must not have an accident, after all, he has been with Zhang Feng for so long. In their hearts, Zhang Feng is already their brother. It can even be said that in their hearts, Zhang Feng is already their teacher. It's just that because of the skin problem, they haven't really called Zhang Feng once. However, when everyone was sitting around the bonfire waiting for Zhang Feng to wake up, at this time, Tai Kai Skill also received the situation of Zhang Feng's accident. Li Shimin was already asleep, but after receiving a report from the Jingwu guard stationed at the foot of Mount Q, he was extremely angry. Afterwards, Cheng Yojin, Yachi Gong and the others were also hurriedly summoned by Li Shimin overnight. In Li Shimin's bedroom, Li Shimin said with a frosty face, I just learned that something happened to the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. Do you know? Several people were silent, and their bodies bowed lower. When Li Shimin saw this, a Buddha Sleeves angrily said, change clothes, follow me to White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. Diff. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 704. In the end, Li Shimin didn't have it either, and going out of the palace in the middle of the night would bring a lot of unnecessary trouble. Li Shimin and Yachi Gong, Cheng Yojin, and Qin Kaian waited anxiously all night in the imperial study room, until the sky was light. Li Shimin hurriedly put on a Buddha sleeve. Then everyone rushed out of the city. At this time, Zhang Feng's motionless body trembled slightly, and then, in the bloodshot eyes of everyone, Zhang Feng moved slightly, a little sore. His arms shook his neck, but after seeing the situation clearly, Zhang Feng was a little confused. Huh? What am I? Why am I here? What's wrong with you? Why are you all sitting here? Why are you guys not bright this day? What's the situation? Zhang Feng was completely dumbfounded. He was busy all afternoon yesterday. He only remembers the last. After driving Zhang into the pigpen, he can't remember the rest. But Zhang Feng looked at his current situation and the shack built in a hurry around him. He couldn't help but asked in surprise, did I just sit all night like this last night? Until now. From the shock and numbness, all the talents slowly woke up. Feng Tsai, Feng Tsai, Feng Tsai are back. Feng Tsai is awake. Everyone wake up, wake up. Feng Tsai, it's okay. Feng Tsai is okay. God bless. God bless you. Feng Tsai is okay at last. Get up quickly, get up quickly, give it to Feng Zi, give way. At this time, everyone saw Jiang Feng waking up and couldn't help crying. This made Jiang Feng even more embarrassed. Isn't this just a sleep? Didn't you just sit here and sleep for a while? Are you ass? But he himself didn't even notice. If he was a normal person last night, he would just sit there when he saw a person sitting there, staring blankly at the front with his eyes unblinking. At night, everyone will be scared to death. When Jiang Feng saw that everyone was crying there, he was speechless and had a headache. There are a lot of things now, and with the addition of pigs, Jiang Feng was completely confused and couldn't help but roared anxiously. Are you all okay? Are you still going to work? Give you a quarter of an hour. Either go to work or no one eats today. It's strange to say that if it is normal, what Jiang Feng said will ensure that many of these people will find it. Jiang Feng talked about it in vain, but it was really weird today. Jiang Feng said that these people laughed instead, just like that with tears. It's all right now. Feng Tsai is back. Our Feng Tsai is really back. Let's go. Let's go. We're all going to work. Otherwise we'll just press Feng Zi today. Do. No one wants to eat anymore. Go, 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 work. Question mark. Jiang Feng was completely stunned by the operation of these people. However, Jiang Feng thought about it carefully, but he also understood the practices of these people. He is now the dean of the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. These people are also the people of the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. If one prospers, all prospers. If one suffers, all suffers. To put it another way, if he is one of these people, then if his dean is sitting here at this time, he will also be in such a situation. After all, this is according to the emperor's order. Locally, once the dean has an accident, it is tantamount to resisting the decree. Once this matter is implemented, these people will be jointly and severally liable. But these all are second. People in ancient times are very emotional. If you give him a piece of soba momo when he is hungry, he will repay you for a lifetime. This kind of feeling is rarely seen in the later generations of Jiang Feng. But when he was in the lobby, he also met these people during this time. It is also called loyalty. This is also a place that Jiang Feng feels extremely precious. The folk customs are simple and honest, and he has found the intrigues of later generations and those intrigues. It is more sincere and sincere. After everyone left, only Li Chenqian and the others remained. Jiang Feng stared at a few people with grinning teeth. All come in, help me up. My legs are numb. Everyone was taken aback, and then the reaction came over in an instant. He hurriedly lifted Jiang Feng out and placed it on a large blue stone, slapping his legs, rubbing his waist, and even Cheng Chumo pressed Jiang Feng's shoulder vigorously. The painful Jiang Feng almost felt that his neck was about to break. Fortunately, Dugu and Li Chenqian's techniques are relatively gentle. After a while, the blood circulates, and the numbness is no longer like the legs of their own body, and then they slowly become conscious. However, watching the morning sun rise, Jiang Feng's face flashed with excitement. Brothers, we got rich, do you know? Jiang Feng's unfathomable mysteries words made a few people flash across their foreheads one after another. Black line. Even Zhang Sanchong touched his forehead subconsciously, and when he was sure that Jiang Feng was still alive, he cautiously asked, Feng Tsai, your mother's last night was too scary. Didn't you know anything about what happened last night? We thought you. What's the matter? Jiang Feng rolled his eyes and shook the head speechlessly. Zhang Sanchong smacked his lips and gave a thumbs up. You are awesome, admire it, and worship it. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 705. After repeatedly confirming that Jiang Feng is fine, Li Chenqian said, Feng Tsai, what happened yesterday was that I was wrong. I apologize to you, but you also know that these pigs are under the mountain. I really can't do anything about it. Watching every day die that many, this is as uncomfortable as poking a knife in my heart. You also know that the hundreds of pigs that are lost every day are in your hands. That can at least allow hundreds or thousands of people, I can eat a full meal, but in my hands, This thing is dead and can only be buried in the soil, so I feel distressed, and in the end I can only rush you up the mountain in a hurry. Okay, it's not your fault, it's also my problem. I didn't make it clear, but since you have already caught up, let's be honest. Although it's a little trouble for the time being, I found that this has instead created a business opportunity for us White Deer Academy of Classical Learning and a chance to completely start our White Deer Academy of Classical Learning name. Li Chengqian's head is a bit overwhelming at this time. Come, they seriously doubted that Jiang Feng was agitated by that incident last night and caused a problem in his head. How can they see that everything is a business opportunity? Or it is a matter of getting rich? This is a normal person. Is it something that the dean of a normal academy should think about? But they also know the embarrassment of alienation now. The food is all donated to the mountains by those people. The original 30,000 stone of food has basically been consumed by half now. If they can't think of a way, I guess it will be better. In a month, when the academy opened, it was time for them to be hungry. So making money and fame is what Academy needs most at this time. After confirming that Jiang Feng really did not have any problems, the people at this time let go of their worries, since they are gathered together. Li Chengqian then let go of the grudge in his heart and asked, "You said you got rich. You have said this thing many times. You told me 3 days ago that it was wrong for 4 days. You have told me about this before, but I am puzzled now. Since yesterday, when you saw these pigs, you decided to build such a thing here." Li Chengqian, while speaking straight, the weird-shaped shed beside everyone said, "Why do you use this thing? Do you want these 150,000 pigs to be slaughtered here?" Everyone is hearing this. They can't help stared wide-eyed looking at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng nodded, but shook the head. "This can't help but make you more adorable a few years ago." This is nodded and shaking your head. What does this mean? For 150,000 pigs. I did have the idea before yesterday that I wanted to slaughter all these 150,000 pigs. After all, this matter is too big. If you don't take it out for a little something, the reputation of our White Deer Academy of Classical Learning this time may really be discredited. But fortunately, after thinking about it all night last night, I really thought of a solution. Thinking about it all night, big brother? Did you think about it all night? That was a terrifying night for you. Okay, you slept comfortably last night. Do you know who we are on the mountain? Big eyes staring at small eyes looking at you. A few people rolled the eyes. But for these, it is not important. After all, the most important thing is to solve this big problem first. After all, these things eat more than people every day. If you don't solve it in 1 day, it is estimated that it will take less than 3 days. The food on the mountain must be prepared with some damn pig's food. When the time comes, everyone will have to be hungry. Cheng Chumo, looking at Jiang Feng with bright eyes, asked, "Do you have a good idea? Wouldn't you want to open a big restaurant here?" If this is the case, brother, I promise that by noon today, bring you brother number 3 or 500. Jiang Feng gave Cheng Chumo a look. If you want to eat, you want to eat. What are you doing with your brother? At worst, you want to bring all the people in your family over for a meal. It's easy to say, but you have to pay for it. You know, brother, I'm crazy because of lack of money, but it's better to exchange it with grain. And 1 pound of grain for 1 pound of meat. After Chumo's murderous eyes, Jiang Feng hurriedly changed his words. Well, I'm talking about cooked meat, not raw meat. Several people hearing this. They also said that many people can be brought in within today cobbled together, meet the world. But this is all a joke. After all, everyone knows this deep mountain and old forest. Even if you come to so many people, where do you sit? And the people they can bring, they are not at ease. Just in case 1 or 2 of them have big mouths, let them leak out the identity. Don't they have to finish playing? The most important thing is still not at ease. Therefore, this matter can only be regarded as a joke, that's all. After a few people laughed for a while, Du Go's words instantly brought back to the real problem. On so many pigs, what should I do? Jiang Feng also put away frivolous. But the frivolous just now, he just forced it out and gave it to these guys. and everyone who was watching him while working. When the topic returned to the main text, Zhang Feng pondered for a long time before he said, "The method Ian Knox said is actually a method, but this matter does not have to be here." "Where is that? Do you really want to open a restaurant?" everyone asked in unison. Even those in the distance were eavesdropping. Zhang Feng's painting of Tong Huifang couldn't help but also pricked his ears and looked at Zhang Feng. "Yes, it is to open a restaurant and open a restaurant." Zhang Feng ordered, nodded and said, "Do you still remember when the beer barbecue was out? Why I didn't recommend opening restaurant?" He knows these people don't understand. Without waiting for everyone's answer, Zhang Feng continued, "Barbecue beer is lesser Dao, it's indecent. But you have also eaten the dishes I made." "Do you think I made it?" "How does the cuisine compare to the top restaurants in Chainan City?" "That's nothing to say, don't you know, since the fat cook with the surname Zi has been studying here for a while now, basically, my Li family's kitchen has become a place for these bastards and stealing teachers. Originally, my kitchen could only accommodate a few people. But now the good guys have moved directly into the yard. Every time they cook, just like opening Arab Empire, dozens or hundreds of people are staring at the guy surnamed Zhu to learn. You don't know what that fatty surnamed Zhu is like now." Li Chenqi and I took the opportunity to complain, but after seeing Chen Chumo's unkind faces, he hurriedly changed his words, "Say business and talk business." "Actually, Feng Tsai, you don't have to trouble. Before I come to White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, I have already ordered the next person." The downtown areas of Chainan City East Market and Zai Market have been vacated. If you need to squeeze time, the storefront can be turned into a restaurant in an instant. It changed in an instant. "So you youngster did everything for me, dot. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 706. However, after Zhang Feng said so, Cheng Chumo and the others' eyes changed slightly. "I said, Feng Tsai, you are looking down on brother, are you? You want to do this stuff, you can breathe us. Anyway, we are all in Chainan City. There are some industries. You and Li Qian are eating meat, so let us have some soup." They know Zhang Feng's cooking skills. They are ready to make a move and start a restaurant! Exclamation mark. Don't talk about anything else. This pig's head meat and Zhang Feng's craftsmanship, that can make a lot of money. How can people calm down at this time? But Zhang Feng doesn't matter. "You guys, I thought you knew how to play." "Who knew that you also have an industry?" Cheng Chumo, hearing this, slammed his hair and said, "We, although it is stubborn, but never ask parents for a penny, we spend all the money we make." After Cheng Chumo finished, Wai Shu and the others were nodded again and again. Zhang Feng looked at Duga suspiciously at last. Duga blushed. "How can I be overwhelmed by the smell of copper?" "Cut!" Zhang Feng raised a middle finger contemptuously. "If you want to do it, just give me a hurry. Tomorrow morning, this braised pork will enter Chainan, but when the time comes, you really need you stubborn to come out and bring it. The rhythm is up." "Also, didn't Li Qian just say that Fatty was in your house that week?" "You first let him and the people he teaches come to your store for the time being. Keep it there. In another 10 days, after I have trained a group of people, they can get out." "Of course," you said, "if he wants to learn the real ability, he will roll up the mountain for me. I will show him for a month!" Exclamation mark. Li Chenqian, hearing this, repeatedly nodded. "By the way, how big is your store?" Finally, Zhang Feng asked casually. Li Chenqian looked at all around, thought about it and said, "It's about the same size as your little tavern, but it's empty for the time being. If you make it now, it's estimated that you can make it tomorrow morning." "This sign, how do I get it?" "We have to have a signboard for this thing, with that Yanlai building." When it comes to signboards, Zhang Feng's first thought is Chang'an Grand Hotel, but after thinking about it, some didn't want to be too shocking. But he couldn't think of the common name. I had to lie on the big blue stone, bathed in the morning sun, and said, "The problem of the store name, you guys think about one." I have a headache now. A few people are hearing this, got together in an instant. "What do I think about our shop? Its name is Hongbainlu." "Not good." "Listen, it's not domineering, it doesn't reflect his uniqueness, I think it should be called White Deer Winery, which can reflect the name of our White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, isn't it? No way, Bailu Bailu, although the name of the academy is different, yeah. But where is the name of a place to eat? How about a restaurant? No way. Or, let's use the first word of our name to think of names for our respective stores. This ... I think. Just like that, for a few people crouching on the ground for a long time. It was not until Jiang Feng was about to fall asleep that several people woke up Jiang Feng excitedly. As soon as Jiang Feng woke up, Li Chengqian was the first to say, "If you think about the name, please come back. How about it? All right again. How can I hear the smell of a roadside stall?" Jiang Feng was stunned, shook his head speechlessly. At any rate, you are also people with faces and faces. If you want a name, what do you think about it? Can you think about one? Li Chengqian shrugged. That's it. We've been thinking about it for an hour. The key is that these three idiots always find it unpleasant, and finally came up with this name, or you should come, follow these few. This guy, I'm going to be pissed to death. Li Chengqian directly quit the pot. To reason with Cheng Chumo, it's better to fight with them. Jiang Feng thought for a while and said, "Since you all can't think of it, then ... I have an idea. Listen to it." Several people came to their minds instantly and climbed up the big blue stone, leaned on the stone and waited. Jiang Feng thought for a while and said, "This can be considered our White Deer Academy of Classical Learning's first industrial chain and Chainan City. Academy is famous, so I think it is called the Chainan Hotel chain, arranged in order from one branch. For example, Li Qian's 20 stores. The name of the store is called Chainan, the first branch of the hotel chain, White Deer Academy of Classical Learning Shop. The second shop is called the second branch of Chainan Hotel, White Deer Academy of Classical Learning Shop. How? What's the name?" Li Chengqian looked at Jiang Feng dumbfounded. "Once this name is on the signboard, shouldn't people laugh out loud? This is not as good as the previous name. This is too much. Right?" Li Chengqian's face is a bit stiff. His store, basically those of Chainan's dignitaries, are basically knowledgeable. If this is suddenly changed to this, then how dare he go out in the future? Is this a signboard? Which campaigner's signboard uses this name? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 707. However, it is clear that Li Chengqian is not as stubborn as Jiang Feng. Under Jiang Feng's strong suggestion, Li Chengqian can only pinch his nose to recognize it. No way. The arm can't twist the thigh. After seeing the nearly 100 pig killers led by Zheng Butcher rushing to the battlefield, several people couldn't sit still anymore and hurried down the mountain. Just as a few people just came down the mountain, Jiang Feng returned to the woodhouse on the top of the mountain, and when he was ready to sleep, he heard something he didn't want to hear. "Yu Xinan is up the mountain. Furthermore, I went up the mountain angrily last night, at this time in the courtyard of Divine Dr. Sunday." Divine Dr. Sun's house was temporarily next to Li Yuan's house. Li Yuan was afraid of being lonely, so he pulled Divine Dr. Sun to the side of the waterfall while listening to the sound of water and the shouting from the construction site. He also built a wooden house for Sun Simiao by the way. But Li Yuan did not resist the choking smell of the lime kiln and ran away. Leave only Sun Simiao where to live alone. At this time, it happened that Li Yuan's empty house was occupied by Yu Xinan. When Jiang Feng learned of this, he sighed and hurried to Yu Xinan to wait for the training. No way, people are under the eaves and have to bow their heads. After all, he still wants to invite Yu Xinan, relying on Yu Xinan's relationship, to invite the three great gods up the mountain. When Jiang Feng arrived with 3 jars of fine wine and 3 burnt black soil, Yu Xinan and Sun Simiao looked at the boiling tea stove. Did they burst out? The hearty laughter, nothing Guzi said, the angry appearance, Jiang Feng couldn't help but feel a little incomprehensible. But he didn't dare to be careless. He put things on the door rail and bowed and said, "Student Jiang Feng, meet Mr. Boshi." But Yu Xinan, as if I hadn't heard it, I continued to chat with Sun Simiao about what Jiang Feng found boring. The laughing beard trembled. Jiang Feng doubted that if they continued to laugh, Would the two of them have to go straight away? But this kind of scene finally stopped when Jiang Feng spoke for the third time. Yu Xinan glanced at Jiang Feng, instantly put away the smile on his face, sternly pointed to the opposite side of the case and said, "Sit." Jiang Feng, such as the amnesty, I feel, nodded and sit down with a bow. There is no way, although this site belongs to him, but if you want to ask others, you have to lower your body, and this matter is also caused by a few of them. Yu Xinan can come, then it shows that there is still room for change in this matter. As soon as Jiang Feng sat down, he hurriedly placed the 3 chickens on the table, and then patted the mud seal on the wine jar. Sure enough, even if Yu Xinan was incorruptible, under the temptation of being upright, the fragrance of fine wine, and the temptation of delicious food, after all, he lowered his arrogant head. I didn't know that Mr. Boshi went up the mountain last night. It was the youngster's poor greeting. These 3 jars of wine are the last 3 jars of wine left in the youngster. They were specially presented to apologize. Please also Mr. Boshi to calm down. Youngster, you seem to owe me a bar for 3 days. Sun Simiao looked at the wine and was greedy, profiting from somebody's misfortune. Jiang Feng's expression was stagnant, and he hurriedly said, "What divine Dr. Sun said is that youngster always keeps it in mind." But after that night, after being drunk, he drank all the wine. This is youngster. After half a month, the new wine came out in the wine cellar. The youngster must immediately give divine Dr. Sun the first wine. Sun Simiao, hearing this, and then each minding their own business, picked up one all to fill 3 people with 30,000 wine, which is regarded as forgiving Jiang Feng. But Yu Xinan is unwilling to buy this step of Sun Simiao, coldly snorted and said, "Don't use these mundane things to buy, old man." Youngster, I ask you, yesterday's 300,000. Did you tinker with the pigs going up the mountain? My opinion, this is the youngster's idea. Sun Simiao glanced at Jiang Feng, only to sigh. And Yu Xinan, hearing this, couldn't help getting angry. "Do you know, where is this place?" Jiang Feng hurriedly sat up straight and said, "Youngster knows, this is White Deer Academy of Classical Learning." "Then you know, how can you catch up to the mountain with such things of ado? If this is to let the world know about it, don't you think that Mount Q is actually a breeding ground for pigs?" "What is this?" "This is an insult to sage. You read the sage book. Don't you read it all on your toes? And you don't understand the truth. Have you ever thought about it for me? Did you think about the reputation of divine Dr. Sun?" Yu Xinan became more and more angry, and in the end he almost screamed. It's nothing more than what he would do. This time he just announced the closure of the pen in a high-profile manner. Then, where did the retired emperor learn about a few poems that Jiang Feng read in public on Mount Q a few nights ago, when he was inexplicably excited? The youngster directly poured a pea on his head, and instantly gave Yu Xinan a chill. At this time, if he doesn't get angry, that's really weird. Jiang Feng also knew his own recklessness, and had to bear Yu Xinan's anger obediently, and after Yu Xinan's mood slightly improved, he said, "Mr. Boshi said, the youngster was really confused at the time. It shouldn't be. Just don't let the bastard Li Qian do this." But this matter has an impact on the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. Youngster has a different idea. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 708. Sun Simiao, hearing this, was taken aback. He hurriedly blocked Jiang Feng and said, "Youngster, don't have to apologize to Boshi. Maybe Boshi can still." That's all. Brother Sun, just let this youngster say. The old man wanted to see how he could fight against the lotus. Sun Simiao wanted to find another step. But at this time, Yu Xinan seemed to be really angry. I stopped drinking, and looked at the waterfall not far away with my hands on my back. Jiang Feng fists helplessly at Sun Simiao. How did he not know that Sun Simiao was looking for him a step? But if this matter is not clear, it will be a big trouble afterwards, and now Chainan City may have been raging. Don't talk about why, don't talk about Chu Siliang, but Yu Xinan probably won't come. Then when the time comes, this great academy, he is the only one, he shouldn't be tired dead. Seeing this, Jiang Feng sorted out what he wanted to say in his mind and then said, Mr. Boshi also asked to calm down his anger. The reason why the students will be like this is naturally due to the reputation of the academy. Think about it. HMPH. Do you still think about the reputation of the academy? The reputation of the old man has long been disgraced because of your 300,000 pigs. Do you still think about your academy? I'm afraid not. After 3 days, you, the people on the academy, have to go away, Yushinan said without looking back. Sun Simiao hurriedly persuaded him, Brother Boshi, he is still a child, so you can calm down and listen to what he says. Okay. And the old man asked about this youngster last night, and he was old. The man also learned from Li Qian's youngster. The reason Zhang Feng brought these 300,000 pigs up was because on the one hand, he wanted to improve the breed of pigs, remove the odor, and make him more delicious. In the past few days, you have not been on the mountain. Zhang Feng used pork made with 13 Chinese herbs. The old man thought he had eaten the delicacies of the mountain and the sea, but this pork still made the old man slanderous. Drop. Speaking of your youngster coming today, why didn't you even bring a bit of the braised pig's feet? Zhang Feng patted his head. Look at my head. I was busy with things down the mountain. I really forgot about it. I'll send it to you. Come. While speaking, Zhang Feng is about to get up to find someone, but he was blocked by Yushinan. I just wanted to run. Zhang Feng hearing this, the foot that just stepped out, is worthy of being taken back. He knows what Sun Simiao means. That means that is to say, no matter how much you say, it is not as good as a braised pig's knuckle. Zhang Feng is also surprised. But how can you hide Yushinan's ears when the two sing together? Zhang Feng is speechless. He had to stand in place again and said, actually, as elder son said, youngster has indeed tinkered with some medicine ingredients to get rid of the smell of pork. After getting the confirmation, the youngster asked Li Qian to go down the mountain to find a large number of court eunuchs that came out of the bidet room, and castrate the pigs. Zhang Feng explained the process of fanning the pigs and getting rid of the odor. Let Sun Simiao configure the feed, so that the pigs can slaughter 200 catties in at most half a year, and there is no stinking thing all over the body. I said it completely, although Yushin and I was shocked to ask Sun Simiao again and again, but I still couldn't believe it. After looking at Zhang Feng, Yushinan's anger came up again. For the time being, believe you about this? But after all, this is just a flattery. You can't get it. You academy, will you only teach people to raise pigs? Although Yushinan is still unceremonious, Zhang Feng can clearly hear it from Yushinan's voice. Yushinan's anger is gone, but now he is waiting for his explanation, that's all. Zhang Feng hurriedly said, we students, we have learned the sage Confucius, and Saint teaches us to take it from the people and use it for the people, and also teaches us not to forget the people and water and fire. The sage Confucius said this. Yushinan frowned slightly. Even though these words, Yushinan has never heard of them, but there seems to be some truth in these words, so Yushinan just turned back and returned to the case. Asked a few years ago, where did Zhang Feng know? Who said these all are? He just said that he slipped his mouth, and he opened his mouth. The youngster forgot which saint said it. But these words must be written by saint, but youngster thinks that we are born, fall to the ground, eat grains, and appreciate the world. Almost none of us grow up slowly from that firewood, rice, oil, and salt, and then read books for what? Our goal is to serve the imperial court better, to change our lives, to change the lives of the people, and to make everyone tasteful of food, clothing, and laughter at home. Mister, what does Boshi think? This is another piece of work. Although Yushinan is thinking hard, he still nodded. Don't interrupt, say talk about your current affairs. Okay. Zhang Feng hearing this, immediately sat down obediently, and said, this matter is that Li Qian misunderstood what the student meant. But the student did not blame him. If it weren't for the student to say that, then Li Qian was also impossible, so excited that he didn't even divide the time, and hurriedly drove the pig up the mountain. He was not wrong, and the students thought they were right. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 709. Yu Xinan laughed angrily. Sun Simiao quickly winked at Jiang Feng. But Yu Xinan blocked Sun Simiao's words. You keep talking. Jiang Feng said, I will say this year, Great Tang Long Yu Dao Drought. Don't talk about it, old man knows. Do you want to show off your achievements again? Jiang Feng stopped. This is the last one who said, since reaching an agreement with Tibet, Tibet has also forgotten the essence in order to obtain more food to fight against the locust plague. So I let old Li. They took the opportunity to wipe out the locusts with a large number of pigs on the internet. Fortunately, my God, the locusts were finally wiped out. However, after the locusts are wiped out, the first thing to bear is the outbreak of famine. Yu Xinan frowned in dissatisfaction. Jiang Feng hurriedly jumped forward again and said, these pigs consume a lot of food every day. If they let themselves go, if Tibet learns that they will take the opportunity to ask for pigs, wouldn't it be possible? Put old Li and the others in a dangerous situation. Pigs can't be released and can't be raised. After all, people nowadays can barely maintain food for one meal a day. Where can the surplus money be left over ice? So the youngster is also impatient. Only Mount Q was marked. When urging the construction of the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, I sent someone to find Lao Gao, who was first on the mountain. Experiment, Divine Doctor knows about this. Yu Xinan nodded, fainted a little. I already know about this, the old man. The old man has seen it before. But what is the connection between the 300,000 pigs under this mountain? Have you ever thought about it? Think about it. Jiang Feng picked up the wine bowl and drank a full bowl, and sighed. Youngster on the one hand all day worrying about the people and being hungry all day. The youngster is awake at night and does not know the taste of food. Fortunately, he found a way in his dream and developed a stew made of 13 Chinese medicines to temporarily eliminate the smell of pork. He became delicious. It's just that youngster doesn't know that there are so many pigs outside Cheng'an City that bother old Li. Old Li and I are brothers. Brother has difficult, how can I watch? That's why the youngster has this bold idea. After Jiang Feng finished speaking, he knocked on the beckoning chicken gently. At this time, he dared to conclude that Yu Xinan and the two had not eaten, so when the mud that was wrapped in the chicken cracked open, the fragrance instantly attracted the two of them. Yu Xinan's throat couldn't help but also rolled. I saw Jiang Feng slowly peeling off the layers of lotus leaves, and then took out a small knife from his arms, cut open the chicken belly, the spices wrapped in the chicken belly, and the hot one after another eggs rolled all over the table in an instant. Jiang Feng pointed at Huiziji and said, this is the way youngster thought of when he was starving to death due to lack of food every day in order to solve the problem of chickens and ducks that just eat. This method is simple. You don't need a stove. You can learn to cook as long as you look at it once. Jiang Feng while speaking, Yu Xinan has already followed. Sun Simiao picked up a chicken thigh and gnawed it. Jiang Feng was deeply sighed in relief when he saw this. This only said slowly, and those 300,000 pigs, when I learned from Li Qian that almost 100 of them were starving to death every day, I couldn't help feeling a little distressed. Think of me, Shainan, so many people are hungry. But this pork is a natural food. It is a pity that he is ruined in this way and no one knows how to eat it. So the youngster plans to build a food processing factory under the mountain. Every day, Tongyue Street people who learn to stew meat will continue to steer and boil pork all day long, and then send them to Chang continuously. And city is distributed to everyone. Jiang Feng said his plan eloquently. Until this time, Yu Xinan finally asked in amazement, your original intention was not to rescue the ordinary people of Chang'an, although you have not eaten it before. When you heard about the braised pork from Elder Sun with the appearance of slander, you can know that this thing is not a vulgar thing. You can talk about your thoughts. Until now, Yu Xinan's anger has finally disappeared completely. Jiang Feng is deeply sighed in relief. But he knows that the next thing is the most important thing. If there is a slight point, Yu Xinan is still impossible to go up the mountain. Even if he promised before, he will regret it at this time. Jiang Feng thought for a while, simply picked up the wine bowl and respectfully respected Yushinan and Sun Simiao for a bowl of wine, and then said, "The youngster said before, it is indeed for the academy. It's not because of its reputation. As you always know, White Deer Academy of Classical Learning is actually a mix-up. People who don't know it will always be unable to accept such a model, although the youngster does not insist that everyone can come. But people want a face and a bark." Zhang Feng also wants to fight for a sigh of relief and show everyone the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. So what? Yushinan threw away the chicken bones, picked, took a small scimitar from Zhang Feng's hand, cut off the chicken breasts, and asked while eating. The students want to pry out the food in the mouths of those national duke and officials in Shainan. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 710. Zhang Feng said plainly, as if things should be the way they are. But these words came out. In an instant, the faces of Yushinan and Sun Simiao changed suddenly. The two hurriedly looked around, and they were deeply sighed in relief after seeing no one around them. Yushinan looked at Zhang Feng solemnly for a long time, and then said, "Youngster, do you know that if your sentence today is spread out, even if you have 10 a head is not enough for you to understand? In the future, I will take it out and say that the old man doesn't want his fame to be destroyed by your hands." Sun Simiao couldn't help but sighed. "Youngster, your idea is correct. But pork is still pork after all. Impossible is in the elegant hall. Even more how at this time, who doesn't know the price of food? Even if you are a bit the meat is sweet, and the old man thinks that no one will pay for your impulse." Zhang Feng shook his head. No, since the youngster dared to do this, he thought about everything a long time ago. Last night, the youngster thought about it all night. Sun Simiao was surprised. "I committed hysteria last night because of this." Zhang Feng nodded. "You are always right. Without the Vajra drill, youngster, I would not dare to take this porcelain job." The matter finally came to an end, but not to mention Yushinan, even Sun Simiao thinks it is impossible. You think it's perfect, but is it realistic? Are you planning to deal with this with the jealous mentality that all the people have? If you are in this case, the old man will go down the mountain. Now, from then on, it is you and Mount Q that have nothing to do with each other. Yushinan said simply and directly. Zhang Feng hearing this was smiling. If it's the youngster's hand, then the youngster really wants to kill me and sell pork. In fact, it's just like the cooperative and the bone strengthening powder. They all need something, a public opinion. Only, what did you say? You said bone strengthening powder, and the coop? Are you tinkering with these things? Yushinan can't sit still up. Zhang Feng also somewhat surprisedly said, "Didn't old Fang tell Mr. Boshi?" Yushinan rubbed his forehead. "What else did you do?" "Now once I confessed that the old man doesn't want to be shocked by you from time to time. Before, the old man always thought that this magical thing of the bone strengthening powder was either from Brother Sun, but after meeting Brother Sun, the old man knew that the thing did not come from his hands. The old man is still wondering who did this thing come from. But I absolutely didn't expect it was from you." "Oh," Yushinan sighed, "if it weren't for this, the 3 old stubborns wouldn't have to consume the old man's tongue. They only need the bone strengthening powder to make them go up the mountain overnight." Yushinan is not exaggerating. The magic of this bone strengthening powder, even he felt surprised. "After taking it, I feel comfortable and even stronger." "And what is the cooperative?" "This is for the benefit of the people. I don't know if there are descendants, but no one can do such a feat." "Okay, let's not talk about it, but the pig matter has too much influence. I can't say that Guanlong is already thinking of a way. Even the people from aristocratic families of Shandong know about it. If you have any sly plan, you can quickly tell the old man and show you it, whether it works or not." Zhang Feng hearing this, greeted the two to eat chicken, and then ran away in a hurry. A team of craftsmen who had just passed by said something before returning and eating and drinking with the two of them. While eating and drinking, Zhang Feng said, "If you return to Mr. Boshi, the youngster's real purpose this time is to use the smell of pork. And city is cooked in a pot and given to the poor on the spot. As long as the fragrance drifts into the stomachs of the people in the city and arouses their gluttons, Even if they know that this thing is pork, they all want it. Come and taste it. Yu Shinan twitched his lips. But when I saw the chicken with keen interest pleasure in my hand, I couldn't help but be taken aback. Then Haha said with a big smile, then this is not your intention? As far as the old man knows, your youngster is the master of don't act without some incentive, so you are willing to put it on all the pork is sent out? Jiang Feng waved his hand dazedly. Mr. Bossy joked. Although youngster loves money, he has a good way to do it. For a country like this, youngster dare not make money. Greed, only the hadith of Confucius in my heart. Of course, at this time youngster is also considered a big family, and money is needed everywhere on this mountain. After this wave of public opinion erupts, youngster is ready to let leak in. A few people opened a restaurant in Chainan City with my name of White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. The youngster is not for money, nor is it overcharged. You only need a catty of grain to exchange for a catty of braised pork. Yu Shinan could not help being frowned. Although at this time, from Jiang Feng's words, he also heard something, but faintly he heard the most of the way of business. Where is the dean of the academy? Libation Chancellor. The words spoken. This is clearly a black business in the market. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 711. The thing that literati looks down on most is the secretly black belly merchants. This is why the merchants of this era have such a low status. In the eyes of everyone, they are the kind of uncaring traitors who sell high and low income. He is very reluctant to let Jiang Feng do this. After all, Jiang Feng is no longer alone in this matter. Now, behind him is a network of tangled and complicated relationships. His Imperial Majesty, retired Emperor, and Crown Prince, Divine Doctor, etc. Even in the dark behind him, the eyes of Guanlong, aristocratic families of Shandong, etc. are all focused on him. Once he has little difference, he will be like today. What he has done today, everything, as well as the prestige he has accumulated so hard, will instantly tilt and collapse. Fortunately, Yu Shinan is not a stubborn person. When Jiang Feng just said that a pound of grain was exchanged for a pound of meat, he already understood what Jiang Feng did. However, this is what shocked Yu Shinan the most. This youngster actually used the retreat as advance method in the Book of War. Just like the academy, after the imperial edict was first issued, everyone was full of contempt for him, thinking that this was just a rich man, or a stubborn player who used it to play. But until the subsequent opening of the warehouse, the distribution of 20,000 shi of grain, and then at this time, what Yu Shinan saw on the mountain, which is ordinary. Sometimes even Yu Shinan has an illusion. If it weren't for Jiang Feng's personal relationship, he would definitely think that Jiang Feng was the reincarnated saint, especially at this time, when he learned the real purpose of the 300,000 pigs. He deeply felt the horror of Jiang Feng. This youngster is not simple. In time, who can stand shoulder to shoulder with him? Courage, no one can match. Although some are timid and afraid of death, just a little temper. Learning, even him, at this time, can't understand the magical arithmetic, and even those poems that make him ashamed of being inferior. It was also after the decision to join Mount Q that he took the initiative to seal the pen. Whenever he thinks of Jiang Feng's poems, he always feels a sense of shame when he looks at the pen in his hand. He feels that he is humiliating this pen and this piece of paper. More about strategy. This youngster has a single mouth, playing Tibet, Turkic and other countries in applause. Even if Zhuge Kongming is alive, I'm afraid I can only look forward to it, right? Everything just now seems to be a joke. But as long as Jiang Feng fires the pork and the stove out of Chainan City so much, naturally any tricks will fail. People can never lie to their eyes, nose and ears. Oh. Youngster, old man is curious. Who are you? Yu Shinan asked after eating the last egg in his hand. Jiang Feng shrugged. I don't know. Some people say that I am a teacher of Kongming. I also vaguely remember that Kongming seems to be a disciple of mine. The youngster has been sitting on Mount Yutai for 500 years. Shut up. I don't have enough to eat. Go quickly and get some trotters for the old man to taste. This time the old man doesn't plan to leave anymore. Brother Sun is my companion. Jiang Feng hearing this was overjoyed. But then Jiang Feng looked bitter and sighed. The youngster is really very excited and useless to express, but you Lord saw that there are so many students on this mountain, plus this pork the matter is attracting everyone's attention. At that time, more students will come. The youngster is worried that Mr. Boshi will be too busy. Yu Shinan wanted to laugh a little, waved his hand and said, "Come on, in front of the old man, put away your show-off, those three old stubborn. I will repair a book by myself, plus it depends on whether you can do this as you said. If you can do it, even if the old man does not write to them, they will naturally go to the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning." Hearing this, Jiang Feng overjoyed a series of bows. The youngster thanked Mr. Boshi first. "Fuck off, I'm hungry." Yu Shinan was a little funny. In the end, it was just silently laughed. But at this moment, Jiang Feng looked into the distance and pointed to a few people who were carrying a big dustpan. "It just so happens that you have a good fortune today, but this is just lifted from the bottom of the mountain. The braised pork that came up, and the youngster can really make a pig. I am going to give you a whole pig banquet. Please take a seat and watch the youngster next." Sun Semiao early can't wait. Seeing the person carrying the dustpan, he got up and fumbled for 3 wine gourds from the wood house. Finally, he was worried and shook the wine jar of Jiang Feng and said, "I know, your youngster has a bad drink, so I won't prepare it for you." What can Jiang Feng say? Just laughed, and hurriedly put the meat on the table with the 4 students carrying the steaming braised pork. Without waiting for him to lay out all of them, the pig intestines in a pottery bowl entangled in a pot. That caught Yu Shinan's attention. Jiang Feng saw this and said, "This thing helps the intestines, that is, belly digestion." At this time, the meat is already cooked and delicious. You can always taste it. Yu Shinan hearing this hurriedly picked up a long piece of pig intestine. Under Jiang Feng's prompt, he dipped it with a little vinegar and sauce, and took a light bite. In an instant, Yu Shinan couldn't help groaning with the fragrant and soft smell. "Youngster, what is this?" "Pig intestine." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 712. Jiang Feng finished. Sun Simiao's face changed instantly. "Not even gnawing on my favorite pig's feet, but looking at Yu Shinan instead." Yu Shinan's face changed, but in the end, he chewed slowly, and smiled at Sun Simiao and said, "Even the old man dared to eat the locust. Even more, how is this?" "Ha ha ha ha. Brother Boshi, you are right. This youngster is as timid as a mouse. He is absolutely afraid to give you the things that have not been cleaned. I brought it to the table, but, you youngster, when the time comes, don't get it in the Chang'an tavern. If this thing is, let those people hold the handle. You youngster, but it will be bad luck." Jiang Feng hearing this twitched his lips. It's not considered the same thing. It's a pity that there are no peppers in this era. Today's peppers should still be alive and moisturized in the Americas. When the steam engine is ready, I will go and get the peppers back. A plate of peppers will stir-fry the fatty intestines. I don't believe that no one will eat it. This thing, even in later generations, is where the top grade is delicious. There are people who feel sick, but they are all trivial things. Jiang Feng is also impossible to be a universally charged role. He doesn't force everyone to like it. As long as some people can accept this stuff, how can his pockets not contain this half of people's money? But this is all something to follow. Jiang Feng was afraid that the introduction would not be in place, so he moved the whole pig up the mountain by mistake and sent it here. But the 3 people's stomachs were only that big. When eating and drinking, the fragrance attracted when Yu Shinan beckoned a group of laborers on the mountain. A large group of children came up to be gorgeous oneself. The 3 of them had no choice but to move slowly along the mountain path to the waterfall, all as if they were exercising after a meal. While walking, Yu Shinan picked his teeth and asked, "Feng Tsai, looking at the construction, it will be more than a month's weather. That is, before and after the Mid-Autumn Festival, This academy house will be officially completed. But the old man saw something they had never seen before. They called it teaching aids. What's the matter? Yesterday when Yushinan was going up the mountain, he happened to be holding a good teaching aid. When I came to look for the old craftsman of Jiangfeng, Yushinan asked about it, but looking at the semicircular and triangular things called teaching aids in his hands, Yushinan couldn't see through. This thing is also engraved with a scale mark exactly similar to that ruler, but it is completely different from what he recognizes. If it weren't for the pig's thing, he would have asked it a long time ago. At this time, Zhang's matter was settled, and Yushinan remembered the business. If he doesn't plan to come to the academy to teach, he will naturally not care. But now he has decided to stay. Naturally Yushinan has already entered the role. Jiang Feng did not conceal the slightest concealment, saying, "This thing is the teaching aids needed for mathematics and the science after mathematics, and that mathematics is only the primary level science. These are precise measurements, fields, things that are needed for the area of objects. We are now measuring things, either with a ruler or with steps to print. This is too troublesome, but once we learn math, calculate these things, just like my size of Mount Q. I only need a cup of tea." "Is it so magical?" Yushinan asked. "It's not magical. After a few days the pork problem subsides. The youngster takes the time to finalize the teaching book with you, and then youngster will only learn how to learn, and how to learn. The basic texts of the book have been written, and he will be shown to Mr. Boshi. When the time comes, Mr. will naturally know." Yushinan and Sun Simiao were shocked in an instant. Called together, "You said, you want to write a text? Well, is there anything wrong?" Jiang Feng meets the two asked in surprise. Hearing this, Yushinan and Sun Simiao looked at each other, and some wondered if Jiang Feng was drunk. Then the three of them stayed silent for a long time, until they walked under the waterfall and watched the water gushing from a cave on the top cliff of Denjiang High, and the waterfall fell down instantly. Yushinan then asked, "Youngster, do you know the price of paper?" "An ounce paper 1,000 per kilogram." "Then you already know." I know. How much does it cost to write a text?" "Youngster, do you know why there are so few scholars in this era?" "I don't know if I don't speak." Yushinan pointed to a crooked-necked jujube tree under the waterfall. The three of them sat on the intricate roots of the tree under the tree. Yushinan said solemnly, "In fact, this matter is old. Men wanted to talk about you a long time ago. You know, why are many people not optimistic about White Deer Academy of Classical Learning?" Jiang Feng really doesn't know about this. "Hurry up in a series. Please clarify your confusion." Yushinan sighed. "In this era, you know the requirements of becoming a great Confucian. The reason a few of us recommend you because you have taken a fancy to your youngster's talents. But if you are your own, and rely on your true ability to achieve great Confucian, it will take at least 30 years. It doesn't care how official you are, how famous you are, how many students you have, but how many libraries you have. Maybe you understand?" Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 713. Jiang Feng can understand something faintly. This said, "Mr. Boshi has been overwhelmed with this matter. The students are already collecting all kinds of rare books from various places. Even the youngster of classics of high official has gotten his hands!" Yushinan was surprised. "What are you talking about? Is the one in old Lord Li's hand?" Jiang Feng was a little confused, and asked, "Could there be more of this classics of high official?" Yushinan didn't answer him, but rubbed his forehead and said, "I heard old Lord Li became the honorary vice president of the academy. Did he get a book in exchange?" Jiang Feng sighed. "This old Lord Li is also true. How can you talk nonsense about this kind of thing?" "This is not a nonsense thing." Yushinan was a little annoyed, and pointed to Jiang Feng and said, "You really are newborn calves. Do not fear tigers. You have to know, the so-called library, part of it is about these things. On the other hand, it's about books written by yourself, and even if you copied a senior book, or translated a book, it's okay, but, to put it bluntly, an academy is better than that." "How much is the library?" "However, The comparison is also the same. As a dean, a libation chancellor represents an academy. Ironing needs to be hardened by yourself. You don't have to harden yourself. What will happen? So, you should be able to understand what I said. After Yushinan finished speaking, he sighed again, and Sun Simiao thought for a while, looked at Jiang Feng, then Yushinan, and then said, "The old man knows that you don't understand what Boshi said, so I'll ask you. As you know, in this Chainan city, fish gulls talk more about universities. 3. Imperial College of Supreme Learning, and my Chainan University, as well as our current White Deer Academy of Classical Learning." Sun Simiao asked, "Then do you think, besides Brother Boshi, can anyone in Chainan City be qualified to start a school?" "Yes." "Then why are few of them willing to open an academy?" This. Jiang Feng was silent. At this time, Yushinan slowly said 2 words. "Paper is expensive. Although there are many talented people, but the reason why they are still so unknown is not that they are not good enough, but that the scholars are mostly poor others. Or are they ruined because of reading or buying books?" Jiang Feng couldn't help but suddenly think of something. "I couldn't help but said, I was shocked by my father, and the etymology of the 3 gorges fell back. Chainan is expensive, and the word is spread, and the daughters are striving for home. After cutting the flesh and returning home, the husband laughs, and Hao Lian also. But don't ask if you hold a cup. How can there be people in the world, such as children and poor people, who knows Jiaxuan's mind, like the wind, under the dancing shroud?" Looking back at the setting sun, the vast 10,000 li, dusty wild horses. "I want the Longzhong, even more." "Wulong Qian Shai," Gao Yingkai. Gion asked, thundering, very yellow and dumb. "Students understand." Jiang Feng deeply sucked in a cold breath. He always thought that paper was expensive before. But from the time I would give me that in-depth thinking, when he opened the academy before, he felt that this great Tang's literati is all about holding talents and so on. But now, a word from Yushinan awakens Jiang Feng instantly. "It's not that these people don't want to teach, but I can't teach it. A book, no matter what, needs 2 or 3 papers. Normal yellow paper is not easy to write. Only expensive rice paper is easy to write. But how many people can you afford rice paper?" Finally, he can understand the meaning of Xin Kaj's poem. "Chainan paper is expensive, but $1,000 are contending." "Return the cut meat," Mr. laughs to himself. Yushinan was also in deep shock at this time. Jiang Feng is so talented that he can understand the truth in an instant after he tells the situation of this matter, and even can make such poems in an instant. This is nothing short of a ghost. Yushinan saw that Jiang Feng was silent at this time, thinking that his enthusiasm was suppressed by himself, and said with a little heart, "Youngster, don't be discouraged. As long as you are 30 years old, thousands of pigs, if used properly, these are not to be feared." "Sir, you worry too much, so youngster might be scared by these things." Jiang Feng instantly regained his self-confidence. He knew this paper was expensive, but he didn't plan to buy it. And it seems that old Lord Li is not optimistic that he can really make paper, so this matter has not spread. Fortunately, this is fine. See Jiang Feng like this, Yushinan can't understand Jiang Feng's frightened and flustered, and is a little unhappy. Jiang Feng hurriedly said, "Sir, in fact, youngster thought about this a few days ago, and my academy, the paper needed, especially the fine paper, will be you need at least 300 catties. This is not a textbook. Every student needs at least 3 catties of manufacture book paper, followed by gentlemen's textbooks and homework books, etc. All need paper, and you also said that this paper, 1,000 per kilogram. Even if the youngster has 10,000 possessions, it is impossible to support it. So the youngster has made preparations long ago. What to prepare? Make it yourself. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 714 Making a Fool. Is this something you can make if you want to make it? This paper making technique is either mastered in the Ministry of Works is in the hands of the people who make paper. Do you think anyone can make paper? If this is the case, It is also impossible, as you said in the poem just now. It's normal. Chain and paper is expensive. The word spreads. $1,000 compete for money. Cut off the meat and return it. The gentleman laughs at himself. How cheap. You yourself, you all know what it means. If it can be made, chain and paper will be expensive. Yu Xinan feels that Jiang Feng is talking big. Although Jiang Feng is already shocking the world in the art of merchants, how can this paper-making art be so easy to master? Jiang Feng has no objection. He knew how shocking the world would be if it were said. When Yu Xinan disappeared, Jiang Feng said seriously, Mr. Boshi, youngster didn't speak big words just now. The word paper is expensive. Soon, it will be a thing of the past. I know, you still think youngster is always talking. I don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, but youngster knows his own weight. Although rice paper is good, it has drawbacks. That is to smear on paper. A layer of wax is okay, but it is not easy for the ink to penetrate when writing, and the penetrating power is not good. A book must be copied for 3 or 5 years. How expensive is this? But youngster's paper is different. Paper is only half the thickness of rice paper, soft, and the texture is very white, like the snow. The most important thing is still the price. Youngster calculates the bill. According to the material of 300 kilograms of paper, 300 kilograms of paper, even if you add the guy's wages and the price of the raw materials, it's less than 100. Wenqian, what? This ... How is it possible? Yu Xinan was finally unable to maintain his personable posture. Why is paper so expensive? The trouble lies in the manufacture. It lies in the trouble. Even in Chainan's largest paper mill, King Xinfang, there are 300 people working day and night. Even so, only 100 can be made in 1 month. A catty of rice paper. It was not intentional by the merchants. It was originally an industry belonging to the Ministry of Works. It was mainly in the refining of materials, boiled pulp, etc., which was too troublesome for the money spent in this. Yu Xinan has been to the Ministry of Works, and also personally went to King Xinfang to spend a month in the weather. After such a detailed calculation, it is based on the guy's wages. In addition to the cost of raw materials, etc., 1/2 of 100 catties of rice paper is the capital. But even so, the created paper is still unusable. The top layer of hairy things must be drenched with wax juice to make the paper smooth. But what did Jiang Feng say? 300 catties of paper, which is better than rice paper, actually only needs 100 yuan. How is this possible? Even at this time, Sun Simiao didn't believe it. Feng Tsai, you said your paper is thinner than rice paper. While speaking, Sun Simiao took out an important book from the sachet on his belt, picked up a piece of paper and asked, look at this, is rice paper. Are you sure it is thinner than him? It's thinner than him. Jiang Feng, while speaking, look around, pick up a leaf of a jujube tree from the ground and say, your second elder, first look at this leaf, is it thinner than rice paper? At a glance, it was nodded. If the youngster said, my paper is as thick as the leaves of the jujube tree, do you believe or not? Don't believe it. Impossible. The two said almost in unison. This paper-making technique. The old man has lived for 70 years, it is really unheard of. Thaumatism. You don't know, it doesn't mean this nothing. For example, the youngster that your second elder drank just now, before your second elder drank it, can you think of it? In this world there can be such a good wine? This. The two were stunned. It really is. When they met Jiang Feng, or before they heard of Jiang Feng's so-called white wine, how could they believe that there would be a wine as clear as water? And it's still so mellow. But now, aren't all this in the hands of Jiang Feng? Did it show one after another? The two looked at each other in amazement. At the same time, they thought of something that they couldn't even think of. Combined with the various things Jiang Feng had done, could this youngster really do it? Isn't it possible to produce this kind of paper? But I can't figure it out. They really can't figure it out. After all, the two have lived for most of their lives, not to mention learning to be rich. At least they can find rare and isolated ancient books, as well as folk rumors. They have seen large and small no more water than Jiang Feng drank. But at this time, after they searched for a long time, They really didn't find a record of this kind of paper. Can't help. Both of them were shocked. You youngster, can you really make this kind of paper? Yes, Jiang Feng answered firmly. And soon, probably within half a month, youngster alone will give you 50 catties of paper that is better than rice paper. How about it? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 715. Yu Xinan feels dizzy. From Jiang Feng's so determined expression and tone, Yu Xinan has already believed Jiang Feng's words at this time. After all, it's just like what he just said. Without porcelain work, can he stop this errand? After all, Jiang Feng should know the seriousness of this incident. If he really dared to speak such slurs in front of his face, Yu Xinan would not only turn around angrily and leave, but he would also immediately repair a book to His Imperial Majesty. However, another thing Yu Xinan believes in Jiang Feng is that he believes in His Imperial Majesty and retired Emperor, Crown Prince and the others. Let's talk about His Imperial Majesty first. Let's talk about retired Emperor. He can give Jiang Feng the classics of high official that he has always regarded as a treasure, and he also takes the initiative to take on the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, the position of honorary deputy dean. What this means, he knows best. This is tantamount to helping Jiang Feng put this bad pot on his back, and it is also a kind of shock. This White Deer Academy of Classical Learning belongs to Li Yuan. Who dares to attack Academy, then you have to see if you can resist. If there is no means, Li Yuan can create Great Tang. Without a pair of divine vision, Li Yuan would allow Jiang Feng to exist, and would he have such a good relationship with Jiang Feng? Thinking of this, Yu Xinan put the boulder in his heart down, said with a bitter smile, youngster, do you know how many literati inkmen will you drive crazy if this thing goes out? Jiang Feng shook his head and said, youngster doesn't know, these don't care about youngsters' things. Years are actually waves one after another. If you don't enter, only the waves behind will drag you into the bottomless abyss, and there will never be a day when the sun will never be seen again. So youngster does this. Do you think it will be a good thing or a bad thing? Yu Xinan was stunned again by Jiang Feng's words. Years are like waves, and each wave is higher than the other. This, Yu Xinan in the heart recalled what Jiang Feng said over and over again, and finally the more I thought about it, the more incredible it became, and I didn't even think about it. Headache. Yu Xinan rubbed his forehead and smiled and shook his head. The old man thinks he has looked at you a lot, but at this time, the old man suddenly felt that he couldn't see through you more and more. What kind of thin paper is this kind of paper made of? Jiang Feng didn't want to say, but a sly look flashed under his eyes. Actually, if you need it, it's a small one. I don't have a formula to tell my husband. Slow. This kind of tiger wolf word, I will not talk about it in the future, especially outside. You can't mention such things. Mention. This is a piece of advice from the old man. Jiang Feng hearing this briefly. Youngster remember. But there is nothing to say about this. After all, youngster plans to open such a class in this academy in the future. Okay. Youngster stopped talking. In Yu Xinan's warning eyes, Jiang Feng had to shut up. But Yu Xinan couldn't help asking about papermaking after all. Jiang Feng also unreservedly told Yu Xinan about all the original parts except for the core technology. Yu Xinan was surprised after listening. Isn't this the raw material for making rice paper? It's just that pine needles and birch bark are missing. What do you want to add these two distinct things to do? Plant fiber is an essential element to support a piece of paper forming. And there is another thing in the birch bark, which is also necessary for paper forming, just like a binder. Plant fiber. Not only Yu Xinan does not understand. Even Sun Simiao, who has been dealing with these plants and herbs all the year round, was dumbfounded at this time. Listening to the new vocabulary popping up in Jiang Feng's mouth, the two were completely dumbfounded. What is all this? What is this? In the end, the two could only sigh helplessly. Old guys, as you said before, we old guys are like small drops of water shot into a bottomless abyss by waves, useless. Jiang Feng hearing this, his face straightened. Mr. Boshi is serious. Although be that as it may, There are some things that are not chasing the heart as they thought, but forget those essential things. You and elder son are just like the rope tied to the youngster's waist is just like that. When the youngster floats too far, you can still follow the rope and pull me back. It's another incomprehensible sentence. The two gave a wry smile again. Get up and say, okay, I wanted to persuade you today, don't neglect the root and pursue the tip. But in the end I was taught you a lesson. If this is to let those old guys know now. The old man has no face. The two were about to leave while speaking, but after they drove a few steps away, Yushinan suddenly turned around and asked, youngster, you just said can you make it in a lot of time? If the first test paper counts for 3 days. In 3 days, you can produce about 300 to 500 catties. 3 days? So fast? Yushinan was stunned. How long have you prepared? Jiang Feng thought about it. If you count from building the shed and the construction site, 10 days. Yushinan took a deep breath and said, youngster, if you can make the kind of paper you said within 3 days, the old man will definitely agree to you. If you don't need to go out, the old man will give you all the skins. Tie those 3 old guys up the mountain for you. Jiang Feng hearing this, grinned. A bet is agreed. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 716. Now, Jiang Feng finally found motivation. He didn't expect this paper to be as expensive as in the poems. No wonder Mazu was willing to raise horses for others for a book. It turned out to be for this. Wrapped around Yushinan, after setting up the handwriting under the witness of Sun Simiao, Jiang Feng didn't fall asleep for an instant, and hurriedly took a bath under the waterfall, which caused a group of women on the construction site to curse for a long time before Jiang Feng ran down the mountain. Before I reached the middle of the mountain, I met Gao Kan who was driving the mule back to the mountain. As soon as Gao Kan saw Jiang Feng go down the mountain alone, he forcibly lifted Jiang Feng on the back of the mule, and then took the mule away. Simply Jiang Feng could only endure severe pain under his crotch, allowing the mule held by Gao Kan to walk towards the paper mill. Even when he was halfway up the mountain, Jiang Feng could smell it for a while, the smell of blood and the loud shouts. Looking along the gaps in the leaves, I saw a cloud of smoke and dust in the col on the left side of the mountain, inside which Zheng Butcher's voice was the loudest. Gao Kan, how about the pig slaughter farm? At noon today, I heard that Butcher Zheng brought more than 100 pig slaughters there. I don't know exactly, but I heard about it in the middle of noon, while eating in the paper mill, and that Tongyue Street found more than 100 cauldrons under the command of Li Qian noble son. Jiang Feng hearing this, I couldn't help but got interested and urged Gao Kan to go to the pig farm for a walk, but Gao Kan quit, pulling on the rein of the mule and almost fell Jiang Feng off the back of the mule. Lord Dean, you got the blood from Scholar. Besides, these dirty places can only stain your eyes. Jiang Feng hearing this, could not help but feel a little speechless. Who told you this shit? Jiang Feng said while staring. You told me. Who said this? The old village head of Tongyue Street said it just this afternoon. He said when he came to deliver us food. Gao Kan directly so he sold the old village chief. Jiang Feng hearing this, instantly felt that the old village chief must have drunk too much. If this is not there, he would have to waste many things. You must know that this pig is full of treasures. Pork blood, liver, not to mention pork kidneys. That's all delicious food. Just now, Jiang Feng knew this thing when he smelled the bloody smell, and it was all ruined. Under Jiang Feng's strong request, Gao Kan had to carry Jiang Feng to the door of the killing farm. At this time, inside the gate made up of more than a dozen trees with the thickness of a bowl, the music can see the shadowy silhouette from the faint mist in it. It is busy with a few stones. The built-up pots and stoves are arranged in rows on both sides of the shanty towns, and the wooden shelves in the middle are carrying pork that has been washed and peeled before being used. The old village chief leaned on a crutches, squinted his eyes, and watched everyone. His eyes were already squinted. But when Jiang Feng came in, he hurriedly grabbed him and Jiang Feng walked out the door. Go with Feng Tsai. How can you come to this place? I will be dirty. Jiang Feng hearing this, gave a wry smile. And the old village chief glared at Gao Kan and said, "You foolish guy. The old man told you, you are not allowed to tell Feng Tsai. You are all in one ear and out the other. No, I'll never want to ask for a piece of pork from me in the future." Seeing the old village chief sprinkled his anger on Gao Kan, Zhang Feng pointed to the blood-dyed creek. "Old village chief, you have wronged him. Look at the water. If this goes on, within 3 days, this Mount Q is 100 miles around. It is all this bloody smell. Where else can people live on this mountain? Look at that side again." Zhang Feng, while speaking, pointed to the downstream road of the paper mill. "You can see it, and you know how important it is to me. Look, if you do this, won't my place be ruined?" The old village chief wanted to break it, but the expression on hearing this changed drastically. He knows that place, and even in this pig farm, he knows only 3 people. What is this? This is Feng Tsai, who trusts him. But when Zhang Feng said this, the old village head was anxious. "What should I do?" It only took 3,000 yuan to get it. I was confused. I'm going to let Zheng Tufus group of bastard. The pig blood dug a hole and buried it. Wait. Zhang Feng quickly grabbed the old village chief. "Don't worry about this stuff, Dang. Find Butcher Zheng and the others. And this pig's blood is also a delicacy. If you don't believe it, you can find someone to get me a pot of pig's blood and put it for me. And wait for me. Make a pot of good food for you to eat." The old village chief was a little confused. "Can this smelly pig blood be eaten?" Zhang Feng sighed. "Who said this pig blood can't be eaten?" "Not only this pig blood, think about it. In the middle of the pig intestine I sent you before, is there a something dark? That's pig blood." The old village chief thought about it carefully, and thought of it instantly, because he lost his teeth. "Zhang Feng, I have been taking good care of him. The soft and waxy pig's hoofs, the pig intestine, will also secretly stuff him some boiled wine at night, and every time there will be a big black thing. He does not know what it is. Anyway, it's okay to chew, and to eat. I think this stuff is also very delicious." Now that Zhang Feng said so, the old village chief was stunned, and then fiercely stomped his feet, turned around on crutches, and shouted, "Then what you said. Damn Zheng blind, killing heavenly blade, how much pig blood did you waste?" Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 717. Zhang Feng ignored the old village chief. Walking around in the factory, I told he and the others how to deodorize pig intestines and other things, and then I found a pot stove to prepare the things he needed. This at that time. Butcher Zheng also came hurriedly carrying the pig slaughtering blade with red eyes. When I saw Zhang Feng, I hurriedly asked, "Feng Tsai, I heard old guy say that this pig blood is also a good thing." Those killings behind Zheng Butcher Pigmaster. His eyes widened, and he stared at Zhang Feng to speak. "They killed pigs and sheep for a lifetime, even the golden cows, horses and mules. But who knows that this bloody thing can be eaten?" Amid the scolding of the old village chief, they finally couldn't sit still, and hurriedly came to Zhang Feng to find out. After all, if this thing is true, then they are really reckless waste of natural resources. But they didn't think about it, but when they saw the bloody smelly blood, they are sick. However, everyone also knows Zhang Feng's ability, plus he is now the dean, so few things the dean has ever produced, which is not a weird thing. In addition, the pork made him magically get rid of the sorrow. Everyone was shocked when they thought about it. Putting down the pigs that were about to be bleeding, they hurried forward. Zhang Feng, hearing this, did not speak, just urged Gao Kan to start a fire, then boiled half a pot of water in full view, and then sprinkled some in a basin of bubbling pig blood, table salt, and lime powder. Then the pig blood is stirred evenly and introduced into the pot. After waiting for a moment, the water boils, and the pig blood, magically from the purple red at the beginning, slowly turns into dark brown, and there are layers of blood floating on top of the blood. The blood foam. Zhang Feng gently got rid of the blood foam, and then when the water boiled, the blood boiled again. Zhang Feng took him out of the stunned crowd and sliced it again from the pork that was just cooked next door and waiting to be loaded into the big urn. some pork heads and pig offal were randomly removed. In an instant, everyone in this leaked pork food processing plant slowly gathered around to watch Jiang Feng perform the operation himself. Jiang Feng at a moderate pace cut these things into slices, then dug a spoonful of lard and threw it in the red pot, then put the pepper, cinnamon and dogwood leaves, etc. Just choke in the pot, then pour all the cooked things into the pot and stir fry. In an instant, the bursts of numb taste of peppercorns and the spicy taste of cornmeal mixed with soy meaty aromas. Surprisingly, the aroma of pork completely burst out. It is a fragrance that no one has ever smelled before. Although I haven't eaten it yet, at this time everyone's greedy worms are seduced. Jiang Feng divided the meat dishes in the pot into 30 pots of neither too big nor too small, and then said, "Come and come, try them all. This is a good thing." Until this time, the old village chief came on crutches. When I saw Jiang Feng cooking in front of so many people, I couldn't help turning pale with fright. "Feng Tsai, you are the dean. How can you do such vulgar things?" "Jiang Feng has some headaches," pointing to these things and correcting them. "Old village long, you're wrong. This is money. Did you see it? Did you smell it? It's a pot of silver money. Come on, you all taste it. Especially this one, you can taste the pig blood." While speaking, Jiang Feng pushed the old village chief forward, and whether he wanted it or not, he handed him a pair of chopsticks and urged him to eat. "Youngster, I was in this business before, so don't say this again in the future. Now you will think this job is a lowly occupation, but you wait and see how old he is." Within 3 hours, in Chainan City, let this pot of delicious food pry the mouths of the rich. "Really?" The old village chief is still a little suspicious. Jiang Feng pointed to the dishes in the basin and said, "You will taste it first, and you will get it." "Youngster, am I talking big?" In the suspicious eyes of the old village chief, a piece of pig blood was slowly picked up. In an instant, the old village chief squinted his eyes and chewed slowly. As his cheeks moved slowly, the old village chief suddenly burst into shock. "Call, Feng Tsai and old man have eaten your stewed pork before, as well as the stuff in your tavern, but what is this? How can so many things be stewed in one pot, so delicious?" Jiang Feng smiled without saying a word, just looking at everyone, then asked, How does this taste different from that braised pork today?" "Feng Tsai, if before I would really worry about this braised pork, I won't be able to sell it, but now old he, my head promises you, this thing." Jiang Feng interrupted old he's words, "Stop talking about this, are you worried about the craftsmanship? Did you see clearly when you were cooking just now?" Everyone is desperate in their mouths at this time. Where can you have time to answer? I had to light my head desperately. Jiang Feng walked out slowly. "Except for the fur and the stuff on the pig, everything is good. In the future, those things that are not easy to sell will not sell. The rest I'll do the same as I did just now, and I will serve it to the wealthy Chainan the next day." Everyone's expressions were stagnant. But Jiang Feng has already walked out of the food factory. Not waiting for him to go far, old he hurriedly asked, "Then this dish has a name? Let it be called Shizukai." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 718. Jiang Feng hurriedly went to the paper mill after dealing with the stewed meat processing plant. Now everything on the mountain is starting. Relatively speaking, although they are all proceeding in an orderly manner, it still looks a little messy. Jiang Feng has nothing to do. He can only pick up the important things a little bit to deal with, but even so, he still sets back everywhere. Fortunately, there is a pig farm and a construction site on the mountain. Basically, Li Chenqian was taking care of it, which gave Jiang Feng a chance to breathe. I originally thought that papermaking is the simplest and most labor-saving thing, but when Jiang Feng arrived at the papermaking workshop, he couldn't help but fainted. I saw that on the water mill in front of the paper mill, bundles of boiled bamboo were being mixed with pine needles, birch bark, and grind into something like juice. Originally, all this was normal, but when Jiang Feng saw that those people couldn't even sieve He just poured into the washing tank with a brainstorm. Jiang Feng couldn't help shouting to stop everyone. Who made you do this? Qian Wanli, you bastard, get out of here. Although, these things it's not worth money, but once this thing is out, it's all money. Especially after knowing the price of rice paper, this bucket of pulp, Jiang Feng's heart, is like a knife in the air. Under Jiang Feng's anger, Qian Wanli, who was all dirty, got out of the training room in a hurry. Jiang Feng grabbed him, pointed to the washing pool and asked, who told them to do this? We are making paper, not carpets. Didn't you see this thing I gave you? Recipe? Qian Wanli was confused. Use a long-handled wooden spoon to stir the green resin, and some of the resin of the color like milk, and instantly pulled out a large pile of bamboo slag and leaf slag from the bottom of the pool. What's that, Dean? The student has clearly explained it. Who knows, it was fine just now, this. Jiang Feng sighed and asked, who was it just now? Get it here, stand up for me. While speaking, more than 30 students, plus some handy craftsmen, stood timidly in the yard looking at the gloomy Jiang Feng. Don't know what's wrong. Jiang Feng pointed to the pulp washing pond and said, who did this? Go back to Lord Dean. It was the little one. Under Jiang Feng's anger, a small craftsman stepped forward timidly. Who made you do this? The craftsman panicked and said, the little one used to work in the Liuozu paper mill. That's how he did it. Today is noble. When Sun said it, the young one said that the young one did it in the past. There is nothing wrong with it. Jiang Feng was a little dizzy. From today on, whether you have done it before or not, you must follow what I have given to find out. Understand? If anyone thinks there is a problem, you can leave immediately. When building the paper mill, Jiang Feng specially asked Li Qian and Du Dabing to find some people who understand the paper-making process among these people who went up the mountain to help build the paper mill. At that time, he really didn't expect that there would be such a solution. But after hearing what Yushinan said on the mountain today, Jiang Feng suddenly found a problem. I want a child to get paper out in 3 days. The people who used to be, can't keep it. When Jiang Feng thought of this, he waved his hand to let everyone continue to work, but instead called Qian Wanli to the side of the paper mill and pointed to the paper mill and said, wait, I will personally train these people. You have to memorize every step of paper making. If you learn quickly, it is estimated that the finished paper will come out tomorrow, but there are people with inherent thinking, one who does not keep it, can't keep it. Qian Wanli hearing this, a little confused. Dean, you just said, how long will it take to make paper? At most tomorrow, at least the day after tomorrow. His, Qian Wanli hearing this, fiercely sucked in a cold breath. But before he could speak, Jiang Feng interrupted him directly. Don't be frightened and flustered. If I tell you this thing, once you learn all of it, if you can produce 300 kilograms of paper tomorrow, you still won't be scared to death. This is the normal operation of academy, just get used to it slowly. But one thing, be sure to remember to me, you cannot work, but your eyeballs must be stared at me. Absolutely can't have a hint of care. Understand? 3 days. 300 catties. Qian Wanli was a little dizzy, but more excited. He doesn't know the price of paper. If 300 catties of paper can be made in 3 days, how much does it cost? That one opened the bank. After a little thought, I was shocked and numb by this astronomical figure. No wonder the dean became angry. This damn thing, to whom? Who will not get angry? 1,000 sticks of paper. How much is 300 catties? He only understood at this time why the dean passed this paper-making technique to him so solemnly yesterday. If the previous paper-making technique was to pick up money, the current paper-making technique, the money, is just like the leaves of a tree on the ground. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 719. Just when Jiang Feng taught paper-making skills carefully, Li Shiman's carriage dangling out of the Vermilion Bird Gate, casually looking at the panicked people in Chainan City, and the vaguely held things tightly in their arms. Li Shiman was stunned by the bursts of meat scent. If there are one or two, it's still the past, but this is where the eye catches the eye. There are more and more people, and they are all the poor people who are like thieves, holding their mouths in a hurry. On the contrary, the more you walk towards the city gate, the more people like this, even Li Shimin, can be vaguely visible from the places where those people are not strict. It is actually meat. Good guy, where does this meat come from? Li Shimin asked Jinwu guards to block a citizen and wanted to buy it, but that person insisted on not changing food. There was no way. Li Shimin asked under the carriage, the meat in your hand is where did it come from? Could it be that it was robbed? Seeing that the man couldn't get the meat, Li Shimin also said that it was robbed, and instantly scared the man. Looking at Li Shimin's clothes are either rich or expensive, not enough to be scared. He hurriedly said, this meat, there are a lot of meat outside the city. The people on Tongyue Street are sending meat there. Tongyue Street, fat meat. There are other good things. Wait. Tongyue Street. Li Shimin's eyes couldn't help flashing a touch of horror. Isn't that the place where Jiang Feng's youngster is? Aren't you all on Mount Q? Plus, yesterday's 300,000 pigs were on Mount Q. Could it be? Go outside the city quickly. Li Shimin became more curious, and hurriedly told him as soon as he got on the carriage. Where can Jinwu guards dare to delay? The whip shook in the air, and the horses shook off their hooves and ran wildly in Chainan City. As the horses ran wildly, the smell of meat in the air became more and more intense. At the beginning, the people were still a little concealed, but as soon as the East Market came out, there was in small on the side of the road. The groups squatted on the road teeth and started to nibble with their dirty hands. As we get closer to the city gate, there are more such things, and there are more people. Even the defenders of Chainan City, the soldiers on patrol, and the officers of the Chainan government office also joined them. Li Shimin's carriage, after all, squeezed out Chainan City. As soon as he went out, Li Shimin was confused and a little annoyed. I saw the guards stationed at the city gate. At this time, even the gate was not needed. They were all lined up, smelling the smell of meat in the air, and headed towards the dozens of mouths that were buried on the opposite bank of the moat outside the city. In the big pot, the gurgling meat pot swallowed. When I saw this, Li Shimin was helpless. What is the youngster Jiang Feng doing? This is too. However, Li Shimin just sighed and didn't really blame him. After all, Li Shimin knew when Li Chengqian did this. For such a big matter, if Li Shimin did not come forward, would Li Chengqian dare to do something that insults the imperial family? And it caused such a thing, and it was still in Chainan City. Li Shimin was also a little guilty. He didn't know the feeling of meat in March. He didn't know, but among these people, he could eat one meal a year. Meat. That's all luxury. With the flow of people, Li Shimin slowly walked out of the suspension bridge and came to Old He's side, and Li Shimin slowly walked off the carriage. Old He and the others, who were getting fat, greeted Li Shimin enthusiastically when they saw Li Shimin. Oh, isn't this Old Li? Have you eaten yet? It just so happens that there is a divine doctor who is rushing to eat the pig's feet. If you want, I will pick you a fat and tender one. Li Shimin was a little speechless, but when he looked at Old He couldn't say anything, and asked, these all are Feng Tsai. When talking, Old He already did what he did. Like a thief, he washed a lotus leaf with water and then he took the pig's hoofs and the pig's tail, swallowing his saliva, and passed it to Li Shimin, smelling a tempting scent. In fact, I shouldn't say anything, but this matter almost caused Feng Tsai to have an accident. The young master in your house, it is not my Old He who is instigating the divorce. You should take care of it. If it were not for Feng Tsai to sit quietly last night, you can't say now, you can't see Feng Tsai anymore. Li Shimin was shocked. Quickly asked, what does this mean? What can Old He say? Pointing to these people and the pork. Do you know how many nights Feng Tsai spent for this? Don't you know? I'll get up every night to change the water for these pigs' feet every night. I saw that the lights in Feng Tsai's house hadn't been extinguished. He was studying this method to get rid of pork taint all night long. Just last night, if Jiren had celestial phenomenon, I guess. Oh, don't talk about it. Go up the mountain and ask Feng Tsai by yourself. Old He while speaking, give Li Shimon's accompanying person to one person a piece of pork, and then go busy again. And Li Shimon looked back. More people came out of the city gate, and more people came from outside the city after hearing the news. I didn't intend to let go of the soup in the pot. I asked for it. The deeply grateful one grabbed a handful of weeds by the river, jumped into the moat, wiped some loachfish and shrimp, and just squatted on the river. It's the famous food for a day. Li Shimon choked up watching the pig's feet in his hand. Gently took a bite. Soft, waxy, crispy. On the carriage, Li Shimon coldly said to little Gizzy next to him, "Let Jiangnan over there speed up the transportation of grain." Yes. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 720. Crackle. Just outside the city, Old He and the others are distributing pork with great fanfare. In Chainan City, there was an endless stream of firecrackers. Amidst the sound of firecrackers, a room named Chainan Hotel, Number 1 Branch, White Deer Academy of Classical Learning shop. The red cloth on the plaque with the weird signboard showed up in the horrified eyes of all those who watched the show. People who are familiar will naturally not forget. Most of these stores are Crown Prince Li Chengqian and Cheng Chumo Zhang Chong. There is also the Du family, wife from this industry. This is the most shocking thing. The signs of these weird hotels are all exactly the same. The difference is from the first shop, the second shop, etc., in order. Open. After the sound of firecrackers ended, various shopkeepers came out to welcome the guests. Everyone, the old young masters of Chainan City. The shop opened today and everything is half price. I hope you can help me out. With the voice of the shop owner after falling, no one can sit still, but those who can enter are either officials from the official family or the wealthy merchants of Chainan City. After all, the name of Crown Prince and the others is placed there. Today, I am a private house and open business, and my eyes are very bright. That's terrible. Everyone had no choice but to enter the small restaurant. On the one hand, they wanted to see what is sold in this strange shop. The most important thing is to stand in line. Obviously, Lord Crown Prince is creating momentum, and they also know about things outside the city. Lord Crown Prince is engaged in affairs on a Mount Q and opened an academy thing, well known. Now again, who isn't curious to tinker with such a thing? One enters the door. Equals sit so peacefully. In an instant, the little boy dragged a tray eagerly and ran up. "Who do you want to eat?" While speaking, the young man put the tray in front of my eyes, and instantly let the contents of the tray. Everyone's eyes lit up. There were more than a dozen bamboo slices in the tray. The names of the dishes were written on the bamboo slices, and they had never heard of these dishes. What red braised pork? What kind of sauced elbow? What kind of stir-fried kidneys? Etc. This could not help making everyone confused. At the most conspicuous entrance of Tin in East Market, the shopkeeper of Tin, which is also the inner sect of Tikang Temple King. At this time, when I saw Crown Prince's shop, he changed his face and couldn't help but mention it in a hurry. Entering the small restaurant with the gift, I also encountered such a thing. The young man seemed to know him, and he personally recruited shopkeeper. Shopkeepers clasped his fists and said, "Didn't expect Sun Shopkeeper to come to the door. Really let Xiao Dianping shine forever." Where and where? We are all the people inside, and all of them should help each other. Both of them know the basics, so they entered the topic without much politeness. Sun Shopkeeper pointed to the cards in the tray and asked, "What kind of dishes are these all?" The shopkeeper of the restaurant hugged his fist and said, "Wrongs, I will sell it. We are both old acquaintances. This meal is mine today." Sun Shopkeeper, hearing this, waved his hands again and again. Although this person and he are both ordinary people, but he is a member of the Crown Prince house. He simply can't get high, but it's not easy to lose face. Looking at the people watching at the door, he had to give up. "Wine is beer." I got on the 3 bamboo tubes, and after waiting for a cup of tea, shopkeeper's son moved his nose and couldn't help calming down. And the people who looked out of the door couldn't help being caught by the smell. I couldn't help but walked into the small restaurant. I randomly ordered a few dishes that sounded good, and then everyone stared at the linen curtain of the back kitchen. Come on. After a while, Fatty took a large tray and got out of the room. In an instant, the sun shopkeeper hurriedly got up and watched Fatty bow down. "Zuyaku, you ... why are you here?" "Zuyaku!" exclamation mark. "What's the situation?" Everyone is dumbfounded. After Zuyaku put the dishes down, said with a smile, "You are welcome. And don't be surprised. The shopkeeper of this restaurant today is my family member, and I have nothing to do to help. All the stallions here are all trained by me, so don't be polite. Come here, sit down, and if you can come today, it's all on my head." Everyone is shocked hearing this. The legend of Zuyaku is a household name. This barbecue is because Zuyaku is rumored to have worshipped a good master. After seeing the master for less than a month, he can become the imperial kitchen in the imperial palace. Is this possible? The person he trained, then, in the greetings, a few tables of dishes are all ready, but when Zuyaku didn't speak, everyone didn't dare to move. Chopsticks can only smell delicious food drooling. It's worthy of being an imperial chef. The dishes made are simply compared to the dishes you made. Everything I ate before I waited for a nap. It's like pig food. I just don't know. Except for this shop, I think it's hard to find such a delicacy anymore. May I ask Zuyaku, what kind of meat is used in this dish? Why doesn't Zei think that it's not anything that Zei knows? Yes, Zuyaku, please tell me, what kind of meat is this? Why is it so fragrant? Not like lamb. Chai is not like any other kind of meat. On the contrary, it feels full of juice when you eat it. Zafati rolled his eyes and said, "You really want to know?" Everyone is hearing this. "Where are you willing?" quickly asked. "Please tell me one or two. Do you really want to know?" Zafati was asking. Where can everyone endure such torture? Have requests. Zafati pointed at the door and said, "Do you know about things outside the city today?" Everyone was taken aback. I then looked at the delicate meat on the plate, and two words flashed in my mind. Pork. This is pork. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 721. Where does everyone know what meat this is? However, everyone was not as panicked as Zafati had worried before. Instead, after learning about it, they tasted it carefully. The sun shopkeeper squinted, frowned and tasted it again for a long time before saying, "Zuyaku, dare to ask this thing? Why doesn't it have the smell of pork?" But there is an indescribable temptation. People. Zuyaku clasped his fists, but instead sat down and waved his hand. In an instant, a cook brought out a large tray of pork meat. Zuyaku didn't avoid suspicion, just cut it piece by piece with a knife, then dipped it in the dipping sauce, and then threw it in his mouth as he enjoyed it. I just said, "I don't know this thing." My teacher didn't say it, and students who dare not ask. Everyone was stunned by hearing this. They all know about the 300,000 pigs on Mount Q yesterday, but today, there are so many pork in this chain, which makes people feel confused. But thinking about it this way, everyone suddenly thought of an extremely terrifying thing. That is, His Royal Highness Crown Prince. These stores are all Crown Prince's properties, and they were actually called when they opened on the first day. When I came to the Imperial Kitchen, this was something most people couldn't do, and only Crown Prince could do it. Furthermore, he actually said that these stores are all chefs personally trained by Zuyaku, so in other words, almost everything sold in these stores is exactly similar. That some time ago, I heard that Divine Dr. Sun attended the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning of Mount Q, but he never came down again. Then, this is the White Deer Academy of the Dean of Classical Learning heard that something happened, and Jingxiu made a big mess in Chainan City. Then the matter disappeared. After that, there were 300,000 pigs and everything today. Could it be that Zhang Feng is the master of Zuyaku? How is this possible? This is simply unheard of. Okay. I could not help but Sun Shopkeeper asked, "Zuyaku, please ask me, is your honored teacher the Dean of Mount Q White Deer Academy of Classical Learning Libation Chancellor, Mount Q Viscount Zhang Feng Lord Zhang?" Zafati hearing this, got up hurriedly. His face arched at the door with extremely respectful expression. "You are right, The teacher is Lord Jiang. In an instant, everyone's heads burst. Understood. Everything understands. Everything is clear. Everyone suddenly thought of the previous imperial edict. Is it already mentioned on imperial edict that there is a skill? Think about it now. After looking at Zuyuka's craftsmanship, and then looking at the unheard of dishes made by everyone suddenly felt how short-sighted it was to mock the academy secretly before. When I think of this, and everyone is basically a business person, where can I sit still? One after another they took out the copper coins to prepare to settle the bill, and when it was finished, even if you were selling iron, you would have to let your own doll go to Mount Q. This is simply. But the shopkeeper glanced at everyone's money, and the remaining unmoved said, Cheng Yui, this shop does not charge money. The hand of the grandson shopkeeper, who just passed the money to shopkeeper, couldn't help but pause. Old Pan, what do you mean? Pan shopkeeper of the Chainan Hotel smiled and pointed to a notice in the hall and said, this is the one above it. Means, all dishes and drinks are converted according to food, but we are all regular customers, and the restaurant is open today, so I can't do anything for one dish and one catty of food. What is the rule? One dish is one catty of grain? Although it sounds like they have made a big deal, what is the price of food now? Things that they can't even think about. Even though there is only 10 cents on the market, one dish is 10 cents. It's so cheap that it's home. In the past, they would definitely eat this small. The store is not available, but it's not possible now. Everyone is short of food, and there is no market in the market. This makes everyone feel embarrassed. It's not that they can't get food. After all, they work for officials. Naturally, officials are impossible to starve them. And as they often mingled with merchants, they naturally rely on more or less at home. It's a matter of fact that there is food in the village, but when they thought that this was the Crown Prince store, everyone had to laugh back home to pull food. This kind of thing is not only the East Market store, but basically, the more than 70 Chainan hotels opened today in Chainan follow the same rules. For a while, this news it spread in Chainan as if it had spread its wings. Have you heard? The 70-odd Chainan hotel that opened today does not sell money, only food. In a tea house, the crowd gathered together to discuss this rare matter. A middle-aged person in Chinese clothes who just entered the door sighed when he saw a few old friends. In an instant this voice attracted everyone. Everyone has heard such a rare thing? Quickly asked, isn't this the shopkeeper of tavern? You are talking about the more than 70 stores opened at the same time in Chainan City today? Middle-aged person hearing this, got up and bowed his hands from everyone. Isn't it? I opened a shop next to my tavern today, but the owner of this shop is a mysterious great character, so I'm going to have a good face. But guess what? I ate 3 plates of meat dishes and charged me 3 catties of grain. But I heard that the dishes there are all from the palace. It came out. Everyone was hearing this, and they couldn't help but be in an uproar. What? Are there any other good things? 3 dishes are only 3 catties of grain. But why is this only food? Walk around and see. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 722. One morning, Jiang Feng was basically busy with the paper mill. After all, the construction of this academy is about to enter the final stage. And now the general construction of the main body has been completed, only the final painting, and the planning and layout of the pavement, courtyard, etc. are left. Jiang Feng needs to worry about it, after all, except for the red turn and the structure of the main body. Even cement and the firing of lime powder are basically the people from Tongyue Street, and Ganziyuan is in charge, which cannot help but save Jiang Feng a lot of trouble. Otherwise, Jiang Feng has to drive crazy now. But because the main body of the academy is about to be completed, Jiang Feng is anxious to build the reputation of the academy, and when it comes to attracting students, it's better to find a teacher. Otherwise, when the time comes, he would be embarrassed in this academy. So all of this is attributed to paper making. Once the paper came out, Jiang Feng even figured out how to use the paper, but it was so summed up, there was still too little paper. Just as Jiang Feng was lying on the recliner, He wondered whether the textbooks should be based on elementary school books, or whether they should start with the regular Chinese letters of abjad. But at this moment, Wei Shu, who was in charge of the guard, hurriedly knocked on Jiang Feng's door. Before Jiang Feng greeted him, Wei Shu said, "Old Li is here." Before he finished speaking, he heard a hello from outside the door. As soon as Jiang Feng left the house, he saw Li Shimin carrying his hands on his back and looking around here in the room. He was still asking about things down the mountain. When Jiang Feng came out, he said with a smile, "Chainan City today can be said to be the most lively time in more than a month." Jiang Feng understands what Li Shimin is talking about, clasped his fists and said, "This time, your lifelessness. Do you see the doorway in your business? Ha ha ha. Walk around. Let's talk in the house." Li Shimin gave a ha ha. Li Shimin walked very slowly along the way, and in the sedan chair, the sealed secret report continued to pass to him until he went up the mountain. These are all changes in Chainan City today. Not right. All things in Chainan City, including the business situation of the store of Crown Prince and the others, especially the impact of this incident on Chainan City. Although there is not much food harvested today, these more than 70 stores have already harvested at least 10 stones of food in just 1 hour. This undoubtedly does not excite Li Shimin then. Originally, I could only watch the pig waiting to die, but it was in the hands of Jiang Feng. Not only did the stench be eliminated, but it was also manufactured so delicious. Until then, I thought of the halogen pig hoof. Li Shimin's mouth couldn't help but salivate, even if he was proud of the death of a sheep. At this time, in comparison, he couldn't help but like the latter a little more. Although it's a bit greasy, isn't this the essence of meat? Jiang Feng didn't say much. Anyway, he knows that the purpose of old Lis going up the mountain today is nothing more than to want this pork agency. After the two sat down, Li Shimin didn't talk nonsense. Asked, "Feng Tsai, I came this time mainly because of the dispatch of troops. Now the soldiers are dispatched, but when will this weapon start to be used?" "Why, you are not a general, and you are not going to march and fight. Why are you asking about this?" Jiang Feng's question really stopped Li Shimin from asking. Li Shimin eyes flashed, and said quickly, "Isn't this Long Yi who understands and Guanai Dao, as well as Tibet Hazar industry? I have to ask about this, otherwise in case of a fight, this is still are we ordinary people suffering? Besides, you impervious to sword and spear shield, lance, I also want to get it earlier, otherwise once those Tibetans call, we also have to have a guardian thing, right?" Li Shimin hurriedly rounded up the words. This time he sent troops to help Tibet. Li Shimin was really unwilling to go. Always want to do things. But after hearing Jiang Feng's magical training method and these knives and guns, although his mind was suppressed, he was always concerned. After all, I got these things earlier. To be honest, Li Shimin will be more comfortable in his dreams at night. But Jiang Feng pointed at the door and said, "You have also seen what it looks like on the outside. I will give it to people since it's dark in the morning and pull it off from the bed. Where can I go? Do these things? At least you have to wait a month later. You don't have to worry about this. Last time your two men, Lao Yu and Old Gin, didn't follow. I've included the training manual here. The thing is still useful for the time being, so don't worry about it." Li Shimin wanted to say something, but he opened his mouth and couldn't say anything in the end. He also saw things. Now the mountain is messy, and Jiang Feng, who pays special attention to appearance in normally, is now full of smoky scent, and Li Shimin can't say anything. Pointing to the room outside, the one at the bottom of the mountain. "What are you going to do?" "I took a look today, and dozens of good guys are making those braised pork in a big shed. All of them are Chang. Those outside Ofan City." Jiang Feng nodded. "Old Li, I have to use my brain to do these things in the future. We have known each other for more than half a year. Look at you for doing this stupid thing. If it weren't for my cleverness, I wouldn't be able to tell me this time. This White Deer Academy of Classical Learning is going to be extremely unlucky. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 723. Li Shimin knows what Jiang Feng is going to say. He blocked his mouth early. Li Shimin also knew that Jiang Feng was deliberately taking the wrong question at this time, so he sighed helplessly and didn't say anything. He also knows that he can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, and now this thing is really not a must. After all, this is going to Tibet, and when I can come back, I'm not sure. Feng Zai also said that there are still more than a month to start tinkering, and Yachi Gong's new army training method will take a month's weather to be effective, so Li Shimin sighed after a sound. I can only give up. What did you say about yesterday? Kina did a little too much. Li Shimin smiled and shook his head and continued. I heard that you almost had an accident. Didn't it mean that you almost had an accident twice? What's the matter? The first time was the last time you asked old scholar to help you secretly brew wine, and that's what happened last night. The youngster almost didn't scare people to death. Jiang Feng also knew that he had played the last time, touched his nose and said, who called old he? Do they not understand what I mean? Besides, let you get dizzy for 2 or 3 days, and see if you can stand it. As for yesterday ... that was my secret in comprehend. Li Shimin hearing this can't help but show contempt. Speaking people. Jiang Feng touched his nose and said, 300,000 pigs. You old Li also knows what this means. If this is the old Confucian stubbornly know that it is receiving masters extinguishing ancestors. It is an insult to the Tao of Confucius and Mencius, and it is an insult to imperial edict. Old Li. Think about it for a moment. What does this mean? Once it spreads, the first His Imperial Majesty will be furious, maybe I, and all of us will have our heads down. You say, are you in a hurry to let this matter on you? I'm thinking the way, in case of one, maybe we have to go to the guillotine today to make them worry about the whole night. It is all light. Who will let your son do nothing? Brains. Jiang Feng directly dumped the pot to Li Chenqian, who let this youngster cheat him. What Jiang Feng doesn't know is that this matter was brought out by Li Shimin. The purpose is to put pressure on Jiang Feng, and then want to make a spear that cannot be broken. Even if Jiang Feng can't solve this matter, Li Shimin still has a way to forcibly calm this matter down. After all, currently on Mount Q, but still playing the banner of helping the victims. This pork can be eaten. When Li Shimin didn't know that Jiang Feng could have this kind of method. At least Li Shimin knew it was added to the porridge. As long as there is this gimmick, Li Shimin can calm the matter down, but didn't expect Jiang Feng, the youngster, to solve it so easily. Li Shimin suddenly felt a little tasteless. I originally wanted to put pressure on this hair and find the place, but now it seems. However, Li Shimin, this time going up the mountain, I really have something to ask for. Feng Zai, the braised pork you tinkered with, I met old he outside the city. I also ate this thing, and also saw that Chainan City is basically a defensive guard or a civilian. The people are vying for this kind of delicacy. Do you just want to use this method to dispose of these 300,000 pigs? Jiang Feng firmly shook the recliner and lay on it. Then don't you know what your son did in the city? Of course, I know this. If he didn't allow me, he would dare to do this and he would have to beat him in the leg. Never. Why don't you have it? Now that you know, then you will naturally know my purpose. You also know that I am a businessman. You know how many pigs Great Tang has done this time? Then, where does Jiang Feng know what Li Shimin wants to do? Laughed faintly and said, Old Li, I know, your purpose here is to want this formula, right? Hey, what do you mean? Yes. How could I be that kind of person? The main purpose of coming today is not to worry about you. While speaking, Li Shimin rushed to the door, beckons with the hand. Little Gizzy hurriedly took 2 boxes wrapped in red silk cloth from behind, cautiously entered Jiang Feng's living room, tried it at Li Shimin and said, Noble son Jiang, these are the 300-year-old ginseng strains that our Lord has kept for many years and have been reluctant to take them. There is also this. Jiang Feng brother, this is a treasure of my treasure, which I promised you last time. Preface to the poems collected from the Orchid Pavilion. Since your academy is open, as a brother, I won't give you a decent gift. It's unreasonable. Come and take a look. Although Li Shimin was in pain, he still took out the preface to the poems collected from the Orchid Pavilion and the 300-year-old plants. For ginseng, Jiang Feng, not in my eyes yet. At this time his eyes were all attracted by the red silk box that Li Shimin was reluctant to put down. Lightly opened the 3 layers of red silk cloth, and saw a purple sandalwood box engraved with 3 stars of Fulushu, as well as pictures and texts taught by Confucius and Mencius. In an instant, a scroll was still wrapped in gauze, appeared in Jiang Feng's sight. When he saw this thing, Jiang Feng also knew the purpose of Li Shimin. On the contrary, I put on the red sandalwood lid and looked at Li Shimin and said, "Old Li, you are really awesome. This picture has the authority of my first agent in Great Tang. I can't accept it." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 724. Li Shimin really doesn't understand Jiang Feng's fresh vocabulary from time to time. At this time, when Jiang Feng said this, Li Shimin didn't even bother to ask. It probably means that Jiang Feng is already considered anyway, and he left the matter to him. Li Shimin touched his beard, thought about it, or asked, "What is the agency you are talking about?" Jiang Feng has long known that Li Shimin didn't understand. Seeing him asking like this, he immediately came to his mind. "I'll tell you, the meaning of this thing is, ahem. Let's talk about the point." Li Shimin coughed, interrupting Jiang Feng's endless talk. Jiang Feng slapped his lips, sighed and said, "You know, now my academy is just at the time of its popularity, so the name of this store must be I want to appoint it. That is, you can be a partnership, but this shop, I don't care where you open it, but the name must use mine." Li Shimin thought about it and said, "Couldn't it be the same as Li Kaian's youngster store names?" Yes. Li Shimin was a little speechless. Such good things have been ruined by giving a shop name. Don't say anything else. If you don't know how to name it, you can call it Bailu Pavilion, or Bailu Tower, etc. As for what chain and restaurant number 1 shop, White Deer Academy of Classical Learning shop is used, what's the matter? When I think that in the future, if there are really such names in the entire Great Tang, Li Shimin feels a pain in his head even thinking about it. What a shame. Thinking of this, Li Shimin asked silently, "Can this name be changed?" "That's too much. It's too ugly, isn't it?" Jiang Feng said. I glanced at Li Shimin and continued, "In fact, what I want to say is that you really don't know how to appreciate the chill of this thing. Look, is this shop a place to eat?" Li Shimin nodded. Jiang Feng continued to ask, "Is this shop a branch of my White Deer Academy of Classical Learning?" "No." Li Shimin immediately shook his head. Jiang Feng was about to continue to say something, but when Li Shimin, an uncooperative guy, said, he instantly got all the words in his stomach stuck in his throat. Jiang Feng is so uncomfortable. "If I smashed it?" I asked. "No, I mean, you are not." "That absolutely does not have." Jiang Feng was speechless. Li Shimin nodded, shook his head again. "Just kidding, he knows Jiang Feng's urinary sex." This guy is just a silly talker. When you are unconsciously, he will crackle things out of you. This is good, but it is easy to be biased. So Li Shimin has also learned to be smart, and will not give you the opportunity to pretend to be forceful. Li Shimin shook his head. "I don't understand. I can understand that the businesses are partnership, but if you want to use yours for this shop name, then you can figure it out. And who got your name? Isn't it a bit ugly?" "No, I think the name is pretty good. Besides, your shop, you have a shop and a guy. I'm the technology. The recipe for braised pork and other things is a mutually beneficial thing. Can you understand it? That is to say, you only need a man who can manage the store, plus a few small servants. As for the cook, did you see me at the foot of the mountain? In a food factory as big as the mountain, there are all people who are learning to cook. When the time comes, these individuals, I will send them to your store for free. You haven't taken a big advantage yet. Do you know that?" Li Shimin really got it right this time. "So, you youngster said for a long time, just want Tang. to work for him? Jiang Feng, hearing this, coughed, did not speak, pointing to the door. The two of them walked out of the room side by side with Li Shimin, and came to the room. The room at this time, although old he and the others are busy at the bottom of the mountain, but those women and children on Tongyue Street, and the 7 aunts who were found in the neighborhood of Tongyue Street have become the chief cooks on the mountain at this time. Although Jiang Feng didn't teach them, but under the crutches of old he and the others and the old village chief, these people are making rapid progress. After all, here, not only can you learn the ability, but also have a meal, and your own doll can also do some errands. If it is good luck, you can still enter the academy. Can they not work hard? At this time, Jiang Feng is here. Everyone stopped their work and said hello. Jiang Feng clasped his fists at the crowd, and then pointed to the pot in the room where the sauce was being cooked and said, "Look, you smell oldly, this thing. Don't talk about divine doctor son, that is, I let the meat in front of you. If you can make me something exactly the same, can I lose it? This thing is the key to the stewed meat, to the essences. Don't underestimate this little bag. Even if you give me 1,000 tals of gold, I won't sell this bag." Now, what do you think? I say, isn't it too much? However, at this time, Li Shimin's gaze was stunned by the stone-like thing on the stovetop. While dealing with Jiang Feng, he asked, "Feng Tsai, what is this thing?" This Jiang Feng was also taken aback, looking at the cement on the stove that Li Shimin was pointing at. He said, "This is cement." Li Shimin was stunned. Subconsciously asked, "What? Cement? What is this? The mud in the fields?" Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 725. Jiang Feng is also confused. When I was Li Shimin, I almost made a laugh. But Jiang Feng still forced a smile and said, "You don't know this, I don't blame you, but you can think about the mud in the field, right?" Li Shimin knew that the youngster was laughing at him again. His face was a little stiff. When Jiang Feng saw this, he didn't say anything anymore. He pointed to the smoke-bearing mountainside not far away and said, "Actually, I chose this place for a reason. The reason is that this ore is produced here." Or, Li Shimin was dumbfounded. "Feng Tsai, give me a good talk about you." "But, do we have to deal with this first?" Jiang Feng pointed to the contents of the pot, and Li Shimin slapped his head and said, "Then, just do as you said. But don't be stingy about the recipe. You should give it to me. You can't burn any of them. You have to give it to me." Jiang Feng, hearing this, I am overjoyed. If Li Chengqian were to do it, he would still be a little worried. After all, this thing delays school studies, but if old Li took it, it would be different. In this way, not only Chainan City, but the entire Great Tang will be covered. When the time comes, White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, are you afraid of not being famous? At this time, seeing Li Shimin like this, Jiang Feng immediately clasped his fists. "Then, in the future, you have to negotiate with Du Dabing and Li Qian, the youngsters, for specific matters. Although our friendship is displayed here, the biological brother still has to settle the accounts, right?" "So this. How are you going to do it?" "As soon as I'm here." Li Shimin couldn't help being shocked. This is money, and Li Shimin can meet him in the future. As long as Jiang Feng teaches his cooking skills, he will definitely earn a lot of money in Great Tang and even the whole world. It's full. So at this time, Li Shimin is so nervous. See Li Shimin as if he is facing an enemy. Jiang Feng was speechless for a while. "Come on, a Rentui brother. In that case, let's get 5 to 5 points. "No. You only have a technique. How do you do it?" "I'm 70%. No. It took me a lot of effort to make this formula." "This. Then you put my preface to the poems collected from the Orchid Pavilion. Give it to me." Li Shimin used the trump card, and Jiang Feng was stunned in an instant. "Well, if you get a tie, you will split equally. Anyway, there will be more money to make in the future." Jiang Feng had to admit defeat. But Li Shimin's next sentence instantly made Jiang Feng exploded. "Feng Tsai, you let old scholar brew the wine. Why don't you give it to me and I will give it to you? I promise you the best wine maker. When the time comes, it will make more money than this braised pork. Think about it, you have made this amazing dish. How can you lack such fine wines and wines? Don't you? Li Shimin fanned Jiang Feng in one ear and out the other over and over again. Jiang Feng thought about it so carefully that it was really like this. They couldn't help but squat on the pile of bricks outside the room with Li Shimin above. What Li Shimin said is a saliva splash across. Jiang Feng just didn't, and he was slowly led away. Feng Tsai, let me tell you. Do you know how this good wine goes with good food? Look, there is such a delicious food, but this is the only thing missing. Good wine. It's like that when you're newly married, you don't feel uncomfortable if you lack a bride. And this good wine, how much do you think about Great Confucian needs fine wine to create a shocking world? The vagrants in the market also need this kind of wine to numb their troubles for a day. Tell me, you have this kind of wine, but you have to hide it like this. What is this? This is an innocent man treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. If one day I let those Great Confucian know that these fine wines came from your youngster, but your youngster has been hiding it, what do you think? Those Great Confucians have to verbally criticize you. Now you get it out. They will only feel deeply grateful that you are a talented person, but if you are spread out in the future, you have good wine here, you thought about the result? Li Shimin instilled the advantages and disadvantages over and over again, and Jiang Feng was also bewildered. This thing really didn't expect. The thing Jiang Feng thinks of the most is, if he wants to make this wine come out, it seems that his reputation will rise, and there will be the reputation of Du Kang, the ancestor of wine, involved. Jiang Feng was a little bit enthusiastic. Old Li, you said, does this wine have other abilities? Li Shimin hearing this, knowing that Jiang Feng was on the road, hurriedly raised his face and said, look at you. What about your ingenuity in normal? What about your shrewdness in normal? Why did you forget an important thing? Jiang Feng was a little confused. What is it? Li Shimin smiled and patted Jiang Feng on the shoulder and said, you forgot your advantage. That is this wine, unique and unmatched. And I even gave this wine to Lord Zhangsan last time, and even heard that His Imperial Majesty praised your wine. Do you know what it means? Jiang Feng is silly shook his head. This means that once you plan to fully brew this fine wine, then His Imperial Majesty will definitely be able to make you happy. Maybe you will be called into the palace instantly. Jiang Feng was completely confused. Also, inexplicably excited. Li Shimin took the opportunity to say, think about Du Kang, the god of wine, not to say, this time your wine will definitely be positioned as our Great Tang's national wine. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 726. Jiang Feng is a little excited. He really didn't expect a little white wine. It can cause such a big reaction. Beyond the wine scent, Du Kang. Unexpectedly, Jiang Feng's heart was thumping and throbbing wildly. Then Jiang Feng looked around, grabbed Li Shimin's hand, and drilled into the room, walking and shouting Zuzi his mother, hurry up and serve me the whole drink and have pork kidneys. Li Shimin looked at all this with a smile, and did not stop him. Just let Jiang Feng pull it, drill into the house. For the first time, Li Shimin forced this to pretend here at Jiang Feng. Unable to help, Li Shimin in the heart laughed wildly. As soon as he entered the room, Jiang Feng shut the door to his heart. Then he took out a dusty wine jar from under the bed and said with emotion, Old Li, this is I have deliberately treasured the last jar of fine wine. Whether it is a little tavern or up and down the mountain, there is only this last jar. Li Shimin hearing this, couldn't help his eyes light up. Old Li, what are the benefits of this national wine? As soon as Jiang Feng sits down and pours a bowl of wine for Li Shimin, he can't wait to ask up. Li Shimin is not in a hurry. Elated took a sip of wine, and then said, the so-called national wine is exclusively provided by the imperial family. Once this is attached, your wine is even the inferior wine on the street. Your status will rise in an instant. A penny can instantly skyrocket to 100 penny a catty. Do you know this? Why don't Jiang Feng understand? This damn thing is the brand effect. But what he didn't know was that this one actually existed when he was in Great Tang. Jiang Feng continued to ask, so what are the benefits? What benefits? Li Shimin smiled. You have to know that once this thing appeared after the Imperial family's exclusive offering, let alone Great Tang, even if it was sold to other countries, this wine was not this. The price is up. You know your wine, sweet and strong. Jiang Feng, hearing this, instantly his eyes stared like a copper coin and said, I see. You mean, you want to get this wine directly to Turkey, Persia and other places, and use the wine to become the fourth largest brand of Great Tang exported abroad? Li Shimin was a little confused. What brand is not a brand? Now Great Tang's tea, silk, and porcelain have basically become regular commercial items. My Great Tang will come from Persia every year, waiting for places to buy a lot of wine, as well as a kind of horse milk wine from Turkey, highland barley wine from Tibet. Looking at Great Tang wine, it is a tragic one. Li Shimin sighed. Wine has always been an indispensable thing in life. Think about it, if Great Tang fights Turkey, merchants' way will inevitably pass Turkey. At this time Turkey is subject to the disadvantage of Great Tang's previous food in exchange for horses. Among them, do you think if they start a war, if they put a little bit in the wine? Jiang Feng understands. I thoroughly understood Li Shimin's ambition. He wanted to completely cut off the wines of Turkey and other countries, and then replace Jiang Feng's wines, and then dump them to them in an anti-customer-oriented manner. Unfortunately, Jiang Feng's mind became active. Just when he got excited, he really forgot a lot of things. As soon as Li Shimin said it, he instantly understood the way. I couldn't help but become enthusiastic. Old Li, this matter, then leave it to you. I will write you a letter later. You can find old scholar yourself, but don't tell anything about it. People, when the wine is going to be out, you come to me and I will give you something. You can put it in the stuffed distiller's lees. How about getting up in the next 3 days? Li Shimin's eyes are one flash. But I also know that everyone has something they want to keep. If Jiang Feng is allowed to come out of the curve, it will not be worth the loss. Unfortunately, Li Shimin didn't force anything anymore. That's okay. If that's the case, then let's do it. While Li Shimin was talking, Zuzi his mother knocked on the door gently. Jiang Feng took over the dishes and started eating and drinking with Li Shimin. While eating, Jiang Feng looked at the structure of the cement and so on. What he said was a mess. Li Shimin was also shocked by what Jiang Feng said about reinforced concrete. Feng Tsai, you said, how many 10 Jianghai houses can be built? How is this possible? Even if it is not written like this in the book. Where did you know this? Jiang Feng would definitely not tell him these things, and Li Shimin couldn't help but be moved when he thought of what Liu Wazu was planning. Feng Tsai, this cement you mentioned, can you make a lot of it now? Jiang Feng shook his head and sighed. It's not working for the time being. After all, after the academy is completely completed, we can see the effectiveness of cement. For the time being, we only know that his adhesiveness is very good, and other things that are under pressure, I don't know. Li Shimin disappeared in an instant. One point, he said, then, this thing, you have to pay attention to it. If when the time comes your thing comes out, then it can make a name for the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning again. Just like now this braised pork, as well as this fine wine. Jiang Feng heard of the fine wine. For a moment, Li Shimin was a little stunned. Seeing that something was wrong, Li Shimin hurriedly said, today's affairs, that's it. I have things to be busy, so we'll leave first. While speaking, before Jiang Feng could speak, he ran away in a hurry. Leave Jiang Feng sitting there with a dazed face, and when Li Shimin was about to disappear from sight, Jiang Feng woke up and rushed out the door and shouted, Old Li, you not kind. You actually frame me. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 727. But at this time Li Shimin had already ran away. Even if I heard it, he finally got this fine wine from Jiang Feng. Why does he have any reason to vomit it? He can imagine that if he meets someone like the Cambodian king, once he takes out such good things, How much face will he show up? What is this? This is the face of Great Tang. On the mountain, Zhang Feng's roar instantly made everyone look sideways, while Wei Shu waited a long time to follow the people here, hurried over, staring at Zhang curiously. Feng, look at the messy things on his table, and look at the empty wine jar. Cheng Chumo is not happy anymore. Feng Tsai, tell me about you. We are all such good brothers, and there are fine wines. You still want to hide? But Li Chengqian and Du, the two of them, are quite related to Zhang Feng. Seeing that Zhang Feng looked uncomfortable at this time, and asked, Feng Tsai, just father with me, what happened? When Zhang Feng heard this, he wanted to cry. Grabbing Li Chengqian's arm, he roared in grief and angrily, I was so miserable by your father. Zhang Feng's voice directly caused 5 people confused. Li Chengqian hurriedly asked, what the hell is going on? We saw from a distance just now. Didn't you two talk about falling into the sky? What's wrong? What's the matter? Go back and ask your father. I'm crying, brother, I'm just such a thing that can be left to my son. Even your father will not let it go. Give me a routine. You say, where can I talk about my reasoning? Li Chengqian and the others, after hearing this, I finally understood why Zhang Feng was like this. If it was someone else, they would really dare to find this place for Zhang Feng. But who is that master? They are His Imperial Majesty at the time. Even if they give them 100 courage, they dare not go to His Imperial Majesty for reason. Doesn't this mean courting death? Several people comforted Zhang Feng in a hurry. Feng Tsai, take a look. This is not for your sake. You like to hide everything. You look at such a good thing. Even if we don't dare, who eats and drinks? I'm worried that one day I'll run out of drinks. Iron Knox is right. Look, we only realize how many other than what you gave out now. A few of us drank it. This is not good. My father, my relatives, servants, have long been salivating about this wine, and I can't blame Li Qian for his father. If you think about the difficulty of doing business, if you know you have good wine at home, do you think you want to give it or not? If you give it out, there are only a few jars. If you don't give it, it doesn't offend people, isn't it? So Feng Tsai, Li Qian, his father, this is not cheating you, this is helping you. Just say that you are asking for Ruiangsu now. If you directly give someone a cart of wine, you are believing or not, when he drank out of his cart, he would naturally come to his door to beg you to be a teacher here. Will you be so troubled to ask for help? When Zhang Feng was said so, it was even more daunting. But after thinking about it like this, my hair exploded again in an instant. Speaking of speaking, you are all in the same group. Feelings are not yours, are they? You fucking get out of work for me. All of them are here, huh? Don't eat. A few people are hearing this, knowing that Zhang Feng is in anger at this time, shrinking his neck, and hurried away. Although Zhang Feng is a little annoyed by the routine at this time, there is one thing old Li they said is quite right, that is, this wine is bound to be released, but it is a matter of morning and evening, and caused the question of how much impact. If it were to be released with this braised pork now, the impact would be maximized. And once the people accepted the meat and the simple dishes he made, the wine matter, just like Li Qian and the others just said. People have relatives. Once the word gets around slowly, when the time comes out, it has no meaning at all. Thinking of this, Zhang Feng couldn't help but sigh again. Oh, mother, careless. Fortunately, the last core technology is still in his hands. As long as this thing is not spread, this wine, even if the brewing technique is passed down, they can't make it. However, just after Zhang Feng wanted to understand the ins and outs, Li Shimin, who was sitting slowly in the sedan chair and thinking about how Zhang Feng was furious at this time, received a message that made him angry. Originally, when I came out this time, one was to take a look at the academy. On the one hand, let's take a look at how the academy is built, and on the other hand, let's take a look at what happened to Zhang Feng. I have always heard about White Deer Academy of Classical Learning these past 2 days. So I want to take a look, but didn't expect unexpected happiness. This couldn't help making Li Shimin ecstatic. But when he was still immersed in excitement and couldn't help himself, he heard something he didn't want to hear. Master Lee, something has happened. Cambodia Wangbabali urgently ask for help. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 728 Chainan School Field. Originally set up in a mountain col not far from Shilipo, the location was hidden, but after Jiang Feng got on Mount Q, Li Shimin directly camped the Chainan garrison's barracks in Chainan between Mount Q, and this barracks not only includes the defenders, but also the training of the Chainan second-generation officials and the training of the Guard military city defense forces. But a few days ago, after Yachi Gong got this training manual from Jiang Feng, the originally lazy atmosphere in the barracks suddenly became terrifying. Before this, everyone relied on their identity at home, saying that they came to train in the barracks, but in fact, they came to live here for a while, and then they could go back and hang out on an errand if they wanted to. What to do? But this Yachi plague god, I don't know where he got a lot of wood, and the 3 military gods appeared in the barracks at the same time. This is not the scariest. In these 3 days, the 3 demon kings did not know where they got a lot of stones and bamboo baskets. At that time, everyone was still squatting in the corner thinking they were going to do something. But 3 days later, last night, their end is here. Everyone must carry a weight of 30 catties on their back, and then run 3 laps around Mount Q. If you don't finish running, you won't give you food. It's so self-willed. If you dare to object, then you just wait to die. At this time, the sun in the sky is painfully hot. Although they have been running all morning, they dare not complain at all, because today, His Imperial Majesty is coming to inspect. If this allowed His Imperial Majesty to see that they were so lazy, let alone the 3 great demon kings, they might actually break their legs, but it would take more than an hour. It's been more than an hour since they ran. People haven't come yet. Everyone is desperate. I'm terrified. I thought it was the 3 demon kings at the door targeting them. In contrast to the fear of the soldiers in the field at this time, the 3 Yachi Gong couldn't help but wonder when they looked at the gate of the mountain. Yachi Gong couldn't help but looked suspiciously at Qin Kaiang and asked, Shu Bao, are you sure His Imperial Majesty said he will come today? Cheng Yojin also touched his beard and look at the White Deer Academy of Classical Learning in Mount Q. Yiningzuo, did you go to Fengtsai? Should be it. Otherwise, His Imperial Majesty should have come long ago. The 3 of them looked at the direction of Mount Q, and then looked behind them. The soldiers who were climbing, running, and jumping on various horizontal bars, rope ladders or under the net ropes could not help but face revealed a trace of with emotion. Fengtsai, the youngster has a way. Otherwise, now this group of bastards are youngsters, and I don't know what the waste is like. Cheng Yojin haha smiled, then angrily roared, it's only an hour, can you not stand it anymore? Are you scumbags? Give me a ride. If anyone dared to rape and slippery, wait no matter whether His Imperial Majesty comes or not, Lao Tzu will record your every move in detail. When the time comes, let your Lao Tzu see, what kind of stuff are you all? People who are already exhausted. At this moment, when the time comes, when it got dark, I almost passed out. Mother, who are these people? A little bit. Do you want to tell your family? How can this make us live? Although everyone is very tired at this time, when they hear that when the time comes, they will record it truthfully, and everyone can't help but blow up, clenched the teeth, again desperately. Cheng Yojin and the 3 of them looked at the distance, then at the sun in the sky, and smacked their lips. The people who just heard say that Jiang Feng's youngster is doing things on the mountain again, and I don't know that. What happened to the group of bastard yesterday's 300,000 pigs? I don't know what the situation is, and no one knows to say it. Father P. While the 3 of them were muttering, Cheng Chuma rode a mule all the way from afar. Father. The 3 of them looked over in an instant. Cheng Yojin stared. There is no father and son in the military camp. This rule, can you fucking feed a dog? Give me 60 kilograms of weight and run 3 laps around Mount Q. Come back. Cheng Chuma hearing this on the back of the mule, As soon as he gave it to him, a somersault fell from the back of the mule. Complexion greatly changed. The roar, Father. General Cheng, I am the order of the teacher. I will send you food for the three of you. Cheng Yojin, hearing this is coldly snorted, and when Cheng Chumo comes around, he asks, send to the door to eat. This is not a day. Crown Prince got 300,000 pigs up the mountain. You should all know about this. Cheng Chumo grinned and smiled naively. At the same time, they hurriedly unloaded them from the 2 wooden barrels behind the mules. They were both in front of the 3 of them. By the way, they opened the lid, and a strong smell of meat instantly made the eyes of the 3 it's going to stare out. Cheng Yojin even ignored his son, grabbing a piece of meat and gnawing at it. Where can Yachi Gong bear it? Looking at the gravy on the corner of Cheng Yojin's mouth, he also picked up a piece of meat and gnawed. It seems that Cheng Chumo is good at military camps and has long forgotten about it. When the 3 of them were eating happily, Cheng Yojin wiped his mouth and yelled again, damn it, it's a pity that the barracks can't drink, otherwise it would be accompanied by Fengzi wine. It's a real joy. Come on, let's go to the mountain to find him and it's all done. Yachi Gong gnawed a pig's ear without paying any attention to his mouth. He wiped, grabbed a pig liver and gnawed angrily. It seemed that the taste was not good. After spit it out, he picked up a pig ear again. The 3 of them ate and walked into the camp of the school. Yachi Gong asked, youngster, can you see His Imperial Majesty along the way? Huh? Oh, I saw. He went back, cheated Fengzi's brewing recipe from the mountain and ran away. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 729. Announce Cambodia Prince Shiva. Announce Cambodia Prince Shiva. With little Gizian the moment the harmony of the guards at the gate of the Palace of Political Statement sounded, numerous officials from the imperial court reacted. Can't help but startled. Cambodia Prince is here? And it's actually Prince who is here? Does His Imperial Majesty mean to insist on fighting? Amid everyone's doubts, a handsome young man wearing a weird costume with a green and gold border slowly walked into the Palace of Political Statement. And behind him, followed by 2 white-bearded old men, holding a yellow rosewood tray in each hand, was tightly covered by red cloth, and no one knew what was covered in it. But from the high bulging part, everyone can faintly feel that this thing is extraordinary. As soon as the Cambodia Prince took the 2 into the Palace of Political Statement, he put his respectful right hand on his chest and said, Cambodia Prince Shiva, bring emissary to see your Majesty, Emperor of Great Tang. Li Shimin waved his sleeves. You may rise. While speaking, Shiva just lifts the head, and took a tray from an old man behind him, saying, this is my royal father's letter of credence written to your Majesty, Emperor of Great Tang. I hope you Majesty, Emperor of Great Tang. After that, little Gizzy walked down the hall and checked a letter before presenting it to Li Shimin cautiously. This is the 2nd letter from the King of Cambodia to him. Yesterday, he received a letter from emissary, but when he returned to the palace, he learned that Cambodia Prince had come. It seems that Cambodia has really arrived. Things have reached a dead end, otherwise, emissary will not be dispatched frequently this time, and even the Cambodia Prince will come in person. You need to know that Cambodia Prince is equivalent to Crown Prince. It is conceivable that Crown Prince can come in person. Sure enough, after Li Shimin opened this credential, the content above has changed from a previous request to a plea. Li Shimin took a sigh of relief, his face unchanged, and asked, I already know about the matter this time, but you also know the current situation of my Great Tang. So, let me think about it. I can resume with you. Shiva, hearing this, bowed and said, many thanks your Majesty, Emperor of Great Tang, kind and loving. Come here. It is the meaning of the Royal Father. The Royal Father said that as long as your Majesty, Emperor of Great Tang sends troops, I will do my best to collect enough food and supplies for Great Tang. Not only that, I will subtract 30% of the profits from the business in the past. In the future, Cambodia, I am also willing to cooperate with you. Great Tang signs a permanent vassal state agreement and pays tribute every year. Hearing this, everyone in the imperial court was shocked. Permanent vassal state. All the business in the past minus 30% of the profits to Great Tang. Toxic salt was originally given to Great Tang free of charge. In exchange, Great Tang only needs a cart of toxic salt to give them 10 catties of table salt. But apart from this, there are other things, such as seafood, as well as spices, fruits, etc. These matters a lot. Since the establishment of business exchanges with Cambodia, many people in the imperial court have participated in it, and some people have even made a lot of plutonium. Although everyone was worried before, this business has only affected the current situation. One day it will recover. It's just different now. If His Imperial Majesty agrees to help Cambodia, and according to His Imperial Majesty's current meaning, it seems that he has already wanted to help Cambodia. Once he sends troops to Cambodia, then their interests will be maximized. Li Shimin was also silent at this time. Slowly sweep the expressions on the faces of the ministers in the imperial court, and then slowly said, I know what you said, but you also know the current situation. If I blindly send troops, what kind of consequences will it cause? So within 3 days, I will give you an answer. While speaking, Li Shimin waved his hand and said, speaking of the commandment of Jianan Road, Lingnan Road, all state capital soldiers, stand ready, retreat. In Li Shimin's indifferent voice, everyone had to suppress their doubts and send Li Shimin away. After everyone left, Shiva glanced at the direction Li Shimin was leaving, then winked with the two behind him, hurriedly left the Palace of Political Statement and headed for Honglu Temple. The reason why he came to Great Tang this time, besides this incident, there is another thing. That is to visit Jiang Feng. When I was in Cambodia before, I heard that Jiang Feng seemed to open an academy in Great Tang to recruit talents from all over the world. The purpose of this visit is to find Jiang Feng. As for this matter, he is confident that as long as the Emperor Great Tang is not a fool, he will definitely send troops. Moreover, he has already taken his sincerity full. He doesn't believe it. Will the people of Great Tang not agree? A Palace of Political Statement is published. Shiva instructed the two behind him, you go back to Honglu Temple first, I'll go out. An older man of the two asked worriedly, Prince, it's not too late to wait for a definite answer to this matter. After all, this is a major event. Shiva remained unmoved, just using his eyes to indicate to the ministers who have just exited the Palace of Political Statement and said, look at their faces and think about it. Your Majesty, Emperor of Great Tang just said if you do, you will understand. While speaking, Shiva hurriedly followed the carriage picking up the ministers, and the sedan chair disappeared into the sight of the two emissary. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 730. In the Imperial Study Room, Wai Zhengfang Xuanling Yui and Cheng Yojin Yuchi Gong and the others waited here early. After a while, Li Shimin hurried over. After seeing a few people, Li Shimin asked directly, you heard what the Cambodia Crown Prince said just now? Did you guys think about it? Don't send troops or not? Yachi Gong hearing this hurriedly clasped his fists. His Imperial Majesty, the troops must be dispatched. If the troops are not dispatched, how do those countries whose acknowledgement allegiance is in my Great Tang view us? How do other countries treat us? The salt we use now is basically used by all the people. If we don't send troops, the consequences will be. And the current situation is not the problem of not sending troops. The problem is, Great Tang's attitude towards this matter. Yachi Gong, Cheng Yojin and Qin Kaiyan, you say one thing to me. Anyway, that means you must send troops. The kind that won't work without sending troops. And when the voice of their three people fell, Fang Xuanling said, the current situation is that my Great Tang can only mobilize 50,000 soldiers and horses. And 50,000, enough. Yachi Gong interrupted Fang Xuanling with a wave of his hand, and looked at Li Shimin and said, His Imperial Majesty, give me 50,000. If Cambodia is really responsible for this food, Then the veteran has a way to the war was delayed for 10 days. The news that these 10 days were enough for the veteran to reach the imperial palace. At that time His Imperial Majesty mobilized soldiers from various state capitals to come to help. The veteran would surely kill him, the 300,000 Indian soldiers. That's it. This is Yuchi Gong's confidence. Although, there are 300,000 people on the opposite side. But who is he? He has fought countless times in large and small battles. If you meet the youngster before leaving, if you can get a little bit of war skills from him, it's best to get it. Come some impervious to sword and spear shield armor, nothing that cannot be broken lance. Then he has the courage to collide with the Indian soldiers. The key lies in Zhang Feng's youngster. That's what Li Shimin thought at this time. After all, at this time, he also knows the seriousness of the matter. If he loses his trust in others, let alone Cambodia, what makes him great? Tang loses the credibility of the entire Merchant's Way. When the time comes, who would dare to do business with them? Therefore, there must be no shortage of troops at this time. Fang Xuanling and Du Yui both smacked their lips and wanted to say something, but in the end, they all swallowed back. At this time, they also know the situation. Li Shimin saw no one to speak. Said, then, summon all the generals. I will see your marching strategy before tonight. While speaking, Li Shimin looked slightly better now. Points gone. Congratulations to His Imperial Majesty. After a few people sent away Li Shimin, Du Yui stopped Yuchi Gong and said, General Yuchi, this time the troop is very important. Great Tang, this time, even if I add a mansion soldier, how much can I dispatch? Yuchi Gong's eyes turned and said, Duke Du, what does this mean? What do you mean? The old man asks you. You have to know that this time about Cambodia, it is probably a test of Tibet and India for my great Tang. You are so sure? 50,000 people can fight an army of 300,000. What if I fail? Don't I, great Tang, have to face scandal? Yuchi Gong finally understood what Du Yui meant. A glance at Fang Xuanling and Wei Zheng. The three of them also had the same expression. And the three of Yuchi Gong haha smiled. Cheng Yojin patted Zhang Sunwuji on the shoulder and said, Old brother, don't worry about that. Do you still remember the spear that Feng Tsai the youngster used to say that nothing that cannot be broken? Wei Zheng and the others hearing this, couldn't help but become even more popular. Now the civil engineering project on Feng Tsai Mountain is not over yet. Do you think Feng Tsai can have a leisure time to do that? Don't you want to think about it? Now blindly give it to His Imperial Majesty. Having said that, the old man depends on how you end up. Chancellor Wei, don't worry. Qin Kaiang arched his hands and said, have you heard of Zhang Feng? Little brother has a military science that is more magical than Sun Tzu's art of war. Hearing this, the expressions of Zhang Sunwuji and the others froze for an instant. They really know this. I just don't know. For people like Yuchi Gong at this time, this thing has actually become his military sacred needle. What is this so-called military science? Learned from His Imperial Majesty at this time, and after the three Cheng Yojin learned about it, they also knew about the chain and defensive barracks. After all, the children in their family were also heirs. Some are in it, and the most important thing is that their son is basically with Zhang Feng. Where did they not know? It's just that they always think that these things Zhang Feng, the youngster said, are just lip syncing. But how did they know that Yuchi Gong could actually say such things at this time? Yuchi Gong didn't explain much either. As soon as the three of them came out of Imperial City, they shook hands with Fang Xuanling and the others. I will go back to the barracks first, and I will bother you to quickly issue a summoning order. I will be at my house tonight. How about this matter being negotiated? What else can Wei Zheng say? They can only bow their hands. Good. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 731. Several people hurriedly returned to various departments, and then from the military to the Ministry of Works, Ministry of Appointments, etc. And then a memorial covered with seals appeared in Li Shimin's case. Li Shimin looked at it and stamped it with a big seal. After that, a summoning order came out to the Imperial Palace. It began to spread from Chainan City. All military commanders, aristocratic family, or family disciple from the aristocratic family must return to the military to report after seeing this imperial decree. And both hinder this time. Mount Q above. The same is true. A large number of people received this imperial decree one after another. The first to leave was the group of veterans from Peace Street. After bidding farewell to Jiang Feng excitedly, although their eyes showed long-lost excitement, there was also a trace of loneliness. The war, no one knows whether it will be gone forever, but the arrogance that belongs to the soldiers in the bones. Only in the midnight dream can there be a trace in the years gratified. Many people in the world think they are a group of Rakshasa ghosts, but who knows that the battlefield is love and hate for them? What I love is that they can experience their own value only on the battlefield, and in this Chainan city, except for Jiang Feng, who is not the kind of disgust that sees them. But on the battlefield, they can freely dissatisfy and anger in their hearts. What I hate is that if I go this time, it may be a farewell, or it will bring the memory of the brother that will never be forgotten for a lifetime, struggling on whilst at death's door. And Jiang Feng looked at these people a little dazed. Li Qian quietly pulled aside and asked, "What's the matter? Is it Tibet calling? Why is it suddenly imperial decree?" Li Chengqian pats Jiang Feng's side on his shoulder. "Brother, I guess I will be on the battlefield too. Iron Ox and some of them may also go. If this is Tibet, it would be great. This time it is Cambodia. You remember being fooled by you. The Cambodia prince is turning around." This time he brought news. "I heard that Cambodia was invaded by India's 300,000 troops, and most of the merchants' way you made has now basically fallen into the hands of India. So you know." At this time, Cheng Chumo Waishu and the others also walked to the door of Jiang Feng, patted Jiang Feng on the shoulder and said, "Brother, take care. This time you also know that our industry in Cambodia, we have to go up." So Jiang Feng was a little confused. Isn't it said that only people who are born in martial arts can go? Now that the recruitment order is not successful? After hearing a few people, heart startled, Li Chengqian explained hurriedly, "No, we just said that we might go back." This time it was the father who sent the message saying that we should go home to discuss some countermeasures. But this time we might really be separated. Li Chengqian is not going to the battlefield naturally, but Cheng Chumo is different. Who is his father? This time it was said that they could not be on the battlefield, but Zhang Sunchong and Wai Shui had long wanted to be on the battlefield. This time they learned about imperial decree. Where can they sit still? I also want to go to the front line to have a look. And Jiang Feng was confused by this sudden event. He has become accustomed to these guys who have nothing to do with their ears, but suddenly so many people all leave. He feels so unnatural. "Can we not go?" Jiang Feng asked something. Cheng Chumo glared at Jiang Feng. "If you can't go, don't you go? What about India's 300,000 army? The point is that I don't want to go either." "Let's go." Cheng Chumo's eyes were red, and while speaking, he waved his hand and was about to leave. Li Chengqian and Dugu and the others are okay, and they bid farewell to Jiang Feng, and then they are ready to leave. Jiang Feng was silent. But after a while, Jiang Feng looked at the door and shouted, "Come back! Come back! I have a way." Several people stopped hearing this momentarily, and they couldn't help but let it go. Jiang Feng seriously doubts that these guys are really going down the mountain to join the army, or what do they do? But none of this matters anymore. Everything on the mountain now, whether it's the food factory, the paper mill, or everything on the mountain, if these bastards are gone, wouldn't he become a general without an army? Jiang Feng looked at the strange-faced people and sighed, "No matter what you are doing with me or what you are doing, I need you now, so I will give you a solution for this matter!" Exclamation mark. "Are you sure there is a way?" Li Chengqian hesitated. But it is also a little strange. If Jiang Feng can really create the shield of impervious to sword and spear in a short time, it will really be solved completely. After thinking about it, Li Chengqian feels impossible again. Not to mention anything else. How long does it take to build a shield with stubborn iron? How much can he make in this short time? But Li Chengqian still asked, Thanked Sai. What can you do? Jiang Feng is not in a hurry. Lie back on the recliner, pondered for a while and said, you said that India invaded Cambodia. I remember hearing your father talk about it as early as the Tibetan rebellion broke out. Could it be that you didn't think about it? Are these two things very likely to be the same thing? In other words, this time India dispatched 300,000 troops to invade Cambodia, perhaps because of the relationship with Tibet. Premeditate. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 732 fell with Jiang Feng's voice. Li Chengqian's face was blue and white, and the smile on his face was still staring at Jiang Feng. After staring for a moment, it seems that his eyes are sour, and he paces back and forth with his hands on his back. This thing is too big. No one started from the position of Tibet, and that Turkic, who disappeared from 100,000 elite. No one thought of it. But now what Jiang Feng said, instantly reminded Li Chengqian of a terrifying thing. Perhaps the 100,000 people of Turkey have not disappeared, but in the top secret of the crowd, they sneaked into India territory. Although this is a kind of speculation, Li Chengqian has a taste of conspiracy more and more. Suddenly Li Chengqian's eyes narrowed deeply. Thanked Sai. What do you mean is that the 100,000 troops that disappeared from Turkey have already sneaked into India, and at the same time they slapped Tibet at the same time? The civil turmoil in China, and the war in Cambodia, mean that I want to distract my Tang army? Cheng Chumo and the others hearing this, I couldn't help but be astonished. But when Li Chengqian finished talking and looked at Jiang Feng, he found that Jiang Feng was looking at him dumbfounded. Li Qian, how did you know? Who said this? Jiang Feng really doesn't know about this. At this time, Li Chengqian saw that there was something wrong, and hurriedly said, well, this is the last time I was going down the mountain. It was not that I happened to meet Lord Zhangsun and went to my house to find my father and discuss Tibet's merchant's way. Did I overhear it? At that time, Lord Zhangsun praised you. That's right. Don't change the subject. Jiang Feng hearing this, interrupted Li Chengqian's endless chatter, frowning and thinking. I only heard the reclining chair under his butt, creaking non-stop. After a while, Jiang Feng's toe touched a little on the floor, and the creaking sound instantly disappeared. If this Turkic really mobilizes 100,000 people, then this thing will be done. In other words, Turkic is not going to be a big network, just wait for our great Tang soldiers to drill inside. Li Chengqian hearing this, could not help but complexion changed. Do you mean that the current Tibet and Cambodia affairs are all India's conspiracy against me Great Tang? Then, his real intention is to go south to Great Tang? Li Chengqian panicked a bit. In this case, the 100,000 soldiers who had set out to enter Tibet had no knowledge at all. And judging from the current situation, it was really interesting. Turkic's 100,000 army, Dao has suddenly disappeared so far, and combined with the current situation, it may have been hidden in the borders of India and Tibet for a long time, and there are even many entering Cambodia. Jiang Feng thought for a while, nodded said, yes, think about it, if you give you a sandbox of 100,000 people, behind you are hundreds of thousands of stomach rumbling with hunger people, and you the next door is full of food and clothing all day long. What will happen to you? Now, think about how you should move this sandbox. Your neighbor's power is what you want to be. What will you do so that the people behind you can eat? Li Chengqian was a little confused, but Cheng Chumo understood instantly. After all, he has never played lesson sandbox. Thanked Sai. What do you mean is that it is very likely that this Tibet matter, and Cambodia matter, are all Turkic sections against me Great Tang. And the purpose is to take me Great Tang? Or do you want to use this method to fight against Great Tang? Jiang Feng fiercely nodded. At this time, what he thought of in his mind was the battle between Great Tang and Turkic next year in the depths of his memory. 3 years of Zhengwen, Great Tang and Turkic broke out in war. In this battle, Jiang Feng thought that using the method of cannibalization, Turkic would be able to win the victory under the unmoving soldiers. But now it seems that Turkic is not a fool, and understands it. Great Tang's intention, It seems that India's sudden deployment of troops this time is not without intention. At this time, once the troops are divided, it seems to be in the right place. When the time comes, the garrison on Long Eu Road, and the defences along Tibet and other places are due to the relaxation of the soldiers, and the Turkic army may be designated. There will be a surprise, when the time comes, even if the people sent by Great Tang want to come back, it is too late. Li Chengqian and the others also want to understand at this time, look pale. But Jiang Feng, after trying to understand all this, he is not in a hurry. Looking at Li Chengqian, several people said, "Don't worry about this. Soldiers are going to be sent out, but it's not going to Cambodia. All your properties will be saved. Now, you will be obediently and honestly for me to wear. I didn't get the academy right, and didn't graduate. If you dare to run, even if you beg me from now on, don't even want to enter the academy." Facing Jiang Feng's threat was automatically filtered by Li Chengqian, but instead he asked, "You mean, Cambodia can't be saved?" "But now I heard that Cambodia prince has come to Great Tang." Jiang Feng came to be interested and asked, "Is he meaning the same as Tibet?" "As long as Great Tang sends troops, they will provide food." Li Chengqian hearing this, and Cheng Chumo Zhang and Chong looked at each other a glance, and then nodded. Jiang Feng waved his hand to say with a smile, "Then don't worry, as long as His Imperial Majesty is not a fool, he will definitely not send troops this time. And there is no such good thing in the world. You don't want to think about it. Who doesn't lack food? But why do they pull out so much rations from their teeth? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 733 Jia Drive. On the mountain path of Mount Kiwi, 5 horses galloped past, and everyone along the way saw the 5 horses at the time. I wanted to scold, but when they saw the 5 masters above, all of them swallowed back what they were scolding in their hearts. But at the same time, he was shocked. Although these 5 masters said that after entering Mount Kiwi, Demon King's temper has improved a lot. But why is it still so fizzy? I heard that when it was getting dark yesterday, people came from Cambodia. After Li Chengqian and a few people left, everyone couldn't help but whisper, "Stand up." I heard that some of India's white hairs are going to fight Cambodia. What does it matter to us? Hey, who don't care about our business? Do you still want to eat salt? Where do you think the salt we eat now comes from? Our dean made it all, and I still listen. I said an interesting story. Before the dean came to Mount Kiwi, didn't he have a little tavern in Cheonan City? That day Cambodia prince and princess went to the little tavern and met our dean. He was originally full of jewels. But since the time of typing, do you know what happened to these two? Everyone couldn't help but get interested. The man carried a basket of bricks on his back and said twice, "The 2 goods, except for the clothes on the body, are left by our dean." P.S. Is there anything else? No. Then what happened to Cambodia this time? Is it again? Did you send the baby to our dean? The ghost knows, but watching the actions of the 5 masters, maybe something went wrong in Cambodia this time. You didn't see the imperial decree earlier this morning. Are you all down? The group of veterans on Peace Street are all going down the mountain like crazy. What is it? Something is really going to happen? And on the other side, Li Chengqian waved his riding whip and rushed into Cheonan City as fast as lightning, and then rushed into the imperial city along the way. On the way, it was difficult not to attract everyone's attention. Everyone can't help but think of what Cambodia made yesterday, and today's imperial decree. In Cheonan City, I couldn't help but trembling again. Li Chengqian and the others galloped all the way, hurriedly dismounted outside the Palace of Absolute Beguiling, holding the Crown Prince, and entering the imperial study room in the horrified gaze of all Jinwu guards. Li Shimin waited again early. As soon as Li Chengqian entered the door, waved his hand to signal Cheng Chumo to go out, and then asked, "What is so alarming?" "I just asked you to come back to participate in General Cheng. They are very concerned about this expedition. Talking about Cambodia matters. Why are you acting so exaggerated?" Li Chengqian hearing this was shocked and hurriedly said, Father Emperor, child and subject came for this matter. Li Shimin frowned. But what horrible things did Feng Tsai say again? Feng Tsai said, "This is Turkic's conspiracy." Li Shimin hearing this, the indifferent expression on his face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly asked, "Say." He had already learned that Li Chenqian and the others had broken into the imperial city. Thought of many possibilities, but once again he underestimated Jiang Feng's wisdom. He actually said what Li Shimin was most worried about, and Jiang Feng didn't know about the 100,000 Turkic things before. It is very likely that these little brat are in desperation. Just said it. In a short moment, you can overlook the whole situation and hit the key point. This makes Li Shimin some believe Li Chenqian's words. Father Emperor, Feng Tsai said, this Tibet matter, as well as Cambodia and India matter, are all handled by Turkic. They have long been certain that our great Tang will send troops to rescue Cambodia, and you think about it, 2 times, 2 requests for help. It was they who provided food and grass. This is not normal. Li Shimin hearing this, he couldn't help but instantly think of this weird major that kept his eyelids jumping wildly. Event. He always felt that something went wrong, but I have been thinking about it all the time. This is why he gave Yuchi Gong and the others a day to discuss the cause of this matter, but at this time a sentence from Li Chenqian instantly made Li Shimin clear up. No wonder I have been thinking, since they have 100,000 people's food and grass, they may not be able to put down the rebellion. Why should I send troops to Great Tang? It turns out that Turkic is early he turned into Tibet's rebellion, and then used Great Tang's bad tricks to preach, so Tibet, from the military and rumors, mistakenly thought that this time the matter was serious, so he panicked to ask for Great Tang's help. So that's how it is. I understand. Li Shimin fiercely sponge hit the case table, and the 4 people waiting at the door were shocked instantly. While Li Shimin didn't care about that many, he hurriedly walked down the dragon throne and asked, "Is what you said is true?" But as soon as I said it, Li Shimin didn't feel it. No, after all, this matter is too big, so big that Li Shimin finds it a little weird. Li Chenqian is heavily nodded. The child and subject have been thinking about this for a long time, and I feel that it is very strange. Father Emperor, look. While speaking, Li Chenqian pointed to the wall of the imperial study room. The map said, "This is where my great Tang is located, and the 100,000 army is assembled from Mu Prefecture." That is to say, Tulai Khan and Geely must have a meeting, otherwise how could the 100,000 army enter Geely so easily? The Fox's territory? And some time ago we were too cruel to Turkic, and Turkic was caught in civil strife at that time. Do you still hear Turkic civil strife at this time? Li Shimin hearing this, his look changed. Li Chenqian continued, "First, Tibet broke out in civil strife, and then Tulai dispatched a 100,000 elite army, and then Tibet asked for help, and India suddenly sent troops, but these 100,000 elite Turkic were all the same." No. This Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 734. At this time, there is no need for Li Chenqian to say anything. Li Shimin has long understood all of this. If it weren't for Turkic's conspiracy, it would be weird. Li Shimin carried his hands on his back, walked and stopped in front of the map for a long time and asked, "Did Feng Tsai say, what should I do?" He said father. In fact, the emperor had already been mentally prepared. Li Chenqian said painfully. Hearing this, Li Shimin's expression stagnated, and then he couldn't help but sigh. This Feng Tsai really caused a problem for me. I almost sent troops. Li Chenqian thought for a while and said, however, Feng Tsai means that the soldiers are going to come out, but they are not going to Cambodia. Not going to Cambodia. Where to go? Li Shimin stared at the map. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't figure it out. The best way at present is to send troops immediately and enter Cambodia to suppress India. Otherwise, When the time comes, if the soldiers suppress the territory, everything will be over. But this youngster can't say go to Cambodia. I think of the same request from Cambodia and Tibet that Zhang Feng asked Li Chengqian to convey. Li Shimin pointed to the map in surprise and asked, does Feng Tsai mean that this time Cambodia is borrowing the soldiers asked for help? They were all messages from Turkey and India who deliberately walked out. What is the purpose? Is it for come on, call me quickly? Yachi Gong Cheng Yojin Kin Kayang enters the palace, even if it's a dead horse, within a quarter of an hour. I want to see them. Cheng Chumo kneeling outside the door. Several people hearing this, their heads exploded, up, secretly turned around and glanced at the deep palace compound. He couldn't help being speechless for a while. Do you really want to run to death? For such a long distance, even 1,000 horse needs 1 hour to gallop all the way. It seems that this time, the matter is really big. Boom, boom, woo. Shortly after Li Shimin's voice was transmitted, the news spread to the drum tower in an instant. After drum tower received the name, 3 drumsticks were struck hard, and the guards on the city wall of the Vermilion Bird Gate heard these 3 drums. As if approaching a big enemy, there was a veteran who understood the meaning and personally took the hammer in the guard's hand. Fiercely hit a gong the size of a millstone. In an instant, the sound of a gong that pierced the eardrum of a person was transmitted melodiously on the gate tower of the Vermilion Bird Gate. The sound of the gong is very subtle. After the first sound fell, after repeated beating twice, there was no sound. After the second sound of the gong fell, there was a melodious long horn sounded in the direction of the Cheonan Barracks, which is the Cheonan city gate. This is a kind of fascination that other people do not understand, but only military generals can understand. This is called the Sanjin Pursuing Order. It means that His Imperial Majesty has encountered great things. No matter what he is doing, he must let go and enter the palace quickly. This is the fastest way to convey military information in ancient times. It is a signal transmission method other than fire beacon. At this time, in Yachi Gong's mansion, Cheng Yojin and the others were arranging troops on the sandbox. When they were so noisy and blushing, they suddenly heard the faint sound of a gong and couldn't help but Yachi Gong complexion greatly changed. I hurriedly walked out of the door and listened carefully, but at this moment, I heard the melodious horns from the Cheonan city gate, and everyone's expressions changed drastically. Go into the palace. Come here, prepare 3 horses. Cheng Yojin even roared and picked up the axe, looking at the shoulder of the guard at the corner, quickly rushed out of Yachi Gong's mansion gate. After that, the 3 of them had no time to wear their official robes, and they hurried to Imperial City with their weapons. They don't know what happened to His Imperial Majesty. This is a familiar but unfamiliar way of communication. Only those who have experienced the Xuanwu Gate change know the meaning, but at this time, His Imperial Majesty actually used this. It can be seen that what happened at this time. How dare the 3 say anything? The horsewhip creaked along the way. But even so, it still took about 1 hour to get to the Imperial study room. As soon as he entered the door, Cheng Yojin immediately said, Veteran Cheng Yojin participates in His Imperial Majesty. No gift, no gift. I ask you, you can discuss what's the countermeasure. Cheng Yojin hearing this, took a look at Yachi Gong and said, reporting back to His Imperial Majesty, I think there is always something strange about this matter. But Mr. Yachi said that he wants to change his route. Enter Cambodia from Tibet. I ask you, what do you think is weird? Li Shimin interrupted Cheng Yojin impatiently and looked at the 3 of them again and asked, I want to know what is wrong with you. Hearing this, Cheng Yojin said, it is the food and grass problem between Tibet and Cambodia, whether it is 50,000 or 100,000, according to our informants. Currently India and Tibet are all affected by food shortages, especially Tibet and Turkic. Although Cambodia had a grain trade with us before, it can only be regarded as a national effort to hoard the grain of the 100,000 army. Therefore, the old official felt that this matter was strange and did not necessary, especially Tibet. It takes so much time to quell the civil strife. After Cheng Yojin finished speaking, Li Shimin's face became more solemn and pointed. Refers to the two Yachi Gong. What the two said is exactly similar to Cheng Yojin. Li Shimin couldn't help but hesitated in his heart. You have all heard about the crown prince going down the mountain just now? The news he brought is that Fengzi said it was Turkic's conspiracy, and I suspect that the 100,000 elites of Tulai Old Thief have already entered Tibet and India, but I feel that Tulai has moved, and it is impossible for Geely to not move. Hearing this, the expressions of the three Cheng Yojin changed drastically. Li Shimin went on to say, so, because Geely is very likely to dispatch at least 100,000 troops. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 735. What? Geely is also dispatched. Hearing this, the three of Yachi Gong couldn't help but their expressions changed drastically. Yachi Gong hurriedly asked, His Imperial Majesty, what do you mean is that this time the Indian army is likely to have gathered the elite of Geely Tulai and mixed into the Indian army? Then they means, is it the hinterland of my great Tang? Li Shimin squinted his eyes and pointed to the map and said, you think, if I can use the people of Great Tang now, all go to Tibet and Cambodia. If from any place in this open area, Turkic's elite fell from the sky, then who else can stop me? Great Tang. Li Shimin pointed to Longyu Road and Guanai Road, and Jianantao is equivalent to Tibet's immediate vicinity. Hearing this, the eyes of the three Yachi Gong couldn't help showing a touch of shock. If His Imperial Majesty hadn't pointed out now, then who would have thought of this? When the time comes, if all the available soldiers and horses enter Tibet and India, it will inevitably cause internal emptiness. Once Turkic's people appear, it will be too late even if you want to get help. Unfortunately, Yachi Gong was angry. If it hadn't been for the youngster on the mountain to find out in time, they would have been caught by now. Yachi Gong couldn't help but didn't know what to do at this time, and asked, should we send troops now? Li Shimin looked at the map and fell silent. Yachi, I would like to ask the three of you, this soldier. Now that you know this situation, do you think you have to send troops? Now, the three of Yachi Gong stumped. If you go, what about Great Tang? If you don't go, don't you have to suffer other people's public opinion again? When the time comes, don't those countries that depend on Great Tang want chaos? This is really a dilemma. Seeing that the three of them didn't speak, Li Shimin couldn't help but flashes of disappointment in his eyes. But in retrospect, even he didn't dare to make a conclusion on this matter easily. This can only be said and thought. The person simply counted the situation of Great Tang to the nearest minute. Send troops. It just happened to give them a chance to go south. If you don't send troops, Great Tang will also be at risk under public opinion. This is extremely vicious. Forget it. You go back to the deployment route first. What should you do? It is still the same. Let me think about it before talking. The three were surprised. Quickly asked, His Imperial Majesty, you get out. Li Shimin coldly shouted, and the three of them exited Imperial study room. Li Chengqian also wanted to leave, but Li Shimin didn't dare to speak. Only so quietly. Li Shimin looked at the map so quietly, and Li Chengqian looked at the map unconsciously. Recalling what Zhang Feng said just now, he couldn't help but say, Father Emperor, just now Feng Tsai gave it to we said something. Say, Feng Tsai said, if you give us a sandbox, and a setting, the person who erects us, at this time absolutely, the country next door has abundant resources. How can you arrange a perfect formation on the sandbox if you can't beat it? Li Shimin was surprised at hearing this. With a hurried wave, Li Chengqian came to the study room on the right side of the Imperial study room. On the corner of the study room, a sandbox covered with red gauze was covered with dust. Li Shimin tore open the gauze. Haoran is a large sandbox with Great Tang and surrounding packages, Shiwai, Goguryeo and other countries together. Li Shimin bowed his waist, squinted his eyes and used a bamboo stick to make gestures on it for a long time, then pointed to Tibet in it, and his face was terrifying gloomy. Sigh with a sigh, Kiana, you said? Feng Zhai said that the no stronghold one cannot overcome the spear. If it is done, how long can it be done? Now, Li Chengqian asked. Li Chengqian thought for a while, and then said, Father Emperor, child and subject felt that maybe Feng Zhai could make it out in 10 days. 10 days. But if you want to assemble the whole army, at least it will take a month, or at least. This is still the situation if Feng Zhai goes all out. It may be possible with all the top blacksmiths of my great Tang. January, P 10 days. It's too late. Li Shimin fiercely hit the sandbox with a fist. Let's go on Mount Q. I want to ask Feng Zhai face to face. After Li Shimin finished speaking, a Buddhist clothing the sleeve strode away hurriedly, and Li Chengqian hurriedly followed along after a moment of shock. As soon as I left the imperial study room, Cheng Chumo, whose legs were numb, were about to pay respect, but Li Shimin ignored them and left in a hurry. Looking at Li Shimin's back, several people were dumbfounded. It was just ignored by Yachi Gong and now by His Imperial Majesty. They seriously doubted whether they provoke something. As for this, seeing Li Chengqian coming out, several people grabbed Li Chengqian and asked, Chengqian, what's the matter? We just heard His Imperial Majesty seem to be angry. Li Chengqian shook his sleeves and glared at a few people. It was hard to say anything. Quickly said, quickly follow His Imperial Majesty on Mount Q. Don't ask too much, I'll tell you afterwards. A few people hearing this, it's even more daunting. But seeing that His Imperial Majesty and Li Chengqian ran away in a hurry, they could only look at each other and then hurriedly followed along. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 736. Zhang Feng. At this time, there are also some restlessness. Just now, Li Chengqian, a few people, are still down the mountain after all. After a few people left, Zhang Feng was rare and quiet, and combined with the memory of Zhengwen 3 years ago and after, he stroked it all. But the more so, the more he discovers that Turkic must have expert guidance in this, otherwise, who knows what Great Tang does. Have you even figured out His Imperial Majesty's mind so accurately? Send troops. That hits their arms. If you don't send troops, then Zhang Feng has already played the remaining public opinion offensive, and Great Tang will fall into a disadvantage. When the time comes, he Turkic will fight in one fell swoop, and he still has to go south. It seems that in the 3 years of Zhengwen, that is, next year, Li Shimin in history is also forced to look impatiently, otherwise, he would not start fighting in such a hurry. You have to know that although he is here now, Great Tang is allowed to avoid the locust plague next year. But I don't know if it's the butterfly effect or what's going on. It seems that this time is also because of him. One of the chain reactions caused by the arrival. After all, historical major events are still inevitable. Although Zhang Feng can change and promote the perfect ending of this event, he still cannot stop it from happening. This makes Zhang Feng a little suspicious, whether he has crossed the real historical torrent or crossed the parallel world. However, Zhang Feng is still a little bit convinced that it is his arrival that caused a series of butterfly effects. Otherwise, how can this be explained? But this is all Zhang Feng's guess. But when he thought of these things, Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel pain again. Counting the time, it has been 7 months. When will this damn system be activated? Grass involved. Zhang Feng pointed at the window with an international gesture. But at this moment, there was a sudden explosion outside the door, and Zhang Feng shuddered, thinking that he was retribution. It was a came back to his senses to kill you. Zhang Feng faintly heard someone knocking at the door. This scared Zhang Feng was deeply sighed in relief. As soon as the door opened, Zhang Feng saw Li Shimin's court eunuch. Little Gizzy was arching his waist and staring at him quietly. Zhang Feng, who was biting, almost slapped him up. Zhang Feng feels hairy to little Gizzy from the bottom of his heart. If he hadn't been for Li Shimin's personal book boy, Zhang Feng would have urged Li Shimin to change this guy. But at this time, Zhang Feng also didn't care about that many anymore, and glanced at Li Shimin with a solemn face and couldn't help but feel dumbfounded. Old Li, what's wrong with you? Hurry up, where to sit? Zhang Feng greeted Li Shimin. After taking a look at Li Shimin's back, he found that Li Chengqian and others were also cooling back. But he didn't enter the door either, so he stuck at the door, and didn't know what he wanted to do. Zhang Feng didn't move, and was too lazy to scream, so he closed the door and asked, "I don't have any good wine today. I drank all the wine." Li Shimin smiled bitterly. "Where do I still feel like drinking? Now you know. India is going to play Cambodia. Basically all of my industries are either in Longyu Road, and now Mayadguanai Road, and Jianan Road. These all are through Cambodia and close to Tibet's Merchants Way. If it's really like what you said, wouldn't my industry have to finish playing once a war? You said I still have the mood to go. Do these things?" Li Shimin has a splitting headache, thinking of Great Tang's newly restored business and the country's flourishing national conditions. His face instantly became sad. When Zhang Feng saw Li Shimin like this, he thought he was going to lose out this time, and he hurriedly comforted, "Old elder brother, since you are here, then explain what your son said about me." "I told you all about it. Didn't you say that His Imperial Majesty is likely not to send troops?" "How can I not send troops?" Li Shimin asked hurriedly. Zhang Feng patted Li Shimin on the shoulder, and then he lied comfortably on the recliner and said, "Who told you that His Imperial Majesty will not send troops?" "I just said that we will not send troops to Cambodia, and I guess His Imperial Majesty will not only send troops this time, but also stand up in one fell swoop to frighten Turkic." Li Shimin, hearing this, couldn't help but feel confused. He didn't expect all of these. Zhang Feng said that Li Wei immediately got Li Shimin interested. I couldn't help asking, "Let's listen. How does His Imperial Majesty stand up? And what is going on with this dispatch? Why do you become more confused as you listen to this? Of course you don't understand." Zhang Feng rolled the eyes. "If you understand, you are not a businessman." "What is this?" "This is His Imperial what Majesty is worried about. What do you care about that many? This is a major event in the country. So you still don't understand it?" Li Shimin's face went dark. "What do you mean by this?" I had to ask. "Isn't this worrying about my industry?" "You are just talking about it. What on earth do you want to do with this thing? By the way, speaking of which, there are some industries under my name, especially the poisonous salt mines in Cambodia. It seems that there are half of your industries. Are you just watching your industries all come to nothing? Zhang Feng was stunned. My property? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 737. Zhang Feng is a little confused. He only remembered that he just threw this salt-making technique to old Li just to pretend to be forced. But how did he know that this thing can make money? But then Zhang Feng's eyes couldn't help but become hot. I rubbed my hands and asked, "Then what, old Li, tell me, how much do I earn from this stuff? You also know that now my academy has just started, so it all needs money. Isn't this just worrying about this? You are really my god of wealth." Li Shimin instantly felt like a fly stuck in his throat, and he was panicking. However, he really didn't like this little money. But, so this youngster has already forgotten this thing thoroughly? In an instant, Li Shimin had an urge to vomit blood. Cambodia's poisonous salt is basically given to Great Tang. 10 carts of poisonous salt are exchanged for a cart of table salt, and it is the kind of large-grained coarse salt produced in the first process. Even if it is in this way, people in Cambodia thought they had a big deal. Not to mention that at this time, these coarse salt were basically sold in large quantities to Turkic Tibet and other countries at the price of 10 cents per kati. As for the fine salt in Great Tang, basically fine salt is only a penny and a kati. Although this is cheap, it is basically used by everyone except those who live in deep mountains and old forests. Gadgets. Several millions of households. Once this account is calculated, it is an astronomical figure. Li Shimin took a deep breath, and when he looked up at Zhang Feng's face, he shook the head a little funny and said, "When did your youngster become so vulgar?" "Vulgar? You don't know that chai rice is expensive. I'm sitting in the sky now. I don't want to think of a solution. What should I do?" Ignoring Zhang Feng's constant retort, Li Shimin said, "This things, you should be able to calculate the price. After all, The price of this thing was set by you at the beginning. There are basically hundreds of large and small salt-making workshops in the prefectures of Jianan Road, which are not counted as government establishments. Every day, each workshop can produce about 500 catties of fine salt, and about 3,000 catties of coarse salt for export. The coarse salt has been exported for 10 cents, and the fine salt has been imported. It's a penny. If the fine salt is exported, the price is around the white text. Do you have a bottom line now? So much? Jiang Feng, hearing this, eyeballs it's about to stare out. Spread your hands and say, then give me some money first. I am so poor that I can't open the pot now. You youngster, you still know asking for money? Now these workshops and financial resources are all cut off. Even if I give you how much money now, what will happen next? Don't just be a shopkeeper. Jiang Feng, hearing this, and then came out of the beautiful fantasy of waiting to collect money. Even though this thing was just thrown to Li Shimin casually, he never thought that this thing could be popular in Great Tang in such a short period of time. Now when I hear it, Jiang Feng feels like a Japanese Tesco. But old Li is still conscientious, and he gave him a share, but now. Jiang Feng thought for a while, simply stood up and walked in the house. After 2 laps, he said, Old Li, actually, what do you think about Cambodia this time? Li Shimin rolled the eyes. I chose to ignore it. If he knows a way, can he come here? Is he free? Do you think if I know a way, I can come to you? Li Shimin couldn't help complaining after all. Jiang Feng touched his nose, coughed, and then said, actually, you can just stay steadily for this matter. His Imperial Majesty has already planned. Plan? Just now I heard Kina say, you said His Imperial Majesty is not going to send troops to Cambodia. Li Shimin asked when he finally turned his head on the subject. Jiang Feng shook his finger. No, it's not that he didn't send troops. His Imperial Majesty should be able to understand the current situation. Of course, you must not understand it. Well, you just want to talk about it. This also makes me mentally prepared. As you know, a large number of my goods are now detained in Tibet and other countries. Once the war starts, not only will the loss be the fate of Cambodia, but also possibly are you in no rush to lose all the merchants' way to the outside world? Moreover, the current situation is not the problem of not being able to dispatch troops, but what if once troops are dispatched, the enemy will be attacked? Li Shimin finished what was going to be said in one breath. This time he really has no time to chat with Jiang Feng boasting. Now I don't know how many people Turkic dispatched, or what conspiracy is behind these things. As an emperor, can he be in a hurry? This time, if the White Horse Alliance were to come again, Li Shimin would definitely be crazy. And he also knew that if Turkic really went south this time, it was not here to scare people. When Jiang Feng saw this, he was joking. He knows that in the current situation, Old Li is really anxious. Jiang Feng didn't even think about it. He dipped water from the glass and wrote 4 characters on the table, relieving a besieged ally by attacking the home base of the besiegers. And when Li Shimin saw these words, I can't help but frown. Do you mean Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 738, relieving a besieged ally by attacking the home base of the besiegers? Li Shimin still knows. After all, he was born in the military before, and he knows all the steps of military use. But now Jiang Feng said that this relieving a besieged ally by attacking the home base of the besiegers made Li Shimin a little bit confused, and hurriedly asked, Feng Tsai, what you said is relieving a besieged ally by attacking the home base of the besiegers means that His Imperial Majesty wants to send troops directly against Turkic. Who told you? If His Imperial, there is nothing wrong with Majesty's head. No, it's because the individual will not say that. If you don't believe it, you have to ask. Li Shimin was despised by Jiang Feng again. But this is not important. Li Shimin was not annoyed, and continued to ask. Then you are going to talk about it. Do you think this time the troops will be sent out or not? Where to go out? And this relieving a besieged ally by attacking the what does home base of the besiegers mean? Li Shimin is in a mess now. Where can you think of that many? Jiang Feng held his mouth, looking at Li Shimin in a hurry like watching a country bumpkin, and slowly shook his head. Say you don't understand, you really don't understand. Come here, I will tell you carefully. It can be regarded as a science popularization for you, otherwise I will be ashamed of you if you go out. While speaking, Zhang Feng took out a piece of grass paper from the back room, as well as pen, ink, paper, inkstone, and a few thin bamboo sticks, and roughly drew Great Tang and the surrounding terrain on the paper. Then pointed to the intersection of Tibet and India, Cambodia, and said, "Look, this is the intersection of the three countries. You are looking at this." While speaking, Zhang Feng used the bamboo stick pointed to the Anxi administrative post mansion, and then the three words Gush City were written there. In an instant, Li Shimin could understand the approximate location of the map from the large and small circle. After that, Zhang Feng drew a long dotted line of Taoist priest from the vicinity of Gush City and connected to Longiu Road, and said, "If our soldiers start from Guanai Road, they will unite all the people on Longiu Road. The government soldiers, armed along the way, then inserted diagonally from Gush City, crossed Tibet, united with a part of the Great Tang soldiers in Tibet, and went directly to India." Wouldn't this solve Cambodia's dilemma in an instant? Li Shimin was dumbfounded. The eyes are staring straight at the map, speechless for a long time. I also instantly understood what Zhang Feng meant by relieving a besieged ally by attacking the home base of the besiegers. But what's the use? Feng Tsai, I heard that Tulai old thief people have arranged 100,000 elites from Yu Prefecture. Didn't you also say these 100,000 people are likely to have entered Tibet and India? This time the war between the two countries is also likely to be a conspiracy related to these Turkic elites. If you do this, don't you become an enemy? You must know the soldiers and horses that Great Tang can mobilize now. Plus there are up to 200,000 soldiers from the state capitals. If these people are all trapped, then Great Tang, completely opened the western gate to Turkic. And you have to be clear, Tulai and Geely have always been at odds. Tulai's 100,000 elites can enter the territory of western Turkic Geely. What does this mean? This shows that Tulai and Geely should have reached a consensus. Therefore, I think Turkic has more than 10,000 people. It is very likely to be 200,000. It is also possible that the 300,000 people in India are basically Turkic people. Are you believing or not? Li Shimin thought everything he wanted to say. All said it. Zhang Feng looked at Li Shimin in surprise. Yes, old Li. Didn't expect. You still have a little improvement. You guessed it. Tulai, although the relationship with Geely is an uncle and nephew, they are already in the same situation. Coupled with this disaster and food shortage, a large-scale friction has already occurred, and the people of Tulai can safely enter the West Turkic, which is very big. There is a problem, but until now, there hasn't been any rumors. What does it mean? There is fraud in this. The reason why I said relieving a besieged ally by attacking the home base of the besiegers, and taking Gush City as a point, it was actually planned according to His Imperial Majesty's consistent strategy. As an important fortress, Gush City can go directly to Turkic and go deep into the hinterland of Tibet. Assuming you give you 100,000 people, I think, even if you wander into Tibet with 100,000 people who don't do anything, you will make India and Turkic nervous. But what's the use? We are now thinking of how to relieve the situation in Cambodia. Li Shimin shrugged. Zhang Feng patted Li Shimin on the shoulder and said, don't worry, listen to me. Li Shimin's face went dark. Pick the key points. Actually, if you take 100,000 army from Gush and enter Tibet, its the purpose is to attract the attention of Turkic and India, and then enter India in a high-profile manner. Do you think that if you 100,000 people enter India, what will happen? Even at this time, India is outside announcing that 300,000 troops will be stationed in Cambodia. That is to say, his defense is focused on the side of the intersection with Cambodia, and as for the side next to Tibet and Turkic, it will be a defensive neutral. Once he learns of this, Do you think he will continue to attack Cambodia, or will he give back? Li Shimin stared at the simple map drawn by Jiang Feng, thought about it carefully, and instantly understood it. This is what you said, relieving a besieged ally by attacking the home base of the besiegers? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 739. It's nothing more than Li Shimin would be so shocked. Li Shimin has read more about the understanding of war books than anyone else. After all, the title of Prince of Qin was not made out of nowhere. It was fought one after another. But today, Jiang Feng has never had such a name. This kind of war layout made Li Shimin a little shocked. The military illusion of relieving a besieged ally by attacking the home base of the besiegers could not be more clear to him, but at this time, Jiang Feng actually showed him another level of understanding. I couldn't help but make Li Shimin a little bit suspicious. Is it true that all the military books he learned before are fake? Otherwise, how can he not understand something that is so simple and can be done by another way of thinking? Feng Tsai, what are you thinking about in your head? Why can't I think of such a simple thing? But there is one thing I still don't understand. You said so much. But just in case Turkic's troops have not all been dispatched, or it's already been predicted what Gush City will do. You know Turkic claims to have an army of millions. Millions? Or an army? Jiang Feng faintly smiled. Have you forgotten what you did in Turkic? You can't buy horses for him. Do you think they can make up a million army? Now you can come out with a cavalry of 300,000 capable and equipped horses. They are all over the world. Do you still expect them to have a million? The million you said before are basically bluffing. To be honest, he is even 5. I can't make up 100,000. Moreover, Turkic should be a trial this time. If Great Tang really wins, then Great Tang is in danger. So, Turkic is also betting this time. Either he won the Shochu in Chainan, or he lost in the grassland and couldn't come out. Now, don't you understand? But if we once inserted from Gush, entering in is tantamount to severing this group of people from the connection with Turkic, and if we throw out all the spies we have placed before to create public opinion along the way, we are cooperating with the army in Tibet, even if they are dispatched. 100,000 army, under a long-distance attack, will be our opponent. I'm talking about one other. Turkic is good at fighting on the plains, but my Great Tang soldiers are suitable for all kinds of environments. The current environment is more conducive to my Great Tang soldiers, so now do you still think, what will be the effect of our dispatch this time? In Li Shimin's eyes at this time, only a deep look is left. Of shock. Relieving a besieged ally by attacking the home base of the besiegers. This cannot be called relieving a besieged ally by attacking the home base of the besiegers. This should be called kill two birds with one stone. Not only can it solve Cambodia's predicament, force India to come back and take all the initiative in its own hands, but it can also fight a siege in Kush. This, Li Shimin muttered, Feng Tsai, what you are talking about now? But did you ever talk about military science? Jiang Feng took a sip of tea and said lightly, yes. This can only be regarded as a small part of military science, also called military analysis capability. Military analysis? A small part? This is also called the small part? Li Shimin was a little speechless, but still asked, then what is this tactic this time? What is it called? Jiang Feng thought for a while and said, it's called deep combat. This thing, everyone who has watched TV can basically know it, but people in this era, let alone TV, are all about this kind of thing called tactics. I don't understand, I just know that I can dive into it. At most, it's awesome to have a formation who can understand this stuff. But what is this? This is what those martyrs have summed up in the wars. But for Li Shimin, that is something incredible. How does he understand these things? I couldn't help but ask, what is the depth? Jiang Feng was speechless. Yes. One sentence or two is not clear, but you can rest assured, as long as His Imperial Majesty is not stupid, your property is basically preserved this time, so don't worry, don't panic, just wait. See, Jiang Feng is reluctant to say. Li Shimin's eyes could not help but a look of disappointment flashed, but his eyes turned, although what you said is indeed reasonable. His Imperial Majesty may also be arranged like this. But after all, there are too many people, and the war is complicated. It is inevitable that some soldiers will covet our things. So, what are you going to say? Jiang Feng's ears stood up in an instant. The last drink made him feel bad about it, and what Li Shimin said at this moment made Jiang Feng extremely vigilant. Don't want to get a penny from me? I'll tell you, I don't have anything except a piece of clothes now. I'll cover you all. If you want anything, don't do it early. I said it. I didn't say it. I said you youngster, and called me who? As for? But this time I really have something to ask you. Stop talking, I don't listen. I can't hear, I have something to work on. Let's go. Jiang Feng's hair is exploded, and he will go away in a hurry. Li Shimin caught Jiang Feng in a hurry. He was poor again, and what he was doing for a long time. Then Jiang Feng was willing to sit down and listen to him. In fact, it's nothing. Didn't I say that Lao Yu also said some time ago? Do you set up some guards in Tibet and other industries to watch the scene? This person has it. But there is no weapon to take advantage of it. Look at your spear, that nothing that cannot be broken, can you? No, goodbye, don't give it away. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 740. Jiang Feng completely quit. I just gave his Beijiu formula to fudge. Even though Jiang Feng was still careful in the end, he became the owner of the most important blending and distilling formula. But Jiang Feng felt uncomfortable when he thought of this. It's very uncomfortable. I played with the eagle all day, but after that, the eagle pecked his eyes. Seeing that Jiang Feng was about to leave, Li Shimin grabbed Jiang Feng's hand and pressed him on the recliner. He also personally picked up a cup of tea ceremony for him. Feng Tsai, you wouldn't be like that. Who are we with whom? My many industries. Without your help, where is my old lead today? So, mine is yours, mine is mine. Jiang Feng immediately interrupted Li Shimin. Li Shimin is nodded again and again. Yes, you are right, but you have also seen it. Now that the army is in turmoil, if there is no good guy to take advantage of it, you say we merchants, nothing else. Just even the government doesn't treat you much. How do you live this? So, I'm also compelled by circumstances. Take a 10,000 steps back and say that the commerce between Cambodia and Tibet has just opened up. In this battle, no matter whether we win or lose, we will always be the one who suffers losses. Do you think that? Do you want to wait for the battle to be over and start again? At that time, you think, where do we have the capital? Go to reopen Merchant's Way? Li Shimin began to sell badly. For Li Shimin, this is really a good show. After all, an emperor, which day was not in the early morning. It's still true at this time. After Li Shimin spoke highly of the current national conditions and the situation, Jiang Feng couldn't help but begin to sympathize with Li Shimin. Oh, old Li, it's not brother. I won't help you. What's the relationship between us? I won't look at you unlucky, right? But let's see what the academy looks like now. Now, don't worry, wait for a month. A month later, isn't it a steel essence weapon? A steel essence shield? Let alone these. Even if you want me to improve the maximum range of 1000 for you, I will get you all the armor of the impervious to sword and spear. But I don't have time to do it for the time being. 1,000 steps. Li Shimin couldn't help but stared at Jiang Feng with wide eyes. Seeing that Jiang Feng was not joking, he hurriedly asked, what you said is true. As far as I know, the most grabbed crossbow arrow has a maximum range of only 150 steps. This is still the Zouge strong crossbow. Isn't it 1,000 step strong crossbow? You wait a month. I only need 3 days to make 100 for you in batches, yes, every day. Is this enough? If you give me a little more time, half a year, no, only 3 months. Red-clothed cannon, I will get it for you. Red-clothed cannon? Li Shimin's eyes protruded, and his breathing became hurried. What is this again? Jiang Feng simply, after all, the bigger the pie is drawn at this time, the better for this guy to put his mind away. Otherwise this one will come today, and ask him for a sword, gun and shield, and tomorrow that one will come again. I'm so annoying. Speak out all the things he wants to do at one time, so that they can keep their knowledge and not to say, and they can shut up completely, so that they can save some time for themselves. Otherwise, thinking stays in the era of cold weapons all day. At this moment, Li Shimin was really led by Jiang Feng. There were all red-clothed cannon question marks in his mind. He couldn't help but eagerly asked, "You're talking about it. This red-clothed cannon is again, what is it?" "It's better than the powerful crossbow you said." "Of course, you should have heard of the catapult, right?" "The catapult, and the Zhouche crossbow, a combination of these two things. The catapult can not only throw stones, but also fireball, etc. But the range is not far away, and it is extremely complicated. But this red-clothed cannon is different. The range is not as strong as I said. Ultimate weapon. Once the medicine pill is thrown, it will explode in an instant. The stuff created by the explosion can cause people or objects in the surrounding two Zangs to cause a lot of destructive power. Jiang Feng's saliva splash across explaining the red-clothed cannon. Sure enough, Li Shimin was involuntarily fighting at this time. He was already shocked by that kind of magical thing, and his heart had already turned up the heaven-overflowing giant wave. At this moment, Jiang Feng's remarks made Li Shimin completely uneasy. "Old Li, do you remember the tin boat I said before? Once the tin boat is ready, get dozens of red-clothed cannons on the boat. Think about your boat. What can you do?" "Well, even if it's a wall, you can blow him up from a distance, not to mention the impact of the ship." Li Shimin's voice trembled a little. "Although the Five-Tooth warship is powerful, it can't withstand strong winds and waves. On the one hand, the ship's role is to transport things. It also plays a vital role in wars. However, real battles on the water are basically it was the collision of two ships. Whether it was a win or a loss, the damage to the ship was huge. But what about this red-clothed cannon? Once it's installed, then." However, Li Shimin also wanted to understand at this time, calm down, and asked again, "Feng Tsai, just say it." "Right, what other baby do you have? Let me see it too." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 741. "Okay, since you want to listen, let me tell you, let alone the red-clothed cannon, this thing is still a younger brother. If I have time, wait for my research institute to get it." "Well, let alone the red-clothed cannon, it's easier than bows and arrows, firearms, guns. I can make them. These all are pediatrics. Wait for me to develop some technical skills after the talent. I can get you the bomb." While speaking, Jiang Feng's voice stopped abruptly. He said, "But you look at my construction site, it's all a big mess. How do you ask me to do these things for you? I have time and venue. Even if it's the simplest firecracker, although I said it can be done within a month, I still need a venue. Doesn't it take time? I'm not Taoist immortal. I also want to change it for you at once. But do you think it's possible?" "It all takes time." Li Shimin has long been dizzy to hear. The more he listened, the more he felt that these things were farther away, and he gradually understood what Jiang Feng meant. "This guy is turning around and scolding me short-sighted." But even if he knows it, Li Shimin can't afford to think about finding the place. Jiang Feng's last talk about fire guns has already aroused Li Shimin's keen interest. "Feng Tsai, talk about this firecracker." "What? A waste of saliva. No matter how much I talk about, I don't have time to get it now." "No, tell me. I remember there seems to be a good thing from the previous dynasty, which seems to be the personal sword of Emperor Yang of Sui." Listen, when it came to the baby, Jiang Feng's ears instantly rose up. "Get it? I'll tell you." Li Shimin smiled. "You speak first. Are you sure this thing is really the personal sword of Emperor Yang of Sui?" Jiang Feng's eyes some are getting hot. Emperor Yang of Sui. Before he became the emperor, this great man was also quite the number one man, but unfortunately, in the end, his luck was bad and he was stunned. The rumors about Emperor Yang of Sui in later generations are only a few words. But at this time Jiang Feng actually heard Emperor Yang of Sui's personal sword. How can this not make him tempted? This thing, no matter what, it is the thing used by the emperor. Bringing it around is also a status symbol. I couldn't help but Jiang Feng doesn't care about Li Shimin's aggressive approach. If you had this baby, you would have said it. You said earlier, I will tell you everything. Ahem, let's talk about this firecracker. In fact, the principle behind it is simple, and the manufacturing process is not too complicated. The most important thing about this thing is simplicity. Ordinary archers are on the battlefield. How many arrow clusters can be assembled at most? Li Shimin, hearing this, said, usually there are 30. In the case of light cavalry army, there are about 40. Yes, just hit 50 arrows. It's all about weight. It's too heavy and affects speed. It's too little or not enough. This is the shortcoming of the archer. But once it's replaced with a firecracker, it's all about it. It's not a problem. You should know the firecracker, old Li. The ammunition of this thing is gunpowder. Gunpowder's impact will let iron sand push him out for a short time. Its powerful impact can easily penetrate ordinary armor. Powerful impact, and even a horse can shoot through it. Li Shimin was shocked. However, Jiang Feng's style of painting changed and he asked, it's okay to carry a pound of gunpowder alone? Just fix the ratio of the gunpowder in advance, and stuff it into the barrel when you need to use it. Now, 1 catty of gunpowder and 5 catties of iron sand. I don't think there should be 30 arrow clusters, right? You count, how many times can 5 catties of iron sand be exchanged with 1 catty of gunpowder? Opportunity to use. Where did Li Shimin know this? Jiang Feng stretched out 3 fingers and shook them in front of Li Shimin's eyes. Li Shimin said, dumbfounded, 30 300 times? Yes. When Li Shimin was completely caught by Jiang Feng, give the whole speechless, but Jiang Feng said that he didn't stop talking and he continued, and this thing, the most important thing is a seamless steel pipe. If there is something, if there is a smelter, I will make you a firecracker. Really? Li Shimin heard this, and his spirit came in an instant. Jiang Feng was taken aback, subconsciously nodded. Li Shimin saw Jiang Feng's arm and pulled it out. Jiang Feng was taken aback. Old Li, let's talk about something. What are you doing to me? Walk around. Let's go to Chainan City. I will find Chainan for you, the highest blacksmith. Even as long as what you say is true, even the Ministry of Works smelting master, I can make it for you. When Jiang Feng did not mention the manufacturing process of this thing, Li Shimin is really a little bit disappointed. But what about now? It is undoubtedly a life from desperation. As long as there is a smelter, he can make it out. What are you waiting for? As long as he gives an order, how many blacksmiths from Great Tang can't come? What is this? Now the war is tight, and no one knows what will happen on the next moment and what changes will happen. If the ultimate weapon can be deployed earlier at this time, it would be nothing for the entire battle. Overwhelming protection. In this battle, Li Shimin can see that Great Tang cannot be defeated. Once the battle is defeated, the Turkic cavalry will not be the only one facing Great Tang, but everyone. So, Li Shimin wants to use a perfect war to draw a perfect picture in his political career. At this time, this firecracker is his hope. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 742. Li Shimin's excitement made Jiang Feng a little suspicious. Old Li, I said, don't you just want to get dozens of guards? Are you in such a hurry? Furthermore, this thing is not about it can be made long ago. Even if it is made without a legal approval, it will be lost. Li Shimin waved his hand and interrupted Jiang Feng. Feng Tsai, the Lord Zhangsun we know now, should you remember it? As long as this thing is good, even if you want any approval, it's just one sentence, isn't it? And this you didn't see it. This is also a big deal. Jiang Feng hearing this, the corner of his mouth twitched. He seriously suspects that old Li at this time is full of money in his head. He has forgotten all the things he said before the relationship, or is he thinking about money at all? This is really a businessman, everything has to do with money. You're right, but I don't dare to touch this money. When the time comes, if you want to do it, you just say that you made this thing, and I only charge the money. Let's talk about it first. If this thing is done well, the profit will be filled with plutonium. Maybe, the whole family will have to be buried. You have to think about it. Jiang Feng again persuaded, think about the history of the dynasties. Which person in the arms business has a good end? And this time we got hot weapons. This thing is not as cold as a cold weapon. Although we are His Imperial Majesty Mingru, but not all of his hands are exactly what he thinks. In case when the time comes this thing, heat up. Don't say how His Imperial Majesty protects you. The black hands of those people will ruin your family. The first thing Jiang Feng thought of was the viper-like Hu Junji. In history, this guy's strategy was unmatched, and even for the purpose, he was willing to sell his daughter. In the end, if it were not for him to encourage Crown Prince Li Chengqian, there would not be that many messy things in the future. It's just that the day failed. Hu Junji, relying on his identity as the most favored person of His Imperial Majesty, almost killed the emperor, Lao he really almost came second. The change of Xuanwu Gate. Once it is on him, the consequences. Jiang Feng doesn't want to get involved with such a person. That's fatal. But none of these Li Shimans take seriously. He is an emperor, and any emperor hopes to establish his own authority and prestige. This is also the basis for the stability of Great Tang in the future. It is the so-called foundation of all ages. But now, outside there are Turkic and the others glare like a tiger watching his prey, and inside there are gentry and powerful people who want to monopolize some things, such as learning, and all kinds of things that can make money and make their family power last long. Method. The gentry is too rampant. It's even more rampant than the scramble between Turkic and the others. After several decades, hundreds of years, and even thousands of years, political marriages, teacher and student recommendations, fellow villagers, slave counties, land, old officials, etc., have formed one with the invisible big net. Any bit of wind and grass, the imperial court will change, and they will tighten the big net in an instant to protect their nobles. They even unite with other gentry to do so together. This is fatal for a country, just like the previous dynasty. If these gentry didn't make a difference, then the Sui dynasty would not perish so quickly. If these gentry's industries, foundations, and so on, were to know that Turkic was shrinking in an instant when it went south, how could Great Tang be safe? It's time to beat. This is what Li Shimin wants to do most at this time. Even if Jiang Feng said just now, he can understand it, and it can be said that it is something he has been thinking about, but from a firecracker, Li Shimin sees hope. For example, the Guanlong clans. Although he had long wanted to kill their minds with a sentence, it was because they were so big that he needed a network that he was afraid of. And Li Shimin could only slowly eat away, even at the expense of reshuffling all ministers in the imperial court. What is it for? Don't you want to destroy the gentry's network in the imperial court? Li Shimin knows that if you want real power to prevail, you must centralize power, and power is simple to say, but the real one is not simple. Before Jiang Feng appeared, Li Shimin was decadent and depressed because he could not see hope. However, with the in-depth communication with Jiang Feng, he suddenly felt that Jiang Feng seemed to be Jiang Feng's place. The key to the kind of first emperor throughout all ages, especially after Chain and Eight Rivers was released and so on, and then later on to deal with Guanlong. This could not help but let Li Shimin see the hope of getting rid of these clans. At this time, when I heard that Jiang Feng had such a magical thing, how could Li Shimin sit still? Looking at Jiang Feng who was relaxing on the couch, Li Shimin continued, Feng Tsai, you can rest assured to do it boldly. I can help you solve any problem. Think about it. His Imperial Majesty basically knows everything about you now. You can rest assured to get it, as long as you get it out. I believe His Imperial Majesty will naturally be rewarded. As for other things, you can rest assured, as long as the money the problem that can be solved is not a problem for me old Li. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 743. Jiang Feng is speechless. Is this the beginning? No, old Li, you see how busy I am. Aren't you just getting a nursing home? Just do it casually. And you know Lord Zhangsun, you know him. There are a lot of military supplies, such as crossbows, Can't you just do it? As for such a rush, Li Shimin said, can you not rush? Seeing that the war is on the verge of breaking out, and once the war starts, it will definitely cause turmoil. My property is full of huge amounts of money. Once the war is damaged, it will be an irreversible loss. Get it right sooner. In my heart, I also have my hands. People, I feel so at ease. Can Li Shimin be in a hurry? Now the house is almost burned. A person knows his interests. He still knows how many soldiers he has in his hands. These people still don't know if Turkic has a backhand. Besides, you keep talking on the mountain all day long. It's cool when it's overturned. Can you know what people are thinking in their belly? If you get the real hard goods earlier, you can really rest assured. Li Shimin also knows that he can't push too quickly, otherwise the youngster will definitely not do it. Sigh with a sigh. Oh, thinking about that sword, I can't forget it now, but this thing is still in Tibet for the time being and can't be shipped back. Come on, can I still get it? Jiang Feng was finally lifted by Li Shimin. It is simply, which pot is not opened and which pot is used. Actually, it's not that difficult to get this firecracker manufacturer up. After all, he is also a firearm hobbyist. The information about these gadgets, assembling firearms, etc., was really insightful when he was in college. Yes, there is everything in the library. The difficulty lies in the seamless steel tube. This thing is really difficult. As long as this thing comes out, then everything is really not a problem. After thinking about it, Jiang Feng said, you can do it. But it takes at least 1 month to produce something. You know, the things on my mountain are also very important. Impossible. Every day you go to tinker with that stuff. If you can't wait, you can find some skilled smelter, and you are looking for a guy with well-equipped materials, and move me to the mountain. Relax. These are all small problems. Li Shimin patted Jiang Feng on the shoulder, and sat down satisfied. Feng Tsai, I know your ability. As for the smelter, I will naturally recruit the best. But you have to keep this matter in your heart. This is money. Once you get it out and presenting it to Lord Zhangsun, then you will be developed. Now the border is not level. If this thing can show its power in the army, then you will become Great Tang's great hero. When the time comes, is it His Imperial Majesty? Isn't it a sentence of His Imperial Majesty? Don't you even want to be an official? When the time comes His Imperial Majesty summoned, you are not. Li Shimin gets more and more excited as he speaks. Jiang Feng was also excited. I couldn't help but think about it. Yeah, why did I forget this? If His Imperial Majesty, will I be able to enter the court soon? However, it's still very good to think about it. Jiang Feng is self-aware about this thing. If you can see it, take Li Shimin's kind of open-minded and talented temperament. Come to find myself. As for dragging it to now, he also knows that His Imperial Majesty did not come because of the Guanlong forces and the wait in the Imperial Court. Now it is still very sufficient. If you go by yourself, know them dare not. But who is Yin, who can guarantee? So thinking about it this way, Jiang Feng couldn't help but eagerly want to get the firecracker out. For nothing else, if you can get the firecrackers out, then only a period of training. Isn't it possible to make handguns? When the time comes, let's get 2 concealed handguns and a body armor. I'm afraid of hair. Direct hard steel. When the time comes is the time to calculate the ledger. As long as you enter the dynasty, give a bulletproof vest, or a body armor and a handgun to His Imperial Majesty. National Duke dare not think. At least the first assistant should still be okay. Who dares to object? Lao Tzu shot him down. Who knew it was Lao Tzu who did it? It's okay that I don't want to. At this moment, Jiang Feng couldn't sit still and asked, Old Li, now, you go down the mountain to find me the highest smelting master, no matter what his craftsmanship is. But the technology of forging and smelting must be good. Li Shimin saw Jiang Feng, so I couldn't help but feel calm. This time, Jiang Feng was finally pulled into the water. As long as this youngster stays focused, these battles, no matter how they change, cannot be stopped. Great Tang will win. Okay, I will do it right now. Yes, you said this thing. What do you need? For example, what kind of ore? Li Shimin said, so Jiang Feng just slapped his head, and hurriedly wrote the list of materials on the paper and handed it to Li Shimin. These materials can be laid first, but this smelting furnace must arrive first. As for the ore, I can get some scrap iron. Li Shimin was taken aback. Scrap? Are you sure? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 744. Li Shimin hurried away, with doubts. He doesn't understand why Jiang Feng makes firecrackers and why it needs smelting, but he can guess one thing. This time, he will definitely use the kind of material that smelts nothing that cannot be broken, spears. But why do you need iron? And still scrap iron? As soon as Li Shimin left, Jiang Feng suddenly thought about it. For this kind of smelting technique, and it is still the method of smelting steel, Jiang Feng's mind instantly showed many kinds of one after another, but many things were all rejected by him. Although these methods are numerous, many materials cannot be realized in this era. However, Jiang Feng finally thought of a model of indigenous steel making. It seems that he can really get it out in this era. And Jiang Feng can't help but hurriedly write down the process for him according to some things he remembered in his heart. Lord Dean, something happened. A major event. However, after a while, Gao Kan's voice rang out quickly outside the door. Jiang Feng's pen flicked in an instant, and the brush pierced the paper in an instant. Jiang Feng, hearing this, could not help but complexion changed, opened the door angrily and asked, "What's the matter?" The paper mill ... The paper mill came out for nothing, just like snow. Gao Kan seemed very excited enough to speak at this moment. His face rose to purple. Jiang Feng, hearing this, froze for a moment, and was ecstatic. Walk around. Go to the paper mill now. Jiang Feng ignored everything and hurriedly passed Gao Kan and ran away. Jiang Feng's run made Wai Shui, who was patrolling, and Li Chenqi and Duga, who were setting up accounts, could not help but stare at Jiang Feng. Just when His Imperial Majesty went in and came out, they all watched, did not dare to ask, and wondered when to ask Feng Tsai and what the two said. But didn't expect this big black one was not good. And Feng Tsai went down the mountain in a hurry. This shocked the three of them. Putting down their work, they ran down the mountain in a hurry, and the old village chief, who was watching Jiang Feng's door in the room, saw it and stomped angrily. "It's something bad. Feng Tsai, let the bad guys fool you again. Come on, let me follow you if you have neat legs and legs." "Then who, Zuzi, his father? You back, look at me. I will also go and see. I remember to copy, guys." Oh, everyone is hearing this, and they don't dare to delay it, and hurriedly left it in the fragrant stewed meat in the pot, ran away with the porridge. Only a group of women and children were left muttering, pointing at the back of the crowd. Look at Feng Tsai, this silly youngster. If I were a man, I would have to put his brain on my lap. He is a good person. But this is also true. What's the matter? I should have been selling it to help the people. Isn't it? This silly youngster, 20,000 she of grain, just gave it away for nothing, but gave it back. People give money. What's the reason? It stands to reason that these whitey-eyed wolves are the same. This is, how long have they eaten, and they still don't leave. They are begging for nothing. Jiang Feng didn't know about these things. If he knew, he just smiled. Woman's vision. Where did they see Jiang Feng's plan? While everyone was discussing, Jiang Feng rode a mule all the way down Mount Q and rushed to the paper mill in the coal. At this time, before entering the paper mill, you can see a piece of white flowers covering the entire flat ground in front of the paper mill. At the edge of the bamboo garden, I don't know who built a densely packed stand, and sheets of paper swaying in the wind, just like this, swaying in the wind, highlighting his uniqueness, profound truth. At this time, everyone in the workshop stopped working. Everyone is like a baby, caring for sheets of white paper. Even if a Chongtsai is attracted by this strange white, it will be chased to death by these guys. This is more intimate than treating his own son. Qian Wanli is like a rich man, sitting at the gate of the yard, holding a broom in his hand, like a general. If no one passes by, he will sweep the person's hair. The fleas in it were all drenched before people could come in and touch the paper. Who can make paper? Who doesn't know how precious paper is? Not to mention this, something more precious than rice paper. Kian Wanli is more precious than life. And just now, a babble of mules screamed, which instantly attracted everyone's attention. No one can ride a mule except their Lord Dean. On this mountain, there is an unwritten rule that the Dean can't ride a horse, so the craftsman made him a large frame to stand on a docile mule, just like Jiang Feng's imperial tutor chair. It looks the same, but no one except him is allowed to play mule. Why? Because it is easy to recognize. I saw Jiang Feng coming. As if waiting for review, everyone hurriedly stood at the entrance of the paper-making memorial archway gate, staring at Jiang Feng with red tutus. Jumping off the mule, Jiang Feng ignored the greetings with Qian Wanli, so he hurriedly went to see his baby. But he was blocked by Qian Wanli. Wait, clean up your body before going in. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 745. Jiang Feng is speechless. I had to roll his eyes to make Qian Wanli toss, but Qian Wanli wanted to remove Jiang Feng's hairpin, but Jiang Feng's hair was blown up. As for, isn't it just a few pieces of torn paper? Who gave you the rules? Even Lao Tzu would dare to stand in front of you. Qian Wanli blushed, but still argue with reason. Lord Dean, you don't know this paper. Don't force me. Believing or not me let you pick the big dung now. It's the opposite of you. This rule has been abolished for me, but hygiene still needs to be paid attention to. People who enter here must be neatly dressed, cleansed, and have no marks on their hands before they can enter. Have you all remembered? Who the hell dare to dig his nose? Go and touch the paper raw materials for me. Let me find out. Just throw it down the mountain. Everyone hearing this suddenly changed their faces and hurriedly raised their hands for Jiang Feng to check. But where can Jiang Feng take care of it? I picked up a piece of paper, looked at it carefully, and smelled it again. Not bad. This is the taste. This is the color. The paper is very soft, not as tall and straight as the paper of later generations. This is because of the fiber. The paper without fiber is so soft. However, it is not important. The paper is placed in the sun. In the next shining, there is no such fluffy feeling, and it blends perfectly with the resin of the birch tree. This is very good. It's just that the United States always lacks that. There is no bleaching powder, there is no way to bleach him, there are some subtle black spots on the paper, and some things that belong to the original plant. Jiang Feng pointed to the black dots on the top and those things, and then told Qian Wanli in detail. This thing. I won't talk about the other things. Look, what is this? I told you before, this thing must be protected. Don't get a trace of dust. You will remember that when this puree enters the final stage of molding, you must use the best gauze to filter out impurities. Otherwise, this thing, let alone want to compare with rice paper, even the price of straw paper can't be sold. We are all from Academy. We will need and use these things in the future. Think about it. If you develop in the future and your calligraphy is passed down, one day your children and grandchildren will point to the black spots on the paper and ask, isn't this paper made by you? Why are there these things on it? I'll just ask you how embarrassed you are. Do you want the skin of white deer Academy of Classical Learning anymore? Under Jiang Feng's scolding, everyone present was eye-catching. Yi Hong lowered his head, and some people even whispered the ears of people around him, yelling at something. Qian Wanli was even more impatient, almost crying. Jiang Feng saw and reprimanded almost, so he patted Qian Wanli on the shoulder and said, but it takes 3 days to make paper. This is also your credit. After all, this is the first time for you. I won't punish you at this time, but you must remember that the paper should be as clean as possible, just like people. This is also my White Deer Academy of Classical Learning's rules. People, you don't need to be smart, but you must be clean. This paper is the same. Understand? Fuck, Feng Tsai, you are awesome. The answer to Jiang Feng's answer was such an unbelievable sentence. In an instant, Jiang Feng glared at Cheng Chumo. Cheng Chumo scratched his head. pointed behind him and said, "If you want to lose your temper, you should find this old man." "Well, old village chief, ha ha ha." While speaking, Cheng Chuma walked around in the paper mill covered with white paper. Even the dog of the dog day was really bright in front of everyone, desperately in his arms. "Pick up paper, do Darbing, you fucking dare to steal things again, I will kill you." Jiang Feng can't stand it anymore, screamed. Sure enough, the old village chief, who looked at the paper tremblingly, with his eyes staring out, suddenly shouted with a cane, "That shameless guy dared to steal something from Tong Yui Street, give it to me." "Find out, soak the pig cage." Duga, hearing this, complexion greatly changed. He dared to play sideways in front of Jiang Feng, but in the face of those big bosses who didn't try one of these big characters, he was really a little frustrated. If these people get involved, even the government can't help them. Dugu, this piece of paper that can only be put into his arms in a whisper. Before the people from Tong Yui Street arrived, he desperately threw it out to let these people give up. The old village chief personally picked up the paper thrown on the ground by Dugu, shaking all over. "The evil barrier, make evil." "Old man, remember, rice paper seems to cost 1,000 wenakati. How much is that?" While speaking, the old village is full of wrinkles. I pinched the paper with my finger. There is also a couple. "Youngster, come on, lose money, this is something from Tong Yui Street. If you don't give money today, I will have to twist you into the government office." Hundreds of money. It may not be a big deal in your eyes, but you know, in the eyes of us poor people, this is a year's harvest. "You just ruined me like this, is it?" Dugu and the other's eyes bulged. "No, this is Feng Xi's stuff, right? We are joking with Feng Xi. Feng Xi and I are brothers, you all know." "I know a fart. I only know that the biological brother has settled the bill." "Feng Xi is so young and fooled by you. Sooner or later there will be an accident. Today I will use the identity of the village head of Tong Yui Street to announce that everything on Mount Q. I temporarily help Feng Xi take care of it. You don't want to spend a penny in the pit, Feng Xi. ... Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 746. Jiang Feng also didn't expect this. Quickly said, "Old village chief, take a break. This is nothing, isn't it? Just a piece of paper I just open." "What?" The old village chief glared, and the crutches in his hand poked Jiang Feng's chest several times, and said while poking, "See it for yourself. You want me to find old scholar to look at you now, or let us pool the money and immediately welcome you up to the mountain with the lady of Jiang Mansion, or we will take care of the house for you temporarily, and you can do it by yourself." This prodigal thing. Hundreds of words throw money away when you say it. The surname is Du, even if it's the king of heaven. Lao Tzu is here today. If you don't lose money, you can't do it. Jiang Feng was dumbfounded, dumbstruck. Li Chenqian, Wai Shu and the others were also stunned. Before they had nothing to do with them, but this old guy, what are they going crazy? "Ahem, old village chief, we are definitely going to give the money. This is Darbing wrong, but you must not follow us lower oneself to somebody's level. We are not sensible. You can bear it, but this. We are discussing the major event. You can Li Chenqian showed his elegant side, and he fought a few words in front of the old existence, and then the old village chief was relieved. But looking at the paper in the yard, those cloudy eyes are full of small stars. "This damn thing is all money. How much does it cost?" "From now on, this paper mill belongs to our Tong Yui Street. No one is allowed to enter without our permission." Don't say it, as Li Chenqian and a few people didn't expect. Even Jiang Feng didn't expect. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he gestured Zuzi with his eyes. His father asked, "What's the matter with the old man?" Zuzi, his father sighed, said, "Isn't it because of you? You opened the academy on this mountain." No one said anything, but you also found out. When you said that you opened the academy, who didn't take care of you? Didn't you find anything? Jiang Feng's head shook like a rattle. Where does he know this? This is because you ruined Immortal 1 Inch. Look at what you are doing now. What is this? This is something that Waste Earl did. Did you dream that your immortal got up from the grave and scolded you at night? I think so. Jiang Feng shrugged. Zuzi, his father continued. The last time you diarrhea, we wanted to find a way for you. Look, that wine, that meat, that. Zuzi, his father, all the jerk things that Jiang Feng did before have been shaken out. Jiang Feng almost made Jiang Feng wonder if his father, Zuzi, who was in the old solid wood quilt, was replaced. Why is this so eloquent? Look at what you are doing. 20,000 stone of grain was given out for nothing. Even if you get the title, it's useless. Have you thought about it still? Your family property is empty. In the future, what does the academy rely on to eat and drink? Look at your white wine again. We all hide it as a baby, but the damn bastard old Li, he gave you all the things that he inherited directly from you. It's gone. Now you know that the old village chief is crazy. Why is that? He's afraid that your immortal will go to him at night. We all mean that. No matter what we do in the future, we have to come over to our level first. We will give you a steward, or I will go down the mountain and carry young lady Jiang on your back. You choose. Jiang Feng was dumbfounded. It turned out to be so. But Jiang Feng also wanted to smoke himself a little, so what did he do last time? It's all right now. Old village chief, look at this trouble. Yes, then in the future these will bother you to worry about me, as the saying goes. Good. There is an old family, if there is one bow. My Jiang Feng's human immortal passed away early, but today I have your family members again, and it is God's favor. Under the threat of the old village chief's marriage certificate, Jiang Feng, the more I recognize it. Isn't it, steward? This is also good, otherwise those damn guys, every time they come, they want to cheat him. You can't guard against it. Now it's okay. With the old village head, he. After dealing with the old village head's affairs, Jiang Feng clapped his hands and said, everyone, come here. I'm announcing something. From now on, the old village chief has the right to decide on the income and expenditure of this paper mill. No matter what expenditure, it must be approved by his senior. You all know it. Qian Wanli hasn't come over yet. So he nodded in a daze. Seeing everyone agreeing, the old village chief gave a blank paper, shouting, God opened his eyes, and tremblingly surrounded the people to the temple to burn incense. Everyone took a deep breath. Feng Tsai, are you really entrusting such a huge business to an outsider? Li Chenqian was a little dazed. Jiang Feng smiled and looked at the old village chief, who went away and shook his head. No, they are my relatives. They haven't experienced home for a long time. Feel like it. Jiang Feng's eyes are a little moist. He waved his hand and said, thank you guys today. Walk around and drink. I have enough wine and meat today. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 747. In front of the barbecue stall at the entrance of the food factory, Jiang Feng drank a can of bamboo beer and wanted to get drunk. But today I don't know what's going on with this wine, so I can't get drunk. In this foreign land, Jiang Feng suddenly felt the taste of home. Yes, it is the taste of home. Since going to college, he has never heard mother's nagging, father's scolding, and grandfather's care. Looking back at this time, it turned out that everyone on the pristine Tongyue Street had long regarded him as a family member. Every time he had something on the mountain or couldn't sleep in the middle of the night, he didn't knowing how many pairs of caring eyes stared at him in the dark. What is this? This is the care of the family. For the first time, Jiang Feng felt that life is so perfect. Old Li, they are Jiang Feng's brother. They are also the first friends Jiang Feng made when he was most helpless in Great Tang, and then old Li introduced him to a large number of friends. Brother. After that, Zuyanlai building met Jingxiu. What is this? This is a confidant. Later, I met a mysterious old scholar, who cared for him like grandfather. Later, I was willing to use the jade pendant I collected as a betrothal gift and told him about a marriage. What is this? This is caring. Jiang Feng understood why these people are so anxious to give themselves a blind date, because they think Jiang Feng is too lonely, and go down with a sip of wine. Jiang Feng's eyes are wet. Li Chenqian and the others also saw that Jiang Feng was not right at this time. So although everyone was drinking, everyone did not dare to show up. Everyone looked at Jiang Feng anxiously. They also knew that Jiang Feng should have thought of his home that had long since disappeared in the landslide. Anyone will feel lonely, even for them. Sometimes they still feel lonely in the hustle and bustle. People have feelings. All will be lonely. They always saw Jiang Feng with a wicked smile. Who knows, will he cry when he dreams back at midnight? If you want to cry, just cry. Li Chengqian patted Jiang Feng on the shoulder. Jiang Feng took a deep breath with red eyes and stared at everyone. Who the hell said I was crying? Come and drink. Not crying. I think how to sell these papers. Jiang Feng, an excuse not like an excuse, also made everyone sigh helplessly. Li Chengqian and Jiang Feng confronted the bamboo tube and asked, "Didn't you agree to give this paper to Mr. Boshi? Do you want to sell it?" No. Jiang Feng smacked his lips and said, "There is a problem with this paper, so I won't give it to him for the time being." Who, Qian Wanli, I'll ask you, according to the improvement method I just mentioned, when will the second batch of paper be tomorrow? Can you come out? Qian Wanli felt up and bowed and said, "If you rush to work tonight, you can make it at noon tomorrow at the latest. And it's about 500 catties." Okay. Jiang Feng clapped his hands and said, "If you can get 500 catties before dark tomorrow, you will get 100 yuan per person." Everyone is hearing this great joy. One after another stood up and thanked them. Li Chengqian hurriedly asked, "Which batch of paper do you plan to sell?" "If you sell, I want to buy it." "What do these papers mean?" Li Chengqian very clear. He wanted to be the first to own, and then. But Jiang Feng flatly rejected Li Chengqian and said, "No, these papers are very useful to me, so I won't sell them." "Not for sale." Cheng Chumo scratched their heads and looked at Jiang Feng curiously. Jiang Feng said, "Do you all know that things got so hot the last few times?" Building momentum. A few people I figured it out in an instant. Yes, it's just to create momentum. The paper on the market now is the paper of Ministry of Works, and there are very few people who can afford paper, especially the rice paper that is worth 1,000 words. To let people pay attention to our paper, the first thing is to let people know that we have paper in White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, and it is better and cheaper than rice paper. Only in this way can we take advantage of the remaining fire of the stewed pork, so that the reputation of our White Deer Academy of Classical Learning will once again be promoted in the hearts of the people. And this time it is the great family of the family. People who can afford and need paper. Hearing this, Li Chengqian's eyes flashed with astonishment. "Ask, how much do you plan to sell this paper?" You know that the people who can afford this thing are the great family of the gentry, and the students' great confusion. "Beiwin, at least Beiwin." Jiang Feng raised a finger and said, "What? Only sold for 100 texts?" Cheng Chumo's loud voice exclaimed in an instant. Not only the people here have heard it, but even the people at the door of the food factory are looking at it. Jiang Feng glared at Cheng Chumo and said, "Don't you see how much this thing can produce in a day? How much paper did it come out today?" Qian Wanli hurriedly said, 300 catties. 300 catties came out today. Jiang Feng indifferently said, "Yes, 300 catties, and we can make 500 catties tomorrow." In turn, as long as the technology is mature, these 30-person workshops can guarantee at least 500 catties of paper every day. Think about it, what if there is more paper? It is said that chain and paper is expensive. Lao Tzu I just want to make paper affordable for everyone. Lao Tzu just wants to slap those who claim to be the nobles in the face. What a drop. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 748. Crazy. This fucking Feng Tsai must be crazy. Such a good paper. Others may not know the material of rice paper, but Li Chengqian's several masters know that although the rice paper is rendered with a layer of wax on the surface, it is still yellow and impure. It is not as pure as this white paper, but this is it. Few people can afford it. On the one hand, It is because of paper making. One is that the production volume is too small. Jiang Feng's output this day is more than Chainan's output in a month. What is this concept? This simply doesn't make people live. And now the great family of the nobles are all based on the library to determine their status and prestige. Why? A book is 1,000 pipes of money. How much does it cost to learn to be rich in 5 cars? Once the price of this paper becomes cheaper, the weight of these gentry, isn't it going to be lighter? What will they do? This is simply something a madman dares to do. But for the 4 great demon kings of Chainan City, this is interesting enough. Crazy man, such a fun thing. Don't forget us. Tomorrow morning, I will bring the paper to you and stir the wind and rain for him in Chainan City. You just say all you have to do is make some tricks, and the rest will be left to the brother. Cheng Chumo. Several people rushed to do this. Qian Wanli and the others twitched at the corners of their mouths. Hurriedly put aside the distance with Cheng Chumo. It seems that the few people at this time have restored the reputation of the 4 great demon kings of Chainan in the past. But when Jiang Feng heard this, he really thought of a note. Beckons with the hand asked Qian Wanli to come over, and the 7 people got together and said, I have a note. You guys listen. I want to listen too. A sudden muffled sound made Jiang Feng stunned for a moment before remembering that there was a Gao can sticking to one side and waving silently. He waved his hand and pointed to a pot of braised pig head meat beside him and said, Go and eat meat and drink for me. You can't do this. Oh, Gao can hearing this was a muffled sound. Sitting aside, ignoring the hostile gazes of the young students in the paper mill, and nibbling on the pig's head. Jiang Feng is sighed in relief. Just kidding, if this kind of thing is allowed to go, people will get rid of the original words within a quarter of an hour. It's too straightforward. Sometimes it's a good thing, but sometimes it's a deadly existence. I will tell you, this matter. Chainan in the afternoon, although it is almost the beginning of autumn at this time, but still sultry to death. After lunch, the panicked crowds gathered together on the river bank, or the big willow tree dragged their parents. The most popular place, especially the place popular with the poor, is undoubtedly the tea house. Normally a penny, you can order a pot of tea here, sit for some snacks for a day, and listen to the storyteller saying that the sky is far from the sky, and those who have no money are fine. With a stick in the robe, he squatted towards the corner. If he met the little second brother from the store he knew well, he could still sit on a bench. The free little song, the saliva tongue of the storyteller, is the most important source for them to understand the major event of the country. The same is true today. Everyone listened to Mr. Storyteller's story. If it became boring, everyone would stop talking nonsense. If it was wonderful, everyone would follow each other to talk about Hessian. At this moment, the storyteller's not so savory paragraph was finished, and after finishing, he slapped a wooden board and said, The reason why I want to talk about this rice paper paragraph today is because I want to let everyone open your eyes. Everyone, see what this is. While speaking, the storyteller said with a sharp voice, and when everyone looked over, he took out a piece from the chest lining, folded boxy puffy things. In an instant, everyone's eyes were hooked. I saw the storyteller put his finger on his lips and spit, and then cautiously unfolded the white thing as white as snow. Next moment, in the curious eyes of everyone, I saw that the storyteller unfolded this thing about the size of a wine table before mysteriously asking, You guys will guess what this is. Something? Everyone couldn't help but gain interest, and even the dignitaries on the second floor would look down from time to time. Is this a kind of cannibalizing cloth from Western regions? No, this is not like cloth. What is this thing? Could it be paper? Fart. What kind of paper have you seen? White and so thin. Where is it like paper? Then, are you blind? This is a what a gadget. Mr. Storyteller touched his beard. Although he was blind, his white eyeballs were still staring at the people on the second floor. No one asked. This was the likely saying. You may not believe it. Although the old man has eye problems, he has seen rice paper before, but today, the old man saw this in a child on Tongyue Street. While speaking, the storyteller swipes the white thing in his hand, and then exclaims in excitement, "What is this?" You must have never seen it in your entire life. Today, the old man lets you all know what this is. While speaking, the storyteller slowly grabbed the pounding thing and gently tore it along one side. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 749. Mr. Storyteller hissed very slowly, almost a little bit of tearing. At this time, the people on the second floor finally couldn't sit still. Although Blind Son was talking about rice paper earlier, but at this time they took out this thing, and many people listened. The voice could not help but feel a strange thought in his heart. Could this be paper? Finally, there are more and more voices like this, and more people on the second floor put their heads outside the guardrail to watch the storyteller tear things. Blind Son, isn't the thing in your hand made of paper? Finally, a person on the second floor asked indifferently. Mr. Storyteller is hearing this, which is deeply sighed in relief. He immediately stopped tearing it up, and slammed his fist in the direction of the person who spoke. This master is right, this is paper. What? Impossible. Where is the paper so thin, so white? Nonsense. It's nonsense. Blind Son, are you so confused that you don't even know paper? By the way, you are blind. Where would you know what paper is? Mr. Storyteller can't sit still. Coldly shouted, Master, you may have misunderstood me. The 3 generations of the old man's ancestors were all imperial court important ministers. They said Taoist schoolroom, I am afraid you are not equal to me. You, Mr. Storyteller, each minding their own business, said proudly, although the old man is 30 suffering from eye diseases, this is all there is to leave home to make a living. Today why would you listen to the old man about major event here? If you don't believe me, just come to verify. If this son person tells a lie, this son will be killed here today. Blind Son's voice is loud. People who can come here, or if they are regular customers here, know something more or less. Blind Son's life experience is really not simple. If it weren't for blindness, in order not to affect the face of the Son family gentry, this would cut off contact with the family and wander alone. The person on the second floor just now seems to have touched the reverse scale of Blind Son, and Blind Son is so excited. When Blind Son's voice fell, the whole tea house was instantly silent. Ahem. What elder son said, concubine can confirm. If anyone doesn't believe it, you can come upstairs and discuss with concubine. And just at this time, on the highest floor of the tea house, a crisp female voice suddenly sounded. Regardless of whether it is on the second floor or the people on the first floor, hearing this, everyone, no matter what they are doing, instantly stood up and bowed from the attic on the third floor. No way. This person's identity is even more terrifying. Everyone only knows that this woman came from the court, but no one knows who the last name is and what her identity is. And the point of make one's mark lies in the fact that there was a second-rank member who came here. I was dragged out by an interrupted leg. The next day, when everyone felt that this tea house was going to be unlucky, they were shocked to find that the 27th member of the second-rank senior and his family were all kneeling at the entrance of the tea house to apologize! At this point, the reputation of the tea house has instantly started in Chainan City. Some people say that the owner of the tea house is Princess Xuning. Some people even say that this tea house is the property of Empress Her Majesty. And some people say that it belongs to His Royal Highness Crown Prince. Anyway, they have everything. In short, the shop did not come forward and say anything. No one dared to make trouble again. You said that Chainan City for Great Demon King is not good? But such a powerful person does not even enter the door of the tea house. What does this mean? In other places, if there is such a mysterious place, if these 4 great demon kings are not flat, find out who can stop. But what about here? They will detour like air every time. What does this mean? At this time, when everyone saw that the mysterious woman on the 3rd floor was talking, how could everyone question the truth? The blind son hugged his fists against the attic on the 3rd floor. Then he pointed to the paper in his hand, pressed it on the ruler one by one, torn into strips, and then kneaded it into a ball. losing his mind, came out. Everyone can't understand it anymore. But they also picked up this group one after another. But when they got it, they couldn't help but feel an uproar. This is paper. It's paper. Oh my God. This is really paper. Where did this come from? Paper. Blind son. This paper. When everyone excitedly unfolded the paper ball and looked towards the storyteller, they saw that the blind son had long since disappeared. The people on the second floor could not sit still, urging the servants to come down and grab some papers and send them up. Next moment, the second floor, which has been very quiet, suddenly burst into exclamations. Paper. This is really paper. In this world, how could there be such a paper? God. Is it really from Tibet? No. Have you noticed a place that blind son just said? Where? At this time, not only the second floor, but everyone on the first floor held their breath. By the way, after the person was silent for a while, he said one word at a time, Tongyue Street. In an instant, everyone was stunned. That's right. What blind son said just now seems to be Tongyue Street. And also said it was from two children. Go and see. Go. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 750. The street market on Tongyue Street is very empty. Compared to other street markets, there is simply no one here. Don't say it's a street vendor. There are not even a few children playing. Everyone knows that the people on Tongyue Street have gone to Mount Q to make a fortune. So, where will these businessmen who are chasing capital and profit come here? But today, Tongyue Street is very hot. I don't know who it is, holding a paper that no one has seen before. Suddenly appeared in Tongyue Street, and it spread rapidly in Chainan City in the form of meteor blazing prayer. At first I was referring to Tavern in the tea house, and I came across some of these papers by chance. But after a while, some women and children appeared on the streets of Tongyue Street. When they saw someone with a bamboo basket, they gave them a piece of white paper. Paper is very strange. After all, ordinary people, who can see this stuff, even if it's 100 liters and a catty of paper, they rarely use it, let alone 1,000 liters and a catty of rice paper. But today, something strange happened. This person did not know where he came from, so he gave away a piece of white paper that he had never seen before. At first everyone thought it was a good thing from Western regions. But slowly everyone discovered that in the lower right corner of the paper, it was written in 4 lower letters of White Deer Academy of Classical Learning. When I see these words, everyone is dumbfounded. Could it be that these white papers were made by the people of White Deer Academy of Classical Learning? Everyone has such doubts. The women and children who gave out papers ignored them and just continued to walk along Tongyue Street to East Market. Come and walk by. Don't miss it. Where can I find the best white paper? Come and see. Take a look. Do you want free blank paper? As the shouting sounded, more and more people gathered, and Nuwiili from Chainan Yamen also got a copy. White paper, frowning and staring at White Deer Academy of Classical Learning, muttered in a few lower letters, could this paper be made by noble Lord Jiang? Nuwiili, since Jiang Feng came, Jiang Feng is your concern. No way. Chainan City is extremely expensive land. Maybe you can meet someone who cannot afford to offend when you pee. Of course, this Jiang Feng belongs to Nuwiili. The presence. After Jiang Feng appeared on Mount Q, Nuwiili paid special attention to his every move. Every time you upload something from Mount Q, it gives Nuwiili the illusion that the sky is collapsing. 300,000 pigs are on Mount Q. If it's someone else, it's a damn thing. The head was chopped for the government, but on the second day there was a lot of braised pork in Chainan City, and it was pork. This kind of stewed meat not only has no fishy smell, but also soft, glutinous, crispy and delicious, which makes people unstoppable. After that, the great Confucian will come to the door, the 3 generals will come together, and the little Sir Duke will be there. The properties in Chainan City were all replaced with this braised meat shop. One by one, which made Nui's heart tremble every time he heard it. And now, this noble Lord Jiang actually fiddled with this thing again in such a short time. What is this going to do? This still makes people feel at ease? Nui suddenly felt that the county government in Chainan City couldn't wait. In the past 3 days and 2, noble Lord Jiang will give you a wave of unexpected things. This also makes it difficult for people to live up. Nui rubbed the paper lightly on his face, and then wanted to write something, but after thinking about it, he finally changed to the smallest pen and wrote Nu on the corner of the white paper. 3 words Wily. Compared with the previous rice paper, Nu Wily couldn't sit still. Whether it is the ink-eating ability of paper or whatever, it is 10% better than rice paper. After the rice paper is written, it is necessary to dry a cup of tea at least. But what about this white paper? It only takes a few breaths to dry completely. Come on, come on, come on to the officer. Nui in a hurry. Bailiff stumbled into Nui's bedroom while shouting, "My lord, what's the matter? Quickly, go and give me all the papers of all those who issued this kind of paper on the street. Give me all the papers." It's really not possible. Pay for their paper. Bailiff hearing this couldn't help but feel bitter. Take out a few folded neat and tidy papers from his arms and say, "My lord," the little one asked, "those papers are not sold for any money." What? Not for sale? Is there any idiot who doesn't make money in this world? Nui was dumbfounded. But Bailiff said bitterly, "My lord, you don't know anything. Even if the teachers from the Imperial College of Supreme Learning come, the girls will not sell them at all. Is there any other saying? What is this going to do? Such a good paper." Suddenly, Nui seemed to have thought of something. He hurriedly took off his official robe, and hurriedly asked, "Those who sent, how many people are there in paper? Where are they now?" The little one is unclear. At first, there were only a dozen people, but now basically the streets and alleys of Chainan City there are all of them. And at the gate of Mingdonghua Kixia in Chainan City, there are dozens of people queuing up to see you there. People who enter and leave the city are all posted. Now the city gate basically cannot allow horse carriage to pass. Now,